Day 3 of the NFL draft. This is where Super Bowls are won. Why? Just ask Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor, who were 4th and 5th round picks. Just ask Tom Brady, who was taken in the 6th round. Go ask Stefan Diggs about being a 5th round pick. There is a lot of intriguing talent on the board, and there will be plenty of talents that end up going and making a real impact in the National Football League today. Welcome to the Vikings First and School Day 3 coverage of the NFL Draft.
Let's go, it's time to be the GOAT. It's time to enter God mode, man, let's get it going. I wanna be the greatest, energy is overflowing. I know I'm stoking the fire, my desire's taking over. Not tired, I'm inspired, rewired. I know just what is required. My brain knows how to decipher the messages, looking brighter. Already paid up the piper, my game is getting much tighter. I feel my body on fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Day 3 of the NFL Draft. We are so beat. I'm wearing a hat today, and as you can tell, Dave has his English schoolboy look, and we are ready to bring you all the coverage for Day 3 of the NFL Draft. I will be doing plenty of writing here today. Denver just traded up to 102, gave up 121, 136, and 207 for 102 and 235 to get Troy Franklin out of Oregon. Jatavian Sanders went at 101 to the Carolina Panthers. I had both of these guys coming off the board pretty quick today, and very interesting start to the day. The Minnesota Vikings are going to be on the clock here in just a few picks at 108, and there are some interesting players that are going to be available on the board. I will say this. The Vikings could end up trading down, and I think we need to be ready for that possibility, especially if they get an offer like Seattle just got from Denver. I would take that in a heartbeat.
Well, I think Denver's a little desperate, but that's just me.
They got a yak guy for a guy who has a 6.9 average depth of target. So, they were also college teammates. I was a little surprised Franklin was still on the board. But good football player. Israel saying Forno's the best, no BS with him. Hey, thank you. I personally don't think I'm the best, but I'm glad you do. And I'm glad everybody is here. We have 144 people here so far to start the show, just a few minutes in. And look, we're going to go throughout the course of the NFL draft. We are going to go wall to wall on Day 3, and we're going to have a lot of interesting conversations. We're hoping to get some guests in as well, and having some of those conversations about big picture, having some conversations about Kwesi Adofo-Mensah's usage of draft capital and trades, having some conversations about Dallas Turner, JJ McCarthy, try to get some outside perspectives in from outside of our little bubble to get a bigger picture, because as much as I put in all the work, there's things that I won't see. There's things that I won't necessarily believe in the course of an evaluation someone else does. And it's one of those things. There's 3 sides to every story: my side, your side, and the truth. So we're going to utilize those people to kind of get some more information on other people's evaluations. Chris Tolliver asked, what do you think of TJ Tampa? I get why people like him. I didn't love him. I just thought he was kind of average. And then for a guy who's supposed to be like this bevy of tools, kind of tested average. Some people just love him and think he's going to be really, really good. But I just thought he was in.
Man. Okay.
I think there's plenty of better cornerbacks on the board, especially Cam Hart, Jarvis, Brownlee Jr. I like Chris Abrams-Drain. I can't remember if I think I have Abrams-Drain below TJ Tampa, but yeah, barely below by 0.2. I would prefer Chris Abrams-Drain at this point. Kyrie Jackson, my 10th cornerback, is still on the board as well. He's a weird one because he played 2 years of junior college and only played like 200 snaps at Alabama for 2 years, and then played like 800 snaps for Oregon.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. Your question is, What if we get Leonard, Taylor, Tyler?
That's an interesting one. I'm going to be 100% honest. I didn't watch Leonard Taylor. From the people that I had conversations with, kind of underwhelming. Feels like he should be way better than he is, especially with the traits he has. But I kept hearing like 3rd, 4th, and 5th round grades for him. So I don't necessarily think it would be the worst pick in the world. I wish I had more information for you, Anthony, because we greatly appreciate the super chat and your kindness. But I'm not going to feed you bullshit. I'm not going to make up an evaluation. I didn't fully watch him. I only watched 100 guys this year. And with the transition to the sporting news, I wasn't able to get like to that next 25, and he was on that list. But the Vikings draft him. You better believe I'm going to go do a deep dive.
Then we have Eagle Rock says, go get a center. Eagle Rock, I'm all for round bellies, especially interior round bellies on both sides of the ball. They are needs that we have and can use.
Here's the thing I want you guys to remember. It's day 3. Yeah, you want to fill needs. And look, if the Vikings take Spencer Rattler, then I think we can have a bigger conversation about like, all right, come on, let's try and fill a need. We drafted a developmental QB last year. We drafted JJ McCarthy this year. We don't need to take Rattler. But I mean, if you want a center and we take a DT, or if you want a cornerback and we take a wide receiver, like they're all needs. So as long as the talent of the player is good, I think that's what we should be cheering for most of all. But honestly, we should all be cheering for Brandon Dorlus, the defensive lineman out of Oregon, because I predicted it and I want to be right.
Israel loves it too. Day 3 is for your special teamers and hopefully find people, because not everybody's perfect at this time. You're hoping to find somebody that could be developed into a potential starter. And if you do that, you've far exceeded their draft position. So what we do today, hopefully will make the team better across the board, no matter which position we pick. Do we have some needs yet? Oh, yeah, you betcha. We've listed some. Interior O-line, interior D-line, corner are just a few. A wide receiver might be nice. Those are just a few of the needs that could be filled today. We just don't know. Mateo's talking about a punter for competition for Mr. Right. We could also a kicker for competition for Mr. Romo. I doubt they go either of those routes. You can generally find a good kicker as an undrafted free agent or a free agent, unrestricted free agent. That's the best way to do it. You don't get disappointed that way as much.
Yeah. Please don't draft a punter. Please don't draft a punter. Look, I understand there's a lot of love for Tory Taylor, and I know good friend of the show, Thor Nystrom, loves Tory Taylor, and obviously he's going to love him because 1, he is a good punter, and 2, he went to the University of Iowa, and Thor did his grad degree at Iowa. So there's that right there. But let me tell you, I don't think that a punter is going to move the needle enough to want to take him high. Maybe 6th or 7th round if you have a bunch of picks, but the Vikings don't. And quite frankly, Ryan Wright was good in his rookie year, 2022. Had a little bit of a setback last year. I bring in competition. I don't want to draft the guy, but that's my opinion. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad opinion to want to draft a guy for competition. I just think we can use our picks a little bit better for considering what we have and what we need to do with this roster. That's all.
Thanks, Mateo. Yes, Tyler's aware his camera is frozen for some reason. Now, I don't know why. He's going to work on that real quick as Cardinals pick is in. So far, Panthers selected Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, tight end. Broncos selected Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. Somebody that's familiar with their new quarterback. And Patriots selected Layden Robinson out of Texas A&M, an offensive guard. And there's that new blue Lions helmet with the black stripes. What do you all think of the Lions' new uniforms this year? There's a few new uniforms that have come out. The Lions were one of them. The Texans were one of them. There's quite a few that came out. There's rumors that the Vikings are going to get a new alternate. A tweet I saw, whether it happens or not, it's going to be up in the air. I don't know. We'll find out. And there he is, back again. I can see you.
Dorlus just get drafted by the Cardinals?
I don't know. We'll find out. Did he? Is that an affirmative?
Oh, wait. Nope, it's Dadrian Taylor Demerson, the safety from Texas Tech. Good football player.
Okay. Nighttime thinks the new Texans uniform looks sick. That's one way to describe it.
I will say they look way better on the players than they did in pictures.
Okay. That the H helmet, the alternate helmet with the H looked interesting to me. They're bringing back more of the old colors.
I love the alternate helmet. I love it.
Baby blue in it.
All right. Well, Brandon Dorlus is still on the board.
Okay.
And I'm really excited about the idea of Brandon Dorlus with the Minnesota Vikings. He's a hybrid guy. And I think if you bulk him up, you can end up getting him to a really, really good point. And I like that. I think you can do a lot with Brandon Dorlus because he can win inside, he can win outside. I loved Darius Robinson quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And with Darius Robinson, he was a 5-tech who could win out wide. 35.5-inch arms. Dorlus isn't that kind of athletic freak. He's not built like that. But man, I would love to get Dorlus here and bulk him back up, get him to a point where you can really trust him on the inside because he tried to be an edge rusher with this testing process. Why? I don't know. I thought that was stupid.
They make more money.
Yeah. But that's not his game.
But that's second contract too.
Well, I understand that, but here's my theory, Dave. If you're a 10 out of 10 as a defensive tackle, but you're a 6 out of 10 as an edge, aren't you going to make more money as a defensive tackle, especially with defensive tackle prices now up at $24-25 million a year for the top of the market?
Yeah, and valuable defensive tackles are going up in contract costs because they are proving themselves just as valuable as edge rushers. If you can lock down that inside and you can pressure the quarterback, go make some money. It's going to happen.
Yeah. All right. So I am. If you guys want to tip picks in the chat, that's completely fine. Right now, I have it on my phone because I have to watch it on my phone because my Fire Stick stopped working and I haven't had time to actually set up the other one. So, yeah, the Chargers pick is in at 105. The Vikings are picking at 108. If you guys see who it is, just throw it up. Throw it up and let's have the conversation about the picks. Chargers apparently just took a Bama defensive lineman. I think that's Justin Aboigbe. I think I said that name right. That some of these names just confuse me because there's a bunch of different kind of ways you can say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting selection here for the Chargers. They're just trying to get they're trying to beef up in the trenches, and they should, because they're going to have a much different style of football. Mary, thank you very much. That is so kind of you.
Mm-hmm.
Dean in the chat, today is going to be a great day. I love the optimism, Dean. I agree. I think today is going to be a really good day. But don't get too attached to some of the players because everybody has day 3 crushes. And then when you don't take them, I've fallen into this trap many times. Like, oh man, I hate this pick. I wanted this guy. And then you just follow that guy to see, oh, was I right? Like, just let's keep an open mind with day 3. Day 3 is very, very weird.
Always. And then there's the mad rush at the end.
Yes.
And then the mad rush afterwards to sign undrafted free agents.
1,000%. All right,
now,
guys, if you have go ahead.
Did you get to see Coach Flores' interview and him talking about Dallas Turner?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen that at all, but I've heard he was just kind of drooling over him, for lack of a better word.
Well, he said he was just as surprised as Coach O'Connell when Kwesi come in there with his big set of you-know-whats and said, we got Turner. But he was, when asked how to use him, he lights up. And he thinks Dallas Turner's going to be one of those key chess pieces that he's moving around with Van Ginkel and Grenard in the same way as Metellus. And the fact that he's already dreaming up ways to move these guys around is going to cause absolutely ulcers and nightmares for opposing offensive coordinators, I'm sure. Yep, Justin Iboji, however, Alabama.
Boygby, I think, is how it's pronounced, and I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to go with that.
Mm-hmm. Dalton's hoping for Mahogany or Walker.
Walker. Why am I blanking on Walker? What's the first name? I don't know why I'm blanking on Walker. Israel asked in the chat, Forno, you're the GM. O'Connell wants Mason McCormick. B-Flow wants Brandon Dorlus. Who are you taking? I'm going to take Brandon Dorlus because I really think he's just a good football player. And I would prefer to get, like, I kind of view them on the same plane. Like, I don't think one is significantly better than the other. And in that kind of way of thinking, if they're in the same like grouping, I would much rather take a guy at a bigger need.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that's when I'm taking need over priority. Okay, so this is interesting. This is something that Josh Norris has put together over the course of the last 15 years. So offensive linemen if they complete a 20-yard short shuttle at the combine less than like at 4.4 or less, they're it's almost guaranteed to end up being a net positive. Like you're almost guaranteed to be good if you have a low enough short shuttle.
Okay.
Like round 7, Charles Leno Jr., he's been a starter in the league for almost 10 years. David Questenberry, Vikings backup, solid player. He would have been a much better, or he would have played a lot more if he didn't miss like the first 2 years. I think it was because of cancer. Ali Marpet, the D3 guy from Hobart who got taken by the Buccaneers in the second round. Great career. Joel Bitonio, second round pick of the Browns. Great career. Jake Brendel was a UDFA, has been a starter for the San Francisco 49ers at center for multiple years. Joe Haig, 5th round pick, started for the Colts for a few years. Like Xavier Suafilo, good career. Jake Matthews, starter for the Falcons at left tackle or left guard for like almost a decade. Eric Fisher had a good career till a torn Achilles kind of blew it up. Anthony Costanzo for the Colts, but in the Peyton Manning era, great career. Like, if you have that kind of thing, it's objectively good. So,
We are on the clock, by the way.
All right, let's hope for a trade back, guys. Let's hope for a trade back.
Mateo said he saw the pick and it's meh.
Oh, the Vikings already picked, huh?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Oh, the Vikings are taking Oregon cornerback Kyrie Jackson. Look, he was a top 10 corner for me. I don't love it compared to Cam Hart and Jarvis Brownlee Jr., who I liked more. But Jackson, tall, long, explosive. Like this isn't a bad pick. It's not my preference, but I get it. I kind of wish that they would have tried trading down, but that's okay. Kyrie Jackson's a good football player. My biggest concern is he just did not have. Yeah, he didn't really become a starter until he was 22 in his 5th year in college. To me, that's a little bit concerning, but people were talking about him and he's like the best player that nobody was really talking about. So look, Kyrie Jackson, he is the pick, and I'm going to start writing it up.
Cool. We've got our first of the day, and the Vikings did not move. I wonder if that means they did not get any offers, or the offers weren't to Quasi's liking on that one. JJ McGee says, yay. Yes, Jackson was a common mock target. He should be a good fit. Israel says, nice pick. Probably means the end of the Andrew Booth run. It would be nice if some of those young corners that haven't quite stepped up actually do step up this year. That would be sweet, and that we have a overabundance, but yeah, I feel for you. Steven Brandell might be okay at guard. We don't know. Well, we sort of do know from the time he's played. And okay and meh is probably it. Like everybody else, I hope there's a big step up during the offseason, that they get the necessary coaching. They learn that last thing that clicks that light bulb that takes them from I'm just fighting to be a backup to, oh my God, I'm a starter and I'm a good starter mode.
I like this pick from the fact that he could end up being I think he's scheme diverse, where you could have him play man, you can have him play zone. I mean, he's 6'3". He is a big human at the cornerback position. I mean,
and he was in the top 30 visits.
Yes, he was. Okay. So combine 6'0", 194, 9 1/4 inch hands. Oh, he's not quite as long as I thought. Only 32 3/4 inch arm length, but a 78-inch wingspan, 4.5 in the 40, 1.6 in the 10-yard split. So I mean, he's not the most explosive athlete, but he's explosive enough. 36.5-inch vertical, 11.1 in the broad. That is really good. So that does show explosiveness. Look, I think this is a good pick.
Well, we hope so. Sounds like it should be. But again, we're in day 3. Don't get your hopes up that any of these guys are going to be starters, at least immediately. They're developmental and special teams. Now, if they do come in and beat out somebody else, all the power to them. That's what we want. The best guys on the field. Why are they showing Kansas City on there? Detroit and Kansas City pictures. Kansas City did the last draft. I'm on NFL Network.
Not
Double
really
Up
sure what
says
the deal is.
B-Flow pick for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a B-Flow pick. I really do.
And our next
All right, ESPN right now is doing Kyrie Jackson. First team all Pac-12. Like, my biggest thing is, I worry about the fact that he only started for 1 year and it was his 5th year. That kind of worries me a little bit, but look.
Aaron says he started out at Alabama. So he's a transfer.
Yeah, he started out in JUCO and then ended up going to Alabama from JUCO. But good player. We're going to have a lot more on him here moving forward as I do some of my written stuff. So the Vikings have addressed 2 needs on defense, not the interior of the defensive line. But I'm not so worried that they haven't addressed the interior of the defensive line, because, I mean, who are they going to take that was worthy of the selection? That's my other thing. Who are they going to take? Who was on the board that you thought was good enough to be to play the interior of the defensive line? And my big thing here is, we could talk about Johnny Newton over Dallas Turner, but Johnny Newton had a foot injury that is a little tough for us to fully comprehend because we don't have that medical information. But foot injuries for defensive linemen, kind of scary. So
could be. Yep. Israel says he's a year older than Booth. It could be. It's we'll find out. Dark Star's gone. Yes, Sarah. Welcome to the show. We still have picks, and we're still picking. Isn't that amazing?
Hey, we haven't seen you in a minute, Sarah. Welcome back. Wait, somebody's in the chat as Dark Star. Hell yeah. I love that. I really hope for some reason that's Meat Sauce, because I know he's a big Dark Star guy. Oh,
well, if he is,
Brandon,
I banned him.
Brandon Dorlus to the Falcons. Well, the Falcons got something to be happy about, and we are up to 420 live viewers, which, 1 is a record, and 2, and it's 420. I'm a very mature adult.
That's cool. That is very, very cool. Dorlus to Atlanta, according to Anthony.
Yeah, I just mentioned that.
Oh, sorry. Focusing on other things. Hopefully that wasn't Meat Sauce, because if he is, he's going to be pissed.
All right, guys, we are having a great time. I'm finishing up a couple write-ups here, and I'll still be able to talk while I write, because, I mean, I kind of have to. But if you have any questions, like this is a perfect time to get questions. We're still kind of working on bringing on some potential guests. Yeah, Dave, it's never your preference, Tyler, but I love the input. Hey, I'm just gonna tell you what I think. And you know what? The one time this team gave me my preference, it was Jaron Hall, and well. So, according to PFF, Kyrie Jackson had a career best 41.6 passer rating allowed in coverage in 2023, second among all Pac-12 corners, and we know how good those Pac-12 offenses are. So that's a really, really nice number, because passer rating isn't like a PFF grade. It's not objective, it's subjective. So that's good.
Mick says, considering the passing attack in the NFC North, he'd like to see more corners. And there's sense to that. Very much so, there's sense to that. So, because we do know the Bears got better, and the Lions, we think, are pretty good at it. And then there's the Nemesis. So, our next picks are in round 6 as of now.
I will say the round 6 pick, the first one, is it's the first pick in the 6th round. So it's not like
Right.
we're waiting a long time in round 6. I'm intrigued to see if they make a trade to get another pick before that spot. Javon Baker to New England. I think that's a good pick. I think he and Polk kind of do some of the same things, but they're also different enough. Yeah, I like that pick. I like that pick a lot.
Double Up asks, what other teams have you been impressed with so far?
I think the Chargers have done a really good job of kind of trying to form the team in their new image. And I think the Cardinals have done a really good job. Nothing's been super, super flashy. And I'm worried of what the hell they're going to do at edge, but they've got some really good football players. Mm-hmm. I hate that I say this. I really love Detroit's draft. Getting Terrion Arnold and Dennis Rakestraw Jr. with their first 2 picks is just nuts good. I love it. And I hate that I love it because they're the Lions and they're in our division. So,
hey, NFC North is going to be good for quite a while coming up. It looks like a bunch of young, good quarterbacks, and it's going to be competitive.
Very much so. Very much so.
Chris, I know you want some offensive line, but as of right now, we're sitting here waiting until the 6th.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up getting offensive line. It'll just take time. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I think that's objectively fine. I think we're not going to be able to fix everything with what we've got.
Nope. Yep, Dave. Our next pick is round 6, pick 1. As of now. That can change. And remember, there's still the 3rd round of free agency that'll happen later. After the UDFAs get signed, the teams will start filling up with whoever's left out there in free agency that they want.
Yeah. Okay. So I released my top remaining players at going into today, and keep in mind I only rank players that I fully grade. Jackson was 62nd on my board, right, Odie? Yeah, good boy. Who wants to see Odie?
Everybody wants to see Odie.
I'll move the camera.
Question.
There's this sweet boy. Say hi, buddy. Odie, say hi.
Yeah, there he is. Cause and Effect asks, do we think the Vikings will be the odd man out in the division this year?
I think so. And you know what? That's objectively fine for 1 year. But how is that going to impact you moving forward? How is that going to change things? Odie's like, hey, where's the Vikings division title? I don't see it. I need to find it.
Yeah, so do we.
Look, we want to win the Super Bowl every year. That's the ultimate goal. But you have a rookie quarterback, and it's okay if you don't win the division title right away. It's okay. Because you're trying to end up getting to a point where things are good.
Moosebeard wants to know if the punter's still there.
Torrey Taylor is still there, yes. Yes, I'm glad that I could get you guys some Odie content. His ears are straight up. He looks like a pit bull right now. I mean, he's a Frenchie. Frenchies are bulldogs.
Mm-hmm. With attitude. Oh, look at this clown. If you're watching NFL Network.
Yeah, it's on ESPN too. I mean, like 4th round picks, they're doing the fan of the year gimmick where each team has their own fan of the year.
We'll find out. Safety, Evan Williams, Oregon.
Evan Williams is fine.
Yes, Jeremy, that outfit was an assault on the census. Dino says, fan of the year is dumb. Hey, whatever turns you crank. I know a bunch of people that get into cosplay for their favorite team. Had a good friend of mine, Admiral Big Gun, passed away earlier this year. Was one. Norris Fias, when did what start? Do Mike asks, McCormick or Mahogany make it to round 6?
Who knows? This I would say no, but you never know. You never know with these things.
Sarah's telling Norris Fias, we got our guy. We definitely did at quarterback. Aaron's just seeing that Packers presenter. Thanks, Dino. Appreciate it. What I find interesting is seeing how these draft rooms are set up, how the communication lines are set up. And if you notice, the last time they showed the Vikings one, they're out of their normal one, which was interesting. They're in a different one. Because the normal one I'm used to is where they're stepped up and they got the big board that we don't see in front. And that all goes to how you want communications going between the people. Mike Sullivan asks, who's your favorite guard?
Probably McCormick. I did like Cooper Beebe, but Beebe's already gone.
Yeah.
I know.
Dr. Proto, so nice to have such a good round one that most of us don't care what is going to happen in the rest of the draft. It's nice, Doc. It really, really is. It's really, really nice. Because you know those guys are eventually going to be key pieces to the Minnesota Vikings, one way or another. We get guys at this level of the draft, and you're hoping. Sarah says she hasn't been this excited since 1998. Well, good, Sarah. I'm sure you're referring to football only.
Yeah. Do. From Deontay Lee, who is one of the smartest defensive minds in media. Kyrie Jackson will eat with Flores. His track record with these kind of athletes is strong. That is a huge recommendation for me. I think anytime somebody that smart says something about a player, yeah, I'm in.
Okay. Bernie says, what's your thoughts on center Hunter Norzad?
Norzad's interesting. I think he's a former wrestler. He's stout, a pretty decent athlete. I think he played in the Ivy League for a few years, and then I think he was only at Penn State for a year or two. Good football player. I don't know where he goes. if he's available in round 6, I'd definitely be interested.
Wonderful.
We got people on Vikings Twitter complaining that Kyrie Jackson's like 25 years old. Dude, who cares? It's a 4th round pick. This is it. Look, it's the COVID era. I think we just have to kind of get over some of that. Like the next few years, we just have to get over it, and it's just one of those things.
And we'll get through it. It'll cycle out as COVID dies away. You're going to start seeing more normal age players come out, but you're also going to see some that come out later because of NIL. They're going to stay in and get paid. Because there's possibilities they'll make more money than they would as a rookie. Anthony asks, what's your thoughts on Tanner Bortolini?
Bortolini, hyper athlete, worried he's just going to get forklifted like Garrett Bradbury. And I don't necessarily mean that. Like, I'm not trying to be negative. He's not exactly that strong, and he got bullied a lot at the Senior Bowl. But he is a good football player, and he's got the movement skills that you want for a center. But can he take it to another level? Can he be better than a Garrett Bradbury? Can he develop enough core strength to be able to hold up? I don't know.
Interesting. Jeremy says Jaguars picked Mason McCormick, guard out of South Dakota.
God,
State.
Trent Baalke's having a good draft. It's an interesting draft. Trent Baalke has now drafted 3 players from LSU. I don't know if that means anything, but it's definitely something to be aware of. Oh, nope. It's Jordan Jefferson to the Jags, apparently. Ben Brown asking about Dylan Labe. Look, if Dylan Labe is there, you know I'm going to pound the table. I love Dylan Labe. But I would actually argue against drafting a running back this year for the sole fact that next year's class is nuts. And I think you could take advantage of potentially a different position to help fortify your depth. And I think your depth is fine for 1 year, especially with Aaron Jones in the fold. Like, that's what I would do. But we'll kind of see.
Yep, Zimmer always said you can't have too many corners. That is 100% correct. If anybody was watching, what was Prime up there spouting on about? Or as Darren would say, a boot. Speaking of Darren, you will see Darren tomorrow on the regularly scheduled 2-0 Bloggers, as we're going to go live at 4 Central in the afternoon.
Javon Foster.
The draft.
Javon Foster just went to the Jags. I don't know if we've talked about that yet. He's a good football player.
Okay. Missouri offensive tackle. Kyrie Jackson versus Roma Dunze. The battle continues. Roma Dunze is a good wide receiver.
Oh, he's so good.
Mm-hmm. Aaron says Trent Baalke was a grad assistant his freshman year at Bemidji State.
Interesting.
Not sure he saw that guy smile. That's a shame. People should always smile. It's better for your health. Jeremy, the Vikings are going to keep Garrett Bradbury as their center. I don't think it has anything to do with want. I think it's one, they're paying for him, and they didn't have the picks to possibly avert that and bring somebody else in. Like I said, next year, well, you know me caring about my round bellies. The best way to get good quality round bellies that will take over and start is via free agency. They already had their 3 to 4 years of development. You know what you're getting. It's not we hope this guy works out and he learns the speed of the game and he develops how to play. Like Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram's on a normal trajectory. He sucked when he was a rookie. He was meh last year, and this year he's probably going to be good. Great? No.
Yep.
But we can hope. It just takes time for linemen to develop. It's rare that you find one that can come in and start out day one. That is extremely rare.
That's a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, if you can find a day 3 pick that can come in and start right away, you found a gem that the rest of the league just missed. Or you have a guy like TJ Clemmings who's not even close to ready, and his development kind of gets ruined because of necessity. Yep. Which I still wonder if he wouldn't have had to play early on, what that would have looked like. Looks like Bortolini to the Colts.
Okay. Mike says re-sign Reisner. Where they can, and it won't affect the compensation pick formula if they wish.
Yeah, wait until I think Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
But yeah, at 3:00 on one of those days, that's when the comp pick formula stops.
Jordan Jefferson. Your stream is slow. I'm assuming that's on the TV, Aaron, not us, hopefully. See you, Norsefius. Go fix stuff. It's what you do.
Thanks for joining, Norsefius. I'm not surprised Bortolini went this early. I'm not convinced he's going to be a really good player, but the athletic traits are worth betting on. And that's a big thing for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't have bet on him at this spot, but I get it.
Jared says, watch us not even draft a defensive tackle this draft. Sue and Linval are both beyond their primes, way beyond. Or Emmer says, Chargers are having his favorite draft by far of any team. Hey, I think ours has been pretty good. First 2 picks especially. Colts love their trenches, double up. Well, I think they learned that from wasting a particularly good quarterback. You might be right, Israel, on James Lynch at a minimum type deal. Cardinals, yes, they're having a nice draft. I think, unfortunately, the Bears are too.
Bears are done.
For as few picks as they have.
Yeah, I think the Bears are done picking. And that's a big deal.
Do you think Jamari Thrash would be a good late round pick for the Vikings?
Oh, God, yeah. If you guys have been watching the Real Forno show over the past few weeks, you know how much I love Jamari Thrash. He almost made the All Forno team, but just missed, which is fine. The big thing with the All Forno team is that I have caps. He was my 3rd favorite wide receiver in this class. And if you're number 3, you don't make it because I put position limits. Only 2 players per position and only 2 first-round pick grades. Because for me, anybody can love a first round picks tape. But like for some first round picks, it's like, oh my God, I just love this tape. And like Adonai Mitchell, I didn't expect to have a first round grade, and he just ended up having one. So that's kind of where I'm at there. Yeah, Thrash. The one real question I had of him was, can he deal with physicality? Is he physical enough? Well, he was. And a really good football player. I want to get that guy yards after the catch opportunities in a major, major way. But yeah, if he's available, take him. I would take, I would also take, whatchamacallit, Jacob Cowing too. I might trade up for both of those guys, to be honest. This chair's gonna be gonna make my butt hurt, Dave.
Yeah. Should stand up every once in a while too.
Well, I've been drinking an energy drink because of how tiring this weekend has been. I'm gonna have to go pee at some point.
Yeah, we're watching highlights there. Double up. Why do they have tight end as a need when we have legends in our T3 and tight end 3 and tight end 4 spots? That's a good question.
The biggest reason why tight end is considered a need, I don't think a lot of people really like Josh Oliver that much, which, look, I understand. He's kind of viewed as an offensive like tackle, essentially, which, I mean, has its place, but you don't really have a true backup for TJ Hawkinson. Like, it's just, you don't have that kind of pass catcher. And
Muse?
Well, we'll see. I think Muse is an interesting player. I think, like, I just don't know if he's going to be any good. And to me, that's a problem. It's also one of the reasons why I think some people might have tight end as a need. I would like if Theo Johnson was available at 177, I would just jump on him. Super hyper athlete, really good potential, moves like Hawkinson. It kind of has that same body type, some of those same movement skills. He's got some work to do, which is why he's available. But tight end is a position where you can take a risk on that kind of hyper athlete now and not have to worry so much about the later.
We've had this question twice. Could we trade 2-6 for a 5th?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me pull up the Rich Hill trade chart.
Jacob says, what do you think Brownlee, what round do you think Brownlee Jr. will go?
Man, I don't know. Here's the thing with Brownlee. I'm not concerned about the size because of his play style and how he's so physical and aggressive. I bet teams are. Okay, let's take a look. Minnesota's 177 is worth 8 points. 203 is worth 5, so it's worth 13. Theoretically, they could get as high as 144. That's only if you use the Rich Hill trade chart and you believe that is gospel. So that's worth pointing out. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they'll be wanting to trade up. I don't know if there's going to be a guy worth it to trade up. So Anthony mentions McAllen Castles. Yeah, guys, I know Theo's gone. I was just kind of using that as like a baseline of kind of like, if I were to take a tight end, that's what I want. And I think McAllen Castles that Anthony mentions from Tennessee is an interesting one. He's new to the position, and he's got a lot of athletic traits. Plus, the Vikings end up bringing him in for a top 30. Whoa. The Dolphins just got pick 120 in exchange for a third next year.
Okay.
There's a guy I'm in love with who shouldn't be here territory.
No, I don't believe Brendan Rice has been picked yet. Christopher asks, so is Dallas Turner the next Von Miller?
Oh, no. I don't think Turner's the same type of player as Von Miller. I think he's good. Wait, Mark, Tanner McLaughlin to the Dolphins? Is that who they ended up taking?
McCormick
to the
went
Steelers.
To the Steelers. Damn.
God, that's a good pick for them. They've done a really good job on the O-line. Jackson Powers Johnson, Troy Fountaino, and Mason McCormick. Look, they reworked that offensive line. That's a hell of a draft. Plus, they got Peyton Wilson, who, if Peyton Wilson's any good, that's a big win. They drafted one more guy. Oh, Roman Wilson, who is automatically going to be a Pro Bowl receiver because he went to Pittsburgh.
Funny how that works.
I know. Oh, while we have so many of you in here, programming note, Wednesday, we're going to have a special guest on the show. Pro Football Focus's Sam Munson will be joining the show to talk big picture about the Minnesota Vikings draft class. And I'm going to kind of get into Sam's brain a little bit and be inquisitive and talk to him about the Vikings trade ups and how Kwesi Ofo-Mensah is handling draft capital, and kind of get his opinion on it from a more of an analytical perspective, because the conventional draft charts are the Rich Hill and the Jimmy Johnson. Those are market cost draft charts, as we talked about yesterday, which if you guys watched yesterday, thank you very much. And I apologize for saying the same thing over again. But it's like going to a grocery store and you know that a pound of ground beef is $5. Kwesi Ofo-Mensah is essentially only selling it for $4, making it so he's not getting as much as he should for it. Whereas the analytics charts are more about success and outcomes. So instead of just ground beef, their outcome is, this is a double cheeseburger. So that's kind of the difference between how these charts work. So when we talk about the Rich Hill, it's also built on historical trades. And I think that's really, really big. Historically, how are your trades comparing to the rest of the league? Because the rest of the league is telling you kind of what what these picks should be valued at. Oh, my wife texted me.
Hey, James, we're not that terribly behind. We've got the delay of the stream.
Yeah. I gotta write a piece for the Sports Illustrated. Okay. Somebody tell me who the Dolphins picked.
I can't. I don't know yet. That's where I missed my tweet deck so badly. But you got to pay X Prime or whatever. They're higher level to get that Premier Plus or something. Dolphins picking Jalen Wright is right on brand.
Oh my God. That is the most Dolphins pick of all time. Jalen Wright runs on the 4.3s.
Two speed teams, Kansas City Chiefs and the Miami Dolphins. And Buffalo let them be that way.
That's incredible. They truly are building a track team. It's really, really impressive.
Dolphins world champions. Fuck them. Pardon me. We got not fully monetized yesterday's show because somebody's language, probably mine, needed bleeped out.
Oh, that's a thing?
I don't know what it was. You can do it an occasional one, but
was it the music, Dave?
Maybe. but we've
I
used
wonder
it
if
before and not gotten dinged for it. It's just, it says it's being reviewed.
Oh,
Gotta love YouTube. Yes, we love YouTube. Big hearts. You're great for when you watch this today. Thank you. Eddie, we'd love to see all sorts of picks. Wide receiver, running back, defensive tackle. Like I said, I'm not so sure about running back, but we'll find out. Hey, best player available. Because literally at this point, you're not filling any holes. Yes, we usually look for needs, but Jacob Bass, any thoughts on Coker being picked late for the Vikings as a slot wide receiver?
I like it. I think Coker's got like high end potential for like a late day 3 kind of player, especially when you look at like his skill set. I think he's a good possession receiver. I think there's some explosiveness to work with.
Mm-hmm. James, from your lips to Odin's ears. Brian asks, what do you think about defensive tackle Christian Boyd?
I'm a little lower on Boyd. Oh, wait, Torrey Taylor. The Bears took Torrey Taylor in round 4. Oh, poor Thor.
Rhino chimes in. He wants Christian Boyd. The Bears did what, per Thor?
The Bears took a punter.
Huh?
I just feel bad for Thor because he's a Bear.
Mm. Thor's had a great draft so far. Personally, his board. Which I'm happy for him. He ranked as one of the top 5 boards in one of those articles I saw.
Yeah. How they kind of view those boards are interesting. I was last in the huddle report scoring for like most guys taken in the top 100 because I only graded 100 guys. So a lot of the guys that I did grade weren't going to go top 100 anyways. I still got 67 and I didn't grade like, I think 25 or 30 guys that I thought could go top 100 pretty easily. So next year, I'm hoping to have more.
What was McCormick's strength?
Oh, he's a nasty road grader. I love him. Like, and the neck roll is legit. It's not like functional. It's I'm gonna beat your ass.
That's the picks the Steelers have been getting. Guys that are going to be physical. Rhino, you got that right. Chicago just drafted Iowa's top offensive weapon.
That is pretty good.
That is funny. Did you have McCormick going in the 4th? Or did you
I thought he could go in the 3rd or 4th, yeah. Do.
So here we go. And they're just doing it on TV right now. It sure seems that way, Nathan. Nathan's saying they never address guard spot until there's very little talent left.
Guard is such an interesting position because as important as it is, it's also the least important position on the offense. Mainly because like you don't like you if you have average at the guard position, it's significantly
A good thing.
less impactful than having average at wide receiver or average at tight end or average at quarterback or average at tackle. Like guard, they have people next to them on both sides to help out. And you can also be a little bit less of an athlete at the position. So you can take guys later and they can become starters and they can become quality starters. So there's so many different nuances to that in itself. But and that's why I always talk about how guards don't matter. They matter, but they matter significantly less than the rest of the offense.
Mm-hmm. Javian Cohen?
Who took Cohen?
I don't know. He just put the name up there.
Cohen's an interesting player. I think he played tackle at Miami, but he's probably going to be best as a guard.
Rhino said Rich Eisen just stole his joke. And the other thing about guards is that, like I said, normal offensive linemen take 3 to 4 years to develop. So do you want to wait that long on a position that's not, if you can get away with, just works.
Mm-hmm.
Ingram is average, as Aaron puts out. That he is. You want him to be better than that. But it takes time, especially if you're drafting him this late. Goon likes Cohen. Hopefully he falls. Jordan asks, is there anyone worth trading up for at this point?
Jarvis Brownlee Jr. I will keep saying it. I don't know if there's anybody worth trading up for. Not at this spot. You'd have to give up at least a round 5 pick next year, and I don't really feel like doing that, Dave. I really don't. Mike Sullivan, the Bears could have gotten Torrey Taylor's UDFA. I don't think so. I think he was getting drafted. He's a really, really good punter, and Iowa legitimately used him as a weapon. So, I don't think it's a. I still wouldn't take him around 4, but he wasn't going undrafted. He's got to be a Hall of Fame level punter to be worth a round 4 pick, honestly.
Gotcha. Niners take Mustafa.
Oh, that's a good pick. Especially with Hufanga coming off of that injury.
Mm-hmm. Mike, yes. Very good chance they could have got him as an UDFA. That's why I said drafting kickers and punters is usually a waste. Or long snappers. Even if they are young second lieutenants from the Air Force.
Look, that was the 15-player draft. I was fine with taking a long snapper because that guy actually made the team. In that sense, when you have 15 picks, taking a long snapper is fine. I don't love it, but it's fine. My big thing is I want to take players that make the team. I want to take players that I think can fit with a long-term progression for the team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just take throwaways. Like the Daniel Carlson pick, Dave, was a very good pick. Getting rid of him was very stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They panicked. Don't panic. Stick it out. But I'm going to be back here in a minute. I gotta use the restroom, let Odie outside, and I will be back.
Okay, you do that, and then we'll swap out. Go switch screens real quick. And we're looking at his microphone as I'm going to switch to me. That's right. Sorry, folks. I am trying to scroll through all these comments, and you guys have been doing great. Absolutely fantastic. Cam Little never missed the next point, was 83% on field goals, 4-5 plus 50 yards. That's pretty good. Goon, you can see Frank Gore Jr. going the Udva route. I agree with you. Dean saying Brownlee Lee Jr. would be awesome. Yes, he would. Bucky Irvin to the Bucks. Okay. Rhino says he'd love to grab a center with the remaining picks. You aren't the only one, brother. There's plenty, but I think they're going to go BPA, whoever's available, and hopefully it's a position of need. But a center would be nice. One that can deal with the top half of the defensive tackles, not just the mid to bottom range defensive tackles. Yes, Paul, ESPN saying it was the last pick for the Bears, and they took a punter. Yes, they did. Anthony, you're saying there's a delay on the West Coast. I'm assuming you're talking about what you're watching on TV. I've got NFL Network on. It's also on ESPN. You can always get it online as well. Rhino says Zimmer hated kickers. Rhino, I think Zimmer hated just about everybody to one extent or another. Maybe not some certain defensive players or Teddy, but most everybody else he hated. Which is pretty interesting to be in. And I don't think he hated. He has his way of coaching is a little bit different, more old school. I think he actually cared about his players, very, very much so. Just to go on about how he went about doing it. Didn't always go the way he wanted. If Gord Jr. is like the old man, he'll be playing for the next 20 years. We'll find out. Yusef, I can't tell you what you're saying because I haven't a clue. Jacob says, just want to say, love the hat, Purple Pride. We all remember that. Purple Pride, Purple Pride, Purple Pride. Love you too, Yusef. Still 52 picks away. Yes, I know. Of course they are. Rhino, TV's always concerned with the fluff, especially in day 3, because they know they got people dropping in and out. Anyone on offense that made it. That's not quite true. I think he liked plenty of people. He just didn't like when they didn't do what he wanted. Vikings will compete this season. I think they will compete. I think we're looking at a 500 season, even if we have Sam Darnold starting the entire season. I'm not worried about that. I think we compete. I just think that the NFC North is going to be one of the best divisions over the next 5 years. So we're going to find out. I think there's just too much talent. It could be 5 to 10 years, depending on what Detroit does. They've got the oldest quarterback who's just turning 30, or just turned 30. with Jared Goff, and he's already been to one Super Bowl. So, yes, Goon, yes. You get to that point in time, there was some hate and disgruntledness in it, but I still think he cared about his players. I mean, you saw how upset he was over the COVID vaccine stuff. I think he really cared. It's just he likes things going his way. He's a grumpy old man. I can empathize with that. This is my first cup of coffee on the day. It's been a busy morning. Had to do groceries and a bunch of other stuff, and I'm not in a real pleasant mood until way later, and I haven't started this yet. So there's one of the new Lions jerseys, the black and the blue. If you're watching on NFL Network, they're showing that off, which is interesting. Yeah, Rhino, he had a issue with Case Keenum as well. And his horseshoe. I think it's because he didn't listen. Keenum was like, heck with it. Rainbow. Whoa, and Diggs caught it for a touchdown. There was nothing. That the game my daughter and I went to up in D.C. and watched them in 2017. What you couldn't see on TV, we could see from our view. We had great seats. Right on the second deck, right on the glass. It was wonderful. Is that a lot of times when he'd throw up those rainbow balls or he'd throw different passes, we had Diggs, or Thielen were wide open, 5 yards down the field, and he just didn't go there during those times. You didn't see that on the TV because they weren't covering that. They were covering the throw to Rudolph. Karul Alif, you're out for a smoke. That's cool. That's what I intend to do when soon as Tyler gets back. He did bring us to the conference game. Yes, he did. And everything was looking great. He built the defense. You got to remember, when Zimmer was hired, our defense stunk under Leslie Frazier. We went down the tubes. And he built it all up, and it got to the turning point where after 2017, they signed Cousins, and he says that's going to be the death of him. And it was real close to being just that, and it did cost them their jobs. So, and you've got to want to be in that, I think, head coach QB marriage. And he was with Teddy, and that was Zimmer's guy. And right now, I see KOC and J.J. McCarthy in that same sort of magical relationship. And you keep that going, and it pays dividends.
You know what else pays dividends?
What's that? Oh, you're back.
Beer.
Beer
is good and stuff.
Yes, beer is good and stuff. Very, very good and stuff. And that's the wrong screen. As of now. Well, heck, I'm going to go do well, let you talk for a while, track everything that's going on. You caught up?
I'm working on getting caught up. Getting all... Oh, wow.
What?
The Lions just took University of British Columbia offensive tackle Giovanni Manu. 6'8", 350, hyper athlete, incredible athlete for the size. People expected him to go, but this early is a little bit of a surprise. But this is a home run type swing where if you can develop him and you can hit, that's a huge win. And that's why I'm not super concerned about like kind of taking a guy like this in round 4. But it's a home run swing, a massive home run swing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the Lions traded a 3rd-round pick to the Jets for the Canadian offensive tackle. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Left Coast Yankee, thank you. That's very kind. We work really hard. And
we try.
This sweet boy is giving me lots of kisses.
Well, I'm
He's
going
just
to
a
go
good
fill
puppy.
my coffee, take a quick break. I will be right back. You're in good hands with Tyler. The only thing is you won't see the remarks. So watch them as you watch YouTube.
Hey, imagine drinking coffee when Monster exists. No, that's all I'm going to say. I saw you drinking a Monster yesterday.
I
know you enjoy
earlier, them. But anyway, I'll be right back.
All right, man. Yeah, this is a really interesting draft. Anthony, we're not going to talk about how attractive a governor is. Yeah, it's hey, Jacob, if Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is available somewhere around 5, I would seriously consider that trade up. But I think everybody knows that Brownlee is probably my second favorite player in this class. I absolutely loved his film. I got to figure out why my camera, which is a 4K camera, it has me so grainy on my end. Am I grainy to you guys? Just be honest. Am I grainy? Tom asked, are there defensive tackles that can compete to start, or is free agency going to be the fix? Oh, I'm not grainy? Okay, so then it's just on my end. Well, that's good. Defensive tackles. I don't know if there's any defensive tackles that can compete to start right now, but I think there's guys you can bring in to help, bring in to be a part of the rotation. And I think I'm fine with that. I think you can take like Mekhi Wingo, and I think he can be a good football player for you. I think you can take Boyd, I think, can be a fine rotational player year one. Boyd, I kind of see in like the Jaquelin Roy role, where Roy comes in, helps out, but he's a developmental guy. I would love Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic in round 6 or 7. That dude is a nose tackle. That dude can handle blocks. Fabian Levette, Florida State. I liked him a lot, and I'm a little surprised he's still available, but I think he's a little bit of an older prospect. Didn't really break out until he left Mississippi State for Florida State, which is fine. I mean, we're going to have to reformulate and recalculate some of the things that we think about, like the transfer portal era and how old players are. 25 is still old, but like 23, 20, even 24, it's going to become a little bit more normal. As Ray Davis goes to the Buffalo Bills, I think that's a really good pick for them. They need to try and get that running game, and I think he's a good complement to James Cook. So good selection. Eddie, Wingo's an interesting one. He holds up way better than a guy his size should. And to me, I thought that was a little bit interesting why he's still available, but it could be medical stuff that we don't know. Dallas Turner apparently had a medical something. According to Albert Breer, I don't know what it is, but he did. Vikings brought in Murphy for a top 50 visit. Which Murphy? Are you talking Miles Murphy, North Carolina? Yeah, Johnny Wilson being still available is a little bit surprising. But yeah, I don't know. Crab Tebow. Listen, you guys know me well. I love me some Tim Tebow. Let's see where we're at here. Do. Ukrainian Intellect. Am I familiar with this film? You know what? Let's pull up the Kyrie Jackson scouting report. If you search Vikings Wire Kyrie Jackson scouting report, you'll be able to pull it up as well. 49ers get 129, Jets get 173 and 176. Comp fifths for end of the round fourth. Niners took Garendo. Wow. I wonder if that means they're going to go to more gap stuff because he's not his own runner. Okay, 1 second. All right. Kyrie Jackson, 6'3.5", 194 pounds, fifth-year senior, four-star JUCO recruit for 24/7 Sports. He had, so his college career was a little weird. 48 tackles, 36 solos, 6 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 8 passes defended, 3 picks. I watched 3 games of his, Washington, USC, and Colorado, all from this past year. You weren't going to get much tape otherwise. So let's look at the positives. Positives for Kyrie Jackson. He's a talented player with incredible size and good length for the position. He tracks the football well and uses the length to attack it. Displays excellent ball skills, 8 PBUs on just 38 targets. So he's getting a PBU 1 out of every 4.8 passes. He's a very willing tackler. Hold on 1 sec. Attacks the ball carrier with good technique. Only 2 missed tackles in 2023 per Pro Football Focus. In phase, so when he's covering, so kind of the wording of in phase, where if you're running down the field and you stick with them, that's kind of what in phase means. This is a good job of staying in the hip pocket, so staying right on that hip of the wide receiver. Doesn't allow them to outrun and keeps within striking distance. And when you have length, it's okay to not be super long. It's okay to be a little bit slower and then use your length. There are levels to this. And because he runs a 4.5, but he's long, it's not that big of a deal. Weakness is relatively slight of frame at 203 pounds for his size. And I think that's the important part. His size, he's relatively slight. He can get bullied at the line of scrimmage and at the stem by wide receivers who are really physical. So if he goes against AJ Brown, we might have some problems. He wastes some movements in space, especially when it comes to flipping his hips. Now, here's what I mean by that. He will flip the wrong way. So if your hips are straight, if they're like this, and you need to flip them so you can turn this way, he might start going this way and then come back around. And that can be a problem. And that can be a major difference between you making a play and you not making a play. He will flip the wrong way, not just losing vision, but also allowing that receiver to create separation. That's going to be worse at the NFL level. And Frank Gore Jr. just went off the board? Interesting. I thought he might go undrafted. Good for him. You can't let the receiver create separation like that. You just can't. Doesn't have great speed and can lose ground quickly when caught out of position. Yeah, and some of that has to do with him having the hips flipped. That can be a problem. Spent 2 years in junior college before going to Alabama. And then he spent 2 years at Alabama and played a total of 250 snaps. That to me is a big red flag. Why are you not playing at all at Bama? If you're good, you'll play. Even if there are guys who are better than you, if you're good, you'll play. So to me, that's a big concern. Overall, I gave him a 79.6. High third round grade. He was 62nd on my board. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. was 41. Cam Hart was 52. So, you think Gore will go undrafted and Gore didn't get drafted. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, run on running backs. I'm not really that surprised. This is always like kind of the range for running backs. TJ Tampa going to the Ravens, good pick. I think he's a little bit more of a zone corner, and the Ravens are typically man, but it's a good bet for them. What kind of questions do you guys have as we kind of are in the waiting game right now to see what the Minnesota Vikings will do? We're still working on potentially getting some guests in the door. Some really interesting picks coming off the board here in round 4. Mekhi Wingo is still available. I know a lot of people really like that pick. Next position, we should go for Matthew. I don't really have a position that we should go. I want good football players. That's kind of how I'm approaching this. I'm not, hey, it has to be this position. I would like the next pick to probably be defensive line or Jared White to the Chiefs. That's a good pick. That's a very good pick. No on Joe Milton. No. I like the idea of defensive tackle. I like receiver. I like receiver a lot. Linebacker, if you can find a good one, Jordan McGee from Temple, I think is a really good player. A little bit smaller, but his play style, I don't really see it being an issue. Yeah, KOC was just on ESPN. I think they were talking a lot about JJ McCarthy. Who will be in round 6 from Mike Sullivan? Not sure. I'm going to guess Mekhi Wingo. So somebody asked who I think who the best players available are. Is that right? Cause and effect. Is there a guy that you're surprised hasn't been picked? One of them, Spencer Rattler. Let's take a look at my big board. I'm a little bit surprised that Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is still available. He's 41st on my board. I'm a little bit surprised Michael Pratt hasn't been given an opportunity, but I think there are some decent medical red flags. Bucky Irving, I'm not surprised because of the poor testing. Did Jaden Hicks get drafted? If Jaden Hicks didn't get drafted yet, because I don't think I saw him get drafted. If he didn't get drafted, I'm shocked there. Anthony asked about Sion Vaki, and he just went off the board to the Lions, Utah safety, who also played some running back, Dave. Really good athlete, aggressive. I don't necessarily love him, but I think that there's a lot to work with, and he's a guy that you'd want in the room because he can do some things.
Aggressive is also always a good trait when it comes to football players.
The Lions just traded their 2025 fourth to move up here, so they don't have a third or a fourth next year, Dave.
Hey, just like us. Mike, hot take. Atlanta draft Spencer Rattler. Oh, that would be funny. Tom, your priority list: defensive tackle, OG center, wide receiver, and tight end. We'll see. Hey, Bob, I don't think anybody's drafted Rattler yet.
No, Rattler's still available. Alan asked thoughts on adding Bo Limmer and Trevor Keegan. I like Limmer. I think he'd be a good add. Keegan, I didn't watch enough of, but I know there are enough people who are smart that like him. But that Michigan O-line kind of stunk this year. I'm going to be real. So I'm not 100% sure I want that guy a prospect. Tommy Eichenberg, Anthony, tested way better than I think anybody in the world thought he would. I wasn't super impressed with the little bit I saw of him on film. He just kind of looked like a 1998 middle linebacker. And to me, that's kind of a big red flag. Those guys were really slow, but I haven't really gotten a chance to watch him in depth. Shooter McGavin. Hey, listen, next time you're on the 9th green at 9, make sure you bring an umbrella. Dallas Turner, I might have to eat a little bit of an L on Dallas Turner because the Vikings did like him. Bucky Irving to Tampa. Ooh, that's good. Mike with the hot take that Atlanta draft Spencer Rattler. I kind of like that. Man, Bucky Irving going around 4. Good for him. Good for him.
Drummer asks, what do you think the score would be if Washington versus Michigan if the quarterbacks were flipped?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I'm going to leave it at that. I really don't know.
Anthony asks, any guards left worth taking? You've always got developmental guys.
Let's take a look. I mean, I didn't watch that many guards. I think Mahogany is still on the board. Cedric Van Prance, center, still there. Drake Nugent, Hunter Norzad. Some of the guys we've already talked about. Some interesting players. I don't know how many of them I would take. But I think there's a couple guys. The Rams taking Rattler, I think that would make some sense. I really do.
According to Cause and Effect, the Lions took Stone, safety.
Sion Vaki. Good player. He also played running back this past year.
Our next pick, Jason, is round 6, pick 1. We've still got to go through, finish up round 4, and make it through round 5. But the times should start getting, they should start going quicker. Rhino says he likes Vaki.
Yeah, Vaki's good. Oh, Jaden Hicks to the Chiefs. Oh, I really like the Chiefs' draft so far, Dave. I really like it. That's a good pick.
Well, they need to send some flowers to Buffalo.
They also got Kingsley Suamataia, who I really did like. There were a lot of varying opinions on him. Daniel Jeremiah had him at like 121st. I think he had Suamataia 21st. Let's find out. I have my big board pulled up. Kingsley Suamataia was 25th on my board. Nate Tice had him 22nd. There were a lot of varying opinions on Suamataia, but everybody says the talent's blatantly there. It's just, where's he at and can he get there?
Mm-hmm. They're highlighting Jonathan Hicks on NFL Network. Yes, Mike, the Chiefs are smart. You tend to be when you win series of Super Bowls, that, and you have your quarterback. Trey Taylor, Air Force.
Trey Taylor? Good for him. Good for him. Good football player.
Drummer asks, who's the Rattler comp?
His comp's an interesting one. He's got the arm of Mahomes. But
Jets took Braylon Allen, running back from Wisconsin, the Badgers.
I wasn't a big fan of Braylon Allen, but if he goes to an offense that'll just run gap stuff and let him run downhill, I think he'll be fine.
Anthony
Don't think he's
said,
much of a third down player, but good. I mean, when he's running downhill, he's good.
Okay.
The comp to Rattler. It's like if you put Patrick Mahomes' arm on Daniel Jones.
He's got the physical talent. It's the talent between the ears that needs improved. That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And size. Isn't he only like 6 feet? 6'1"?
Yeah.
Anthony was talking about Trey Taylor. If anybody that comes out of the service academies, I don't think they get the exemption anymore, do they? I thought that.
Hold on, what?
If a player gets drafted out of any of the service academies, I don't think they get the exemption anymore. I thought President Biden killed that.
I think they may have gone against. I think they may have flipped it. I'm not 100% sure because I remember that being an issue with Andre Carter, but I think they may have because they then gave him an exemption. I think they may have rescinded it. Otherwise, there's no way you're taking that guy in round 4. There's no way.
But I thought he was the last one.
But that's what I mean. I think because of what happened with him, I think they completely reconsidered their position because they're going to serve no matter what. Ooh, Jacob Cowing to the 49ers.
Anthony asked, would you take Rattlers to UDFA? Some team would.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he's still available, but I kind of get it.
Jeremy says Seahawks, Rams, Saints, or Jets. Could use a quarterback. Another one. Rhino says he doesn't think Rattler will fall. I doubt he will either.
I'm surprised Rattler's still here, honestly.
It's a good question, Anthony. I don't know. Ayuk, we all thought was going to be traded, but he hasn't been yet.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit.
LA says if Rattler's better than Jaron, why wouldn't we put him on the practice squad?
No, if you see UDFA, bring him in, but I think he's going to get drafted. That arm talent's too good. There are issues with Rattler, and there are some people have quote unquote character concerns because of the QB1 show from like almost 10 years ago, but he's good. He's got ability. Nobody's doubting that.
We're now into round 5.
Round 5. All right.
33 picks away from the Vikings picking. Rhino says Ayuk still isn't happy. Saw a post on X last night.
What?
Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, Ayuk, yeah.
says he expects to be traded. Well, as long as he's still getting paid. Shooter, I don't know if we're keeping both those picks, 230 and 232 overall. We'll find out. His character matured, supposedly. I'm assuming you're talking about Rattler?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his character definitely matured. I spoke with Rattler in Mobile. If you had only known Rattler from the QB1 series and then you spoke to him, you would think it was two different human beings. He struck me as incredibly mature, very, very kind, very he just struck me as a good dude. And I really enjoyed the little bit I got to talk with him. Yeah, but I'm also not in the building every day. I only got to talk with him for a few minutes. I mean, I don't know. Cause and effect, Wolves in 4 after last night. Yeah, I'm going to say Wolves in 5 because I bet the Suns to kind of get their shit together and win one in Phoenix before we finish it out at Target Center. That's my guess.
Yeah, but it'd be nice if they did win it in 4. Nehemiah Pritchett was the one that went to the Sea Chickens. Yes, we do have to play JJ.
Okay. All right, let's have a conversation about some top 30 visits, okay? Top 30 visits. The Vikings have now taken 6 of 19 picks under Kwesi Fomensa have been a top 30 visit. I'm going to put JJ McCarthy in his bucket because they had a private workout with him. That means 10 of 19 have been involved with top 30 visits in some way, shape, or form. Okay. Here are the guys still on the board that the Vikings have had a top 30 visit with. Washington running back Dylan Johnson, Northern Iowa defensive tackle Christian Boyd, Tennessee tight end McAllen Castles, South Florida offensive tackle Donovan Jennings, Mike Hall went. Oregon defensive tackle Taki Taimani, LSU center Charles Turner, Toronto Argonauts cornerback Quantez Stiggers, UTSA wide receiver Josh Cephas, Memphis running back Blake Watson, North Carolina offensive lineman Spencer Rowland, which was a local visit, so I don't know how much I'd worry about that one. UCLA edge Gabriel Murphy, Arkansas edge Trajan Jeffcoat, Ohio State safety Josh Proctor. All those guys were visits.
So we'll see if some of those names pop up.
It's also worth noting that the Vikings have taken multiple guys that they didn't have on visits, but they had guys from their schools in. So Washington, Alabama, Iowa, Northern Iowa, Tennessee, Western Michigan, South Florida, Texas, Ohio State, Oregon, LSU, UCLA, UTSA, Memphis, North Carolina, UCF, Alabama. I think I already mentioned that one. Arkansas, Wisconsin. Like, those matter. And those will matter for the Minnesota Vikings.
Jeremy asks, are there any quarterbacks that could be converted to wide receiver or tight end?
Joe Milton?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the one.
Drummer Dave asks, do you think JJ's going to be great? Of course, Justin Jefferson's going to be great. And I know he means JJ McCarthy. He goes, he hopes he's wrong, but he's worried. There's potential, especially with how he's surrounded. Every great quarterback had flaws. So there's potential. Joe Montana was too small. Didn't have that rocket arm.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. So, Jeremy asked, could the Cardinals pick a quarterback? Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders took Rattler here.
Cause and Effects asked, would you bring in Milton as a project?
No. Milton is 25 years old, and he still can't hit the broadside of a barn. He won the starting job and lost the starting job at 2 Power 5 schools, and he still has no accuracy whatsoever. I'm out. If that guy was 21, yeah. But he's 25. No, I'm out. Just, you know what he should do? Like, he should be one of those guys where, like I don't know what the right word is, but like the circus guys who can just do like really cool stuff. I think that's something that you could do with Joe Milton, like a special attraction, because he can throw the ball 90 yards. Do some cool stuff with that. He can make some money being a special attraction and being able to do cool stuff. But I don't think he's an NFL quarterback.
And as Edwin says, can't teach a winning pedigree. He loves the pick. And that winning part he's built up a lot of confidence over the years. So that does help.
Absolutely.
Rhino says, I love the question that McCarthy asked Kwesi at the visit in Ann Arbor. He asked if there was a reason why the Vikings would not draft him. And he asked because he wanted to work on his flaws. That's some maturity there. You can see why the front office fell in love with him.
Yeah. Let's see here. Gotta get it. We do have a guest lined up, Dave. 1:30. We're going to keep it a surprise, though.
Okay. I've tried. I've gotten turned down a few times. People are busy today.
Yeah, I'm busy too. Sorry, I couldn't join the show.
It happens sometimes. It happens. I still need to get, one of them was Kevin Smith, KT Smith, who does the Call Sheet podcast over on FFSN. He's a coach and over in New Jersey, knows a lot about football. I got to have him on a Friends episode.
Mm-hmm. Anthony asked, what about James Williams or Bo Brady? I like James Williams. He's built like a linebacker, but played safety. Hey, the Cardinals finally took a real edge in Xavier Thomas. Good for them. Good for them. I'm surprised he was still available. Good football player. I thought he'd go in round 3, round 4, but top of round 5, not terrible, I guess.
Drummer, you're confused. You read somewhere JJ had the strongest arm, even stronger or as strong as Penix. How can this be true? JJ, when testing at the combine, had the second strongest arm to Milton. Milton threw 61 miles an hour, and JJ threw 62 miles an hour, and JJ threw 61, and that was higher than everybody else. I can't imagine being hit by a football at 60 miles an hour. That you could break fingers easy. And that was Broncos great. John Elway's problem.
Yeah.
He would gun it. And then he had the Tommy John surgery, and all it did was pick up the speed. And it was one of Brett Favre's problems, too. He threw it that way for the longest time. But it can be coached out. You can coach that touch.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fixable problem. But it's nice to have when you need it. If you need to laser in a ball into a wide receiver that's got double coverage, it's a sweet, and the window's only this big. It's a sweet skill to have. Ask Elway or Favre.
Mike, McCarthy talks to Tom Brady. That's good enough for me. Hell yeah. I love that. I love that. It's such a beautiful way to think.
Wayne Gretzky, Tom Brady.
Hey, that's a good pick. Jordan McGee to the Commanders. I like that.
Rhino's putting it up there. Commies take him. Linebacker out of Temple. That's going to be interesting to see when they wear that setup. They're black. The Lions, new uniform with the blue helmet and the black stripe. There's the setup I want there, Tyler, if you're watching NFL Network. They showed the truck.
I am not watching NFL Network. I am watching ESPN.
There was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in there.
No, I know. Hey, we have one of the more professional setups in all of Vikings media, so that's pretty damn cool. I'm going to take that.
Bradley, defensive tackle would be nice, but don't get your hopes up. I think they're more BPA at this point.
Just hope for a good football player. That's what you want. As I'm writing a piece, burying the Detroit Lions. The Vikings got absolutely lambasted for giving up 3rd and 4th round picks next year to go get a top 10 consensus player. And the Lions gave up a 3rd round and 4th round pick to get 2 4th round players this year.
Freddie asks, are we cool with the Kyrie Jackson pick?
Cool. Yeah. I would have preferred either Cam Hart or Jarvis Brownlee Jr. because they were both higher on my board by 10 and 21 spots. But I had him 62nd. I liked him, but I have concerns about his potential growth. And because the other 2 guys were so much higher on my board, I'm a little disappointed in that sense. But the player is a very interesting fit for Flores, can play press man, has really good length, good explosive metrics. And I think that it's a player that Flores can maximize. So I think it's good. I don't love it compared to what it could have been. Give it a B.
Mm-hmm. Big Rail and Dad, Thor is excited. They are excited. And I know Purple Daily is trying to get them together.
Yeah, don't spread that around, though, even though it was on their show. To our knowledge, Thor doesn't know about it.
Ah. Well, if he comes on today, we won't tell him.
No, we will not tell him.
Oh, that'd be a secret.
Do.
Mike asks, are there any defensive tackles that could potentially start or contribute immediately?
Mekhi Wingo and Christian Boyd are probably the 2 that could contribute. None of them are starting right away. but maybe a rotational role, 15, 20 snaps a game. Evan Anderson, I think, as a nose tackle could 15, 20 snaps a game. But we'll see what they do. I genuinely have no lean on. Oh, there goes Cam Hart. Cam Hart is a Los Angeles Charger.
Cornerback, Notre Dame. Notre Dame. What conference is Notre Dame in? Are they in a conference or are they still independent?
They're independent.
Big Rail and Dad, no. He asked both me and you, Tyler, are we not concerned the Vikings have not addressed the offensive line at all?
I mean, they've only had 3 picks, so in that sense, no. But I think that they're very comfortable with Brandel. I also think that they may be waiting for that wave of free agency after the comp picks formula is done.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out in time. Right now, I'm not going to be super concerned, but it could be a concern.
Well, we knew we had a boatload of holes coming into this season, and that even through free agency and the draft, we weren't going to fill all of them. And I chalk that up to one of those holes. If they stick where they're at and Brandel plays meh, least up to Reisner's standard, I think Brandel's a better run blocker. We'll be just like we were last year. And I do think Ingram will improve. I think the line as a whole will, because they got another year under their belts together. But like I said, I think they're going to target those interior O-line guys next year in free agency. Start to look at who's going to be available. That's who you're going to want to watch. Who's coming up on the end of their first contract? I could probably go to OTC and look.
Odie, you're fine, buddy.
Now, for 2025 free agent guards, you got a couple old ones at the top, Zach Martin, Brandon Scherf. They're too old. They're going to be out of it. You're going to have James Daniels, right guard out of Steelers, going to be 28. Nate Herbig, Steelers, 27. Now, they've been going offensive line, so they're obviously rebuilding, so I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
I know Herbig only played 14% of the snaps, and Daniels played 88%. Let's see. You got Ben Breedenson, Buccaneers, be 27. He's played 91%. You're going to be looking at people like that you're going to want to target. Got Nick Leverett from the Pats. He'll be 28. Aaron Banks, Niners, will be 28. Got a couple of young ones. Samuel Cosme from the Commies. He's 26. He's played 98.5% of his snaps. That's a testament. Those are the type of guys you're going to look for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Mike says Van Pran to Buffalo.
Good pick.
Cedric Van Pran Granger, Georgia center.
Drummer David does suck not having picks, but we have a lot of young players on this team, so there's a chance that all these picks that we make on day 3 don't even make the team. So
Yes. Got to have room for him. Marcy thinks they will re-sign Dalton Reisner after the draft. Could be. That'd be next week.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think they do. That's my opinion. I don't think they were happy enough with Reisner's contributions that they wanted to bring him back. I think if they were going to bring him back, it would have already happened. That's my take. But maybe his contract demands were just too high and they're just waiting him out. That could be too. I really don't know. But I will say they're if they sign him now, it doesn't impact the formula at all because he's just a re-sign.
Rhino says only 3 picks, but 3 very good ones. Beat Spielman's 87 seventh rounders, where only 2 made the squad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
West Virginia Walker says, sorry, we're late. Who did we pick at 108? That rhymed. Kyrie. Corner. Jaden says was signing Jones, Aaron Jones. Reisner wouldn't fit in his opinion. That very well may be the thinking of the Vikings as well. What comp picks do you think we're going to get next year? Anthony asks.
A third, maybe a second, third, depending on the structure of that
Griffin?
Shaq Griffin contract. I really don't know. Really don't know. If they put a couple void years on there, I think the Vikings might be able to get a comp pick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Colts take Anthony Gould. Gould. Oregon State wide receiver. And can we probably get a pick from Atlanta? I'm saying no. What I would say is be pleasantly surprised if we do. The NFL punishment for tampering that they have imposed on teams generally involves the teams or the team that tampered, and they get picks taken away, and the front office may get fined, that sort of thing. But it's rare that the team the player came from gets any sort of compensation. It'd be nice. But anytime it's happened, it's generally due to an agreement between the two teams and not what was imposed by the NFL. And you got to remember, their GM is head of the competition committee or whatever, one of the committees in the NFL. So they're going to probably deny.
Everybody's going to deny.
Even though Kirk Cousins was, I saw him 2 weeks ahead, ahead of time. We'd already agreed. That's why I was shopping for a house. Yeah. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that.
I don't blame Kirk for shopping for a house in multiple markets. I think that's a smart move. But
oh yeah, and you could say that. He goes like I own the one up in Michigan and I own one in Florida. I was looking for one in Atlanta. What's wrong with Atlanta? I still own the one up in Minnesota for the next 2 weeks. And the one in Michigan is the one I think he really likes. That and his golf course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anthony, you
I mean,
say
he's
it's beer 30. Pardon me, beer 30. It is the weekend. Anthony says Trotter is still available. Rhino says Julie Cousins was checking out schools in Atlanta after the combine. I think they were talking pretty much after the season.
So I tweeted Dave just a little bit ago. Minnesota Vikings traded 2025 third and fourth round picks for a top 10 consensus player. The Detroit Lions gave up 2025 third and fourth round picks for Canadian offensive tackle and a safety who plays running back. They will get the same criticisms, right? It's blowing up.
Good. Yes, Dave, I do believe Atlanta is doing everything possible to give us a pick, but like I said, I'm too much of a pessimist when it comes to things going right for the Minnesota Vikings, especially by the league. Cause and effect, who in your eyes is the best player available in the draft, and who is the best player available for us to draft? I'm assuming you mean when we're on the clock again.
Oh, this is an easy one, guys. His name is Jarvis Brownlee Jr. Take him. I don't care. Take him. Ooh,
Hey, Dave, if we get something from the NFL and for next year because of tampering, Larry, count it as a blessing.
Holy crap, is this a great line? New Patriots wide receiver Javon Baker on his game. Bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up. What? Oh, this is the kind of energy I need. Holy crap, that's phenomenal.
Falcons take J.D. Bertrand, Notre Dame, linebacker. Now, Giatano, that is possible. But like I said, Arthur Blank is, one of the big cheeses. And he's going to have to agree to something like that. It's going to have to be the NFL coming down and said, this is what we're going to do. And he said, well, what if we do this sort of deal? We'll find out. Patrick Schmitz, Bears OTC, is in over the cap. Our last pick on the clock. Duh. Shouldn't be over the cap. They got boatloads of cash. Jaden says New England got a good one. Don't know what you're referring to. He says, why Chicago take a kicker? Dave L. Penix is the one that actually got screwed in the whole deal. 8th pick and doesn't want to sit for 3 or 4 years. Yep.
So I'll say this. Penix got screwed in that sense. That dude's getting like a $25 million contract. That rocks. And it's going to be fully guaranteed. So he's going to get $25 million. That rules. Does it stink the sitting? Yeah. But I think he's okay with the money he's getting. I think that rocks. I'm very, very happy for him in that sense. Oh, the Bears are picking.
Yep. And
Austin Booker.
Edge. Out of Kansas. Yes, Aaron, I saw that comment. Whether it's true or not, that when they asked, I think it's false, but that somebody asked, "What JJ McCarthy? What's the difference between you and Kirk?" Kirk wears chains, I wear rings. Was his supposed answer. Anthony, damn it. Booker to the Bears. Yep, Jaden.
Right.
Best Penix, best job. $25 million to hold a clipboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Vikings. Rhino says it came from NFC North News, so it's fake.
NFC
Yes.
North News is one of the greatest things of all time. But you have to know that they're troll.
Yeah, it's like it's a what is it? Sarcasm type, sort of like Babylon Bee, but for the NFC North. I'm looking at Austin Booker. And it's got its pre-draft analysis by Stephen Munch and more from Courtney Cronin. Analyst by Every Bears Pick on Every Bears Pick. Glad she's happy in Chicago. Yes, he wants money to play. And you know he wants to play. But money is great. Yes. That's enough money to set you up for the rest of your life, in my opinion.
Hell yeah.
Not great money, but you're going to be nicely set up. It's not life-changing second contract money, but it's good money. Marcy asks, are we going to draft a field goal kicker? Who's the best out there with the pick? And my answer to that is probably no, we are not. We'll wait to get one as a UDFA to compete. Yes, Mike, when Cousins can't play because he hasn't recovered yet and Penix rips it up, I can't wait for that myself. Yes. And Nathan, Kirk's probably in better shape with a bum tendon than Penix fully healthy. Well, that's a good thing too. They both have, leg injury history now. Goon says Cam Little is the best kicker, but it'll go UDFA. Okay, there's a name we can watch out for. Dave L, yes, our next pick is in the 6th round. It's the first one. We traded it. As part of the stuff to move up and get Dallas Turner.
Yeah, very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Christopher Dawson says, good thing about this draft and the next, there won't be that many rookie contracts to negotiate. I don't think there's going to be that many holes for rookies to fill.
Chris Abrams drained to the Browns. Good. Broncos. That's a good value. I liked him.
Okay.
I liked him a lot. Sorry, this is the point in the
Thor is saying, or Double Up saying Thor is much higher on Mahogany, Limmer, and Norzad than others.
Yeah. I liked Limmer a lot.
Giotano says late rounders next year will be deeper than this year. Yeah, this year there's a cliff, a big talent cliff. And that's all part of COVID. We're getting through that. Those extra years. Big Round Dad, any truth to Cousins' heel isn't healing right. They might need Penix to start this year. I have not heard that rumor. So I have no idea if there's any truth to it.
I personally doubt it, but I mean, you never know.
Double Obsessed Thor big board has Mahogany at 77, Limmer at 99, and Norzad at 122. Yes, Brian, Bears are done for the 2024 draft. And they're making phone calls on their UDFAs right now saying, hey, if you don't get drafted, we want you.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron says Cowboys have not done much, and next year will be their year. Hey, they drafted a couple of decent linemen this year. Zach's starting to get old, too. Mike says he would trade back into the 5th for Boyd or Mahogany. It's a possibility. We'll have to see.
Jarvis Brownlee Jr. to Tennessee.
Yep. Rhino's full of good news.
All right. We're only at pick 147 by my watch.
Hey, our guest just hit the room.
Oh, beautiful.
Let me get the screen ready. Okay. Publish.
There he is. The sports dad himself. Judd Zulgad.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Dave, I love your background now. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Tyler, as always, the Warren Moon love is great, but not much. Just sitting here watching the draft, some hockey, and day 3, a little bit more relaxed for me, but I know for you guys, you're going all day. So glad to join you.
Hey, I've got glad you're here.
I got a question for you real quick, Judd.
Yeah.
Are your arms sore from doing this?
From waving the flag? Yeah, that was a big flag. I'll tell you that. We upgraded that flag over my hardware store when I bought a couple of years ago for $11.95. But you know what? That was a great night. That was a fun night. That was a fun, as I'm sure Tyler has told you, a very fun first round. And so, yeah, that was, my arms were tired, but it was well worth it. How about that?
I think so. It was great. And I watched it. I was hopping around all Viking sphere, but that was one of the shows I had on one of my main screens. You guys
Appreciate
were great.
Appreciate that. Well, Forno brought a lot of knowledge to the stage, which was great because what I probably brought the most was waving the damn flag. But there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone needs a role in life, Dave, as you know.
Yes, well, I do. And I love Jessie. She was grabbing the people from the crowd. That was awesome.
Oh, Jessie's great. Jessie Pierce is a true professional, and that's a hard job too, because you got to rein them in sometimes after a few too many cocktails. So what's going on, boys?
Not much. Just doing a significant amount of writing while talking on live YouTube and having some fun with with everybody in the comments answering a bunch of questions. Don't have a flag to wave, but I do have a monkey that Odie used to love when he was a puppy, but we don't let him have it anymore. We just keep it around. Nice little keepsake.
Does he not want it now, or is this more of a hazard because he'll tear it up because he's so big now?
Yeah, more of a hazard. He's ripped open a lot of toys, and it's got a squeaker. So he's
the squeakers. Yeah, Stella has squeaker toys too. Can be very annoying. So what are our thoughts on the limited amount of picks, but certainly bang for your buck in the first round? Are you guys bothered by the fact that they don't have more picks, or is that not that big a deal to you guys?
I was bothered by no day 2 picks. I mean, we talked about it at the draft show. I really thought that he day 2 had some really good value. My 41st ranked player just went like 3 picks ago, cornerback Jarvis Brownlee Jr. from Louisville.
Yeah, we talked about him.
There's some good talent. There's a talent cliff, and that cliff's about to hit. But there's still some interesting prospects on the board. Like Christian Mahogany, guard from Boston College, is a top 100 guy for Brugler. He would have been at my top 100. He's like a 95th percentile athlete for the guard position. He's 6'3" and 3/8, 314 pounds, and he's built like a house.
Okay. So on the 4th round pick, Kyrie Jackson, do you like the position choice there, going corner, or would you have preferred a different position? I mean, they certainly need defensive tackle help still. They need interior offensive line help, and cornerback is a position of need. But what was your thought on going with that particular player from that position as opposed to a different position of need?
So I wasn't the biggest fan of the player considering who else was on the board. I had Brownlee 21 spots higher on my board at the same position, and Cam Hart 10 spots higher. Both those guys ended up going after Jackson. Jackson had an interesting path. He worked at a grocery store for a while, and then he went to junior college, and then he went to Alabama, where coaches said he was the best player in the room, but he only played like 250 snaps in 2 years. And then he goes to Oregon, and he finally gets like real playing time and plays really well. He's 6'3" and a half, 194 pounds, kind of slender, like similar body frame to Jaden Daniels. He can get bullied at the line. He can get bullied at the top of the route, but he's got good length, almost 33-inch arms, and he's really tall with good explosiveness. I think there's something to work with, and I think Brian Flores likes working with these types of players. I just wish they would have taken guys that I valued higher. And I think somebody asked me on Twitter, like, do you just hate this draft? I'm like, no, I just had different preferences, but the process they're going about getting these players, I think, is relatively good. I have concerns with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah's value of draft picks and how he's trading them. I wrote 2,000 words about it for a Reef Substack yesterday, and I found that if the way the Rich Hill and Jimmy Johnson trade charts work, it's basically a market value. So if a pound of ground beef is $5, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah is selling it for $4. And to me, that's a little bit of a problem where I think he's valuing draft picks improperly compared to the rest of the market as an overall aggregate. But I'm curious if he's seeing like the value of one player being so high that he's willing to not worry so much about that draft pick cost because he thinks the player is going to outweigh it. And just how he goes about that process, I'm going to keep tabs on it because it's fascinating.
Well, I also think if you really want to explore that space, which is to me very, very interesting and intriguing, especially for a guy who came from a very different path to get this job. I think now the 3 years of resume to me is incredibly intriguing, right? Because 2022, you look at what he did by trading back not once but twice early. And for better or for worse, you look how that didn't work. Last year, he stands pat in the first round. This year is almost like a different executive. I wonder how we got here. And I'm not even complaining about it. I'm just saying, I wonder how much 2022 influenced him from his original thinking. I wonder if it did. Like there's a I wonder if there's more influence from different people now in the building because in 22, he had just gotten here. He got the job, I think, in January, if I'm not mistaken. And then O'Connell got the job in February. And then, of course, the draft was in April. So I think there's an entire story there, if you could find it, which might be difficult because there might not be people willing to talk, Tyler, about how we got to this point and like what has caused the change of thinking, if it's been a true change of thinking, if it is what you said, which is he's just valuing players differently in this draft now. Like there is a definite, at the end of the day, when he got control of the 53 starting, I think it was in 2012, Rick Spielman didn't waver too much, I don't think. Because the 2006 through 2011 drafts were Childress with control of the 53. And then in 11, what I was told is it was a 50-50 split. Rick was the main drafter, but Les Frazier still had a say. And so, like, I don't know, just to give some context to the conversation, I don't know that Rick Spielman would have made the Jared Allen trade, but Childress had control of the roster. That trade was made, and clearly it worked out. I'm just saying, I don't know that was Rick Spielman's style of thinking. Now, at that point, he basically worked for Brad. So if he was told to make the trade, he's going to make the trade. And they did. And it worked out just fine. Thank you. But, Kwesi, as far as his 3 years here, things have definitely changed around him. He's had more experience. And so it is, to your point, it is sort of a bit of a seismic executive shift to go from what we saw in 22 to this. I'm not providing the answers because I don't know them. But just as far as what we've seen, there's no question you can't say if I was to give you if I was to strip the executive and teams away and show you the Vikings 2022 and 2024 drafts, Forno, and say, is this the same team? I don't think you would probably conclude it was.
Yeah. I think the one interesting part about the 2022 draft versus what we see now is you're going with a system that's already been put in place, where with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah initially, he was essentially going into run what Rick Spielman had already started. And I'm curious. Spencer Rattler just got taken to New Orleans.
Took long enough.
And there were some rumors about teams really not liking the human. That was kind of coming to report.
And did you hear the part of the, at least I was talked about by Daniel Jeremiah on NFL Network? Part of the reason was he did some type of reality show as a 17-year-old high school quarterback that painted a really bad picture. And a bunch of teams told Jeremiah, we can't get that out of our heads, which sort of surprises me because, you're 17, you're 20, whatever he is now. That's a lifetime for a human being. It's not like going from 42 to 47. That really surprised me a bit. I'm just curious what teams saw there that clearly freaked him out.
I spoke with him in Mobile, and you wouldn't have known that was the same human being. I kind of chalk it up to he's a 17-year-old kid who is basically being treated like a god because he's the top high school quarterback in the country. And it went to his head. As a 17-year-old kid, stuff can go to your head. I mean, he showed growth and maturity, but look, he has a Patrick Mahomes type arm. He doesn't have really good athleticism. He kind of panics a little bit in the pocket, and he dealt with some really big adversity over the course of his time in college. But the arm talent is real and it's special. And if you can harness the rest of it, Rattler could be a starter in the NFL. But the big question is, can you ever harness the rest of it? And I have serious concerns that you'll ever be able to do that.
Yeah, and I just go back to, and I don't think it caused a problem in the league, but you guys remember when, and he clearly didn't succeed, when Trubisky was taken and that tweet surfaced from like when he was 14. It's like, I need to know so much more about a person currently than to go back into, like, unless they have a felony on their record, right?
Something they did in junior high. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it helps to know a little bit more than that. But I mean, that's how weird this draft can be. Now, on Kyrie Jackson, I do have a question. So he said that, at least from the notes I saw from his conference call that he did with the media that covers the Vikings. He said that he left football and got the job at the grocery store in the meat department, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then, as you said, and it's very interesting that the Alabama coaching staff was saying he had great ability, but he didn't play. So I've got a couple of questions, and they're rhetorical. But one is, I'd be very curious why he quit football. Like, is this a guy who got tired of football and then realized how much he absolutely loved it and now is dedicated? Is he a guy who, he's got talent, but some days he doesn't feel like it, which we've certainly seen before. It's not unprecedented in football. It doesn't make you a bad person, but it can make you a football liability. And then to your point, Forno, my question is this. Do you know why he didn't play more if they thought he had such talent? Technique? Why didn't he play more?
I really don't know why I didn't play more. And to me, that's the biggest question mark. It's the reason why I'm concerned. He's also 25 years old, which, I mean, if he had 2 years outside of football like that, I'm a little bit less concerned. But you don't see a lot of growth from 25-year-olds. And that worries me a little bit. And my big thing is it worries me in context because I had two guys on the board that I had significantly higher. He's just a weird eval for that reason. Trying to understand why he didn't play at Alabama. But I mean, he was in a loaded room, but if you're good, they're going to play you. They'll just rotate and it keeps guys fresher. Guys, I mean, he was behind Terry and Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Brian Branch. He was behind some really good dudes, but if you're good, you'll play. That's how Alabama works. It doesn't matter how old you are. If you're good, you're going to play. So why didn't he play? And is it as simple as these guys were just that much better? But if a guy in the coaching staff, according to, I think it was Bruce Feldman or Jim Nagy who said that he was the best, most talented guy in the room, well, then why isn't he playing? What's the variable that you're not telling us? Because there's a reason. If you're the most talented, you should be playing, but you're not. So why?
Right. And why? Yes. Why aren't you playing? And we have all watched and covered guys who are tremendous talents, but football is a brutal game. You got to love it too. Like that's my thing is I can't get you to love football. I can, if I'm a coach, I can refine your technique. If there's some technique problems, there are things that I can certainly help you with. But just from that mental standpoint, and I've seen guys that don't love the sport who are still damn good just because they're that good. But that's the rare breed. That's the rare guy. And it's still not a desirable trait because I want somebody who wants to be in the building. I want somebody, I was talking about this in joking about Kirk Cousins Tuesday's day off on the Purple Daily that I recorded with Phil last night. First of all, there's this weird thing about, well, these guys deserve downtime too. First of all, they have off seasons. When the season ends, they're off until right now when they come back and start to train and things like that. It's not like they're on the field right now hitting. Okay. The other thing is this is pro sports in which you're paid millions and you're making a commitment to play. This is not my job, your job, a 9-to-5 job. The harsh reality of this business is during the season, especially, and during your career, which ain't all that long, a lot of things, including family at times, have to take back seats. So if you all of a sudden are tired of it, I'm tired of this. That's not, in my opinion, that's not a real option with football. The option is, am I going to see you in my building every day that you can possibly be there because you are a film junkie? You are a football junkie. I remember as talented as he was, one of the reasons why, and I think the same is probably true for his son, Antoine Winfield Sr. was so good was because do you know how hard that guy worked off the field? As far as film work went, as far as studying guys, as far as making sure that he had an edge immediately. A guy who Belichick talked about on the McAfee show when they did their first round thing on Thursday, and he's absolutely right, is for as good as he was, do people understand how much Randy Moss studied? Like
Yeah.
Randy Moss, as Belichick said, was incredibly smart. I remember when the majority of players during the lunch hour at Winter Park in 2010, when Moss was a shell of himself, and of course a surly SOB as always, but during the media access period, when he didn't want to or talk to us, he would still sit at his locker. And I remember one time he had note cards and pens of basically highlighters of different pens, making notes, game plan notes, and going through things. And they were clearly cards he had made off the playbook. Like, this is what I want. I don't think it's too much to ask. If you can't be Moss, okay, cool. Most people can't. But there's no reason why you can't work as hard as Moss did. So, like, leaving football to go to work at a butcher shop for a while, or your point, being called the most talented or one of the most talented guys in a room at one of the best colleges that exist football wise, but then not playing. Like, these are things that concern me. And as we all know on the show, cornerbacks can be a very odd variable when it comes to the mental aspect of things. So I'm sort of with you in the fact that, I don't claim to know a thing about this kid, but just hearing this stuff does raise some definite flags.
Yeah, I want to know more. I want to understand the why. And to me, the why is more important in these circumstances than the fact that it happened. Because if it's a situation where he just needed to go and help provide for his family by taking the job at the grocery store, I can respect that. And then he got an opportunity to go back into the game and did it. I mean, heck, I would want to talk to him about somebody tweeted with that media appearance that he did that he won Employee of the Month for his meat cutting skills. I think it was specifically ham. I want to talk to him about his ham cutting. Like,
well, that's a whole different thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the why to me is more important than that he took 2 years off, because taking 2 years off, there's just so many variables. Jaden Barry, worried it's Cam Dancer 2.0. So Jackson is about 20 pounds heavier than Dantzler and a better athlete, faster, quicker, longer. So I wouldn't worry so much about it. I mean, I think it's fair to worry that he's never going to be a like a next level kind of guy.
Sure.
And
he's a 4th round pick too. So
due to his age, is this basically a rookie contract rental that all he's going to do is get there? Because we all know that the age of where players decline, or the majority of them, when it comes to running backs and corners, are generally the first one. And that's 28 years to 30 years old. Well, if he's 25 now, you give him a 4-year contract, that puts him at 29.
Yeah, I think so. Well, and I also think what we're seeing currently is the Vikings are trying to throw numbers at the position to see what sticks. My first thought is, and to be fair to Kyrie Jackson, he is a 4th round pick, so it's not like we shouldn't be expecting, a day one starter. But my first thought was this: is this possibly it for Booth Jr.?
No,
I like Blackman, Evans, Shaq Griffin has the team made. Byron Murphy Jr. is a starter. What's the patience there then? Because I just Scene and Booth Jr. both have to be in some form of prove it soon mode, or else it's simply not going to work.
Yeah, I'm not super worried about Booth's spot on the roster right now. I thought that he played pretty well in the limited time that he got. I think this offseason is going to be really pivotal, because like the first year he dealt with some injuries. Second year, he's dealing with a brand new scheme where she wasn't drafted to play. So I think going in, we need to see more. I absolutely need to see him take things to a different level. We need to see him do some really good things. We need to see him show some growth and development, because the ability to be a man cover corner has always been there. So how are you going to take advantage of your opportunity? How are you going to show that you are the guy? I think the ability is blatantly there. He was a top 15 player for me in that draft, but he does have to show more.
Mm-hmm. Do you like Blackman too, Forno?
I do. I don't love Blackman per se, but I do think he fits exactly what Brian Flores wants, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't try to prioritize a guy like Jarvis Brownlee Jr. because they're very similar players. They're incredibly feisty. They're dogs in coverage. They want to pop you in the mouth. But maybe this is just his way of, like, he wants diversity in the room. He wants, like, he was on the team when they drafted Joanne Williams in New England in the second round, and they have relatively similar profiles. So I don't necessarily, like, I kind of get it. I want to see more. I want to see some differences. I want to see, I don't know. I want to see him hit the field. I'll kind of leave it at that, just because there's so many variables here.
So day one of training camp, the three corners, because they do play nickel quite a bit, running with the team will be, the boundary corners will be Griffin and Blackman or Evans, and then Byron Murphy Jr. I think is now going to be moved permanently inside, so he won't start as a boundary guy and then go inside. Do you agree with that? And who do you give the slight advantage to? Caleb Evans or Mekhi Blackman?
Probably Blackman, especially if they're going to do a lot more man cover concepts, because I don't think Caleb Evans is great with the man coverage stuff. I think he's fine, but yeah, I would absolutely lean Blackman if you're going to just talk about outside. Ooh, John Franklin Myers just got traded from the Jets to the Broncos. That's an interesting move. That's a cap shedding move for sure. Yeah, kind of taking a look at it that way. I do like Caleb Evans, and I think he's got some talent, but I don't trust him in man coverage. I like him a lot in zone because he's just so tight in the hips, and he does stay well in your hip pocket, but I think you can really take advantage of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we saw that, especially as more and more film got out, and we got to the last month and a half of last season or so, it felt like teams were targeting him a lot more. So that's probably a good point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this cornerback room is going to be fascinating to me because they're obviously betting on these guys taking a step forward because nobody's over 26. They're all young.
Yep.
And I think that is a really, really fascinating element to this whole conversation, Judd. It's a young room. It's a young safety room outside of Harrison Smith, too. And Lewis Cine is still not hopeless.
You know, the other thing, too, that we discussed on Thursday is how interesting this division is now stacking up when it comes to premium receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, Jackson's size makes some sense here as far as trying to get bigger and have guys with more length possibly. But I mean, I'm sure that's a thought process now too, right? Because I mean, you're going to be not just going up against some potentially good or in some cases very good quarterbacks, but some outstanding receivers. Is this division now? I mean, the answer is probably yes, but I'll ask it. Is this division now from top to bottom the most stacked with star receivers? And I mean, there's some great ones in this league, but if you include the Vikings, so you've got Jefferson, the Bears are stacked, the Lions. Is this the best division when it comes to the depth charts at wide receiver?
I'd say the NFC East is probably a little bit better. Okay. CeeDee Lamb, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin. Now you're adding Malik Neighbors to that mix. But yeah, it's up there, and that's kind of worrisome, which it's also one of the reasons why I thought, hey, add to your star power, make it harder.
Yep.
Like, make it harder for these guys to be able to take care of everything. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. just went to Philly. Nice little nepotism selection.
That's
cool story, but
that's popular there.
think Trotter's 5th round is a good spot. I didn't think he was very good on film, but cool story. Cool story. What's the sense that you get from like kind of the whole process of this draft, Judd? Only 3 draft picks. Then their next one is in about. See, I got to check on my phone. Is in about 20 picks.
Yep.
Are you okay with having 3 draft picks at this point?
Because of what they addressed, yes. I think there's a strategy here. Because they truly are not in any way rebuilding, but they are filling in pieces. Here's my dime store theory. I think what they're doing is, especially with that first round, they are addressing what they consider to be not just positions of need, but they're doing it with top end talent. And if Brian Flores tells me a guy can work, I'm going to draft him. So, but you know, as far as McCarthy goes, but you guys, I think this is really all about, at the end of the day, 2025. And when you look at the salary cap space, this team's going to have next March. I think 2024 could be a lot. It could be fun, but I think 2025 opens what health provided, knock on wood, what should be a window for Super Bowl opportunity. And so I think that's part of the thought process here, is that they don't need to accrue bodies. They need to accrue talent now. So my point is this: if you get to March of 25, and now you've got obviously McCarthy as your plan starter on a rookie contract, you're paying Jefferson, but you're going to have some cap space. And so now you can pursue a defensive tackle, a cornerback. And at least in one of those cases, I'm talking like a top end day one A-list free agent type. I think what we're sort of seeing here, and this is why I alluded to, I wonder what the thought process here, if this is like, has Kwesi changed his mind? Did someone change his mind? You know what this feels a little bit like it's tracking to in some ways, but not completely? Feels a little bit Rams-like. Because I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all if in the 2025 season, because now that, you know, don't forget, the trade deadline is now real. It used to be just crap, right? It got moved back again and teams make trades. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the 2025 Vikings at the deadline went out and made a Jalen Ramsey type of move. A big splash move to address one final piece. If it's not filled in. If it's not filled in. But what I see from a 10,000 foot view of this draft, and especially with 3 picks, now it'll be 4, as you pointed out, with the compensatory pick. But anyway, with limited picks next year, I see a mission to throw the window open as wide as possible. And I don't think that you necessarily do that by accruing bodies. I think you do that by getting the necessary pieces. And I think Rick loved to accrue bodies. Part of his strategy was simply trying to cut off his beloved UDFAs from getting a little bit extra money, coin, by drafting him. So that's my thought. I think this is all positioning for a real Super Bowl run starting in 2025.
That's a really interesting point. That kind of all-in move to signal that you want to really go all in. And I know that's kind of like a double entendre per se, but I wonder who they would do it for and what position it would be, and how much, like, are they going to give that guy just this massive contract? Because now you have Justin Jefferson, who's about to get that massive deal. Christian Darrisaw's about to get that massive deal. You just gave a big one to Jonathan Grenard, and you're going to have to consider maybe an extension for Brian O'Neill. You're going to have to consider what an extension for Jordan Addison is going to look like in a couple of years. That it really intrigues me, and I wonder if it might be for like an interior pass rusher, like somebody like if the Jets end up having to tear down in a couple years, like a Quinn Williams, or a nose tackle like a Derek Brown, I think somebody that they end up moving on from because they're just not getting the kind of production on the win-loss record wise that they would have wanted. And that element, I think, is really, really, really interesting. And I'm now very intrigued. I might have to kind of write about that and parse it out myself.
Well, if you think about it, you don't have to give the Lombardi back if you've got it. So I don't think the Rams would trade. I don't think if you could go back, I think the Rams dropped off the table 2 years ago, right? Because they started to come back last season. But if you could go back and say, okay, Sean McVay, I can make that 2 years ago better, but you got to give me the Lombardi trophy back, I think you'd tell me to buzz off. So if you throw the window open and you win the Super Bowl, and here's the other thing too. But I'm not going to go here, but I'll just say it. If McCarthy exceeds all expectations, then he can single-handedly win you some games, which is what Mahomes does, which totally changes your trajectory. I'm not going to suggest that. I think this feels more Rams-like. I think this feels like positioning yourself and costing yourself future draft picks with an eye towards exactly what you want to do to get that one title. And everybody will have a statue outside US Bank Stadium if that ever happens. O'Connell, the Wilfs, Kwesi, everyone gets a statue, Tyler.
I'm all for it. I think what they're doing is they're putting in the final foundational pieces, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got their edge rusher. They got their quarterback now, right? We've got some other ones there. We've got JJ and Jordan Addison on the other side. We're building up the defense. There's still more to go there. There's still more to go on the interior offense and defensive lines. But right now, when we got the bookend tackles, we're building that strong foundation that with this year, we're going to get it 80% done type of deal. And then next year, we're going to come in and then, yes, we're going to have some draft picks, a few of them. We'll have that first. But a lot of it, like you said, Judd, we're going to have a ton of cap space. And I think they're going after those A-listed free agents at that point. They're going for that guard that's an automatic upgrade, right? Or center, or whatever it is.
Or defensive tackle, yeah, exactly.
Or defensive tackle. And at that point, the window's wide open because we'll be stacked. We've got all the foundational pieces. Now we've filled in everything in between, and it's time to rock and roll. And that's how I see the plan that is developed over the last 3 years is starting to come into fruition.
I agree completely. And the fact that the trade deadline is now a viable way to get top end talent, to me, changes the game, because if a guy goes down right at a certain position, or if you still say we need some cornerback help, the Vikings, if you guys recall this, the Vikings were competitive the year that that the Jaguars traded Jalen Ramsey to the Rams. And we talked about at the time on Score North. Aren't you at least tempted? But I think if you're the Vikings in 2025 and now you're really in good shape and you're like, okay, Brian Flores needs that one guy, that's where you make the move. And, it might cost you draft picks and it might suck in the long run. But if you win that Super Bowl,
doesn't matter.
Tyler, Dave and I are older than you by a lot, and we're not going to be stopping that parade to say, well, can you please get that first round draft pick back? We're going to be drinking beer with everyone else. So yeah, it's an interesting, there's definitely a strategy here. I think the really intriguing thing is with Kwesi is like, it's also fundamentally changed from, I'm going to move back, I'm going to accrue draft picks, to this. I'll take this, because without seeing either of the first round picks play a game, the word that you use, Tyler, I think is the most important, which is you can quibble with how it's been done, but the process isn't like totally flawed by any means.
Yeah, that's... Oh, Mohamed Kamara to the Miami Dolphins. Good pick. I thought he might be an option for the Vikings here coming up, as the Vikings are about to pick in around 10 picks.
Okay, 10 picks.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to kind of see what the Vikings end up doing. No, it's 20 picks. It's hard to see on my phone. I'm starting to get old myself, Judd.
Well, welcome to the club. First pick of the 6th round, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. 177 overall. I'm going to be right back, gentlemen, and I have I have to take
Right,
care
you
of
do that.
tear of some
Now,
business. I'll be back
Chuck,
momentarily.
what I see this season that's so much different from Kwesi is the amount of aggression. The aggression meter's been turned up, right?
Oh, yeah.
From when he first got in here, there's debate. He got Spielman's leftovers, and it was,
Yep.
oh, you got to be cautious. You got to be doing this. And now it's turned up to 11, and he's just going, this is the way I'm doing it. These are the guys I value. Hey, I got a top 10 pick sitting at number 17. I'm going to go grab him. Boom. And that, to me, fans have been screaming for, we need more to be more aggressive for decades.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're getting it, and there's still a few that are, why'd you do that? You spent too much.
Yeah, well, there's the whole draft pick philosophy of you shouldn't be giving up that draft pick, and this trade chart says you're wrong, and blah. And to go back to what we were just discussing, I think part of it's a timetable thing. I think part of it's where you're at in your development. Are you rebuilding your team? Are you retooling your team? Do you need parts? I mean, to me, what the Vikings are doing now is filling in a puzzle. But I think the Kwesi thing is very intriguing because I think he is in charge of the stocks to go back to his previous job. But I think it's very much O'Connell and Flores who are being allowed to tell him what stocks to buy, and then he's going and doing it. So, and now by this point, 6th round, 7th round, it's probably Kwesi and the scouts. But we're used to Spielman, who was a hardcore football guy. And he was gonna, for the last X amount of years until he was fired, he was in charge of the roster. And I think Zimmer and some offensive people definitely weighed in and had a big say. But to me, this is just very evident that, this is Flores when it comes to the defensive side of the ball, and O'Connell when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. And I'm sure Kwesi has opinions, but more importantly, he's the guy who's got to wheel and deal and move. And yeah, you're going to get complaints about lost draft picks, but I've been trying to figure out what they're doing. And again, I'd love to know what has changed. Is it just the timing, the philosophy of the timing? Is it a philosophy from the disaster of 22? I mean, that was a disaster. And I didn't question Scene at the time because I didn't know jack about him. What I questioned was the decision to go back from 14 to 32 and to take a safety. And clearly, if you had taken Hamilton at safety, that would have been a home run. But I'm still not a big fan of taking safeties in the first round. So, and at 14, could you have taken a player? I believe Jordan Davis, I think, went shortly after to Philadelphia, right? Could you have done that and shored up the interior of the defensive line? That would have been a position of need. And so I will take what they're doing now every single time. The aggressiveness, the impatience in some ways, instead of like hoping, because hope is not a strategy. If I'm trading back to, if they had traded back or if they had stood pat, I loved going, and I know that it wasn't cheap to do, but I loved going from 11 to 10. They were not going to let the Broncos, and I don't care what Sean Payton says, they were not going to let the Broncos jump them. They were not going to let the Raiders try and jump them. And I was very nervous after Drake May went. I was like, you got to get McCarthy here. If that's what you want. Maybe Penix, but I in no way, shape, or form had any interest in Bo Nix. So, and I think O'Connell probably wanted McCarthy after Drake May. So it feels like this, to go back to Tyler's word, it feels like this process is a lot more sound as far as what the building wants. I call it when you're trading, when you're doing what Rick did for years or what Kwesi did in 22, I call it trying to get cute. Like you're trying to outgame the system. It's a system that's very hard to outgame. There's a lot of smart teams here and there's a lot of dumb teams, but if you rely on luck, you ain't going to win. So I'll take what they're doing right now every single time. McCarthy might be a flop, but I'd be willing to take the bet that he's not going to be. And it doesn't feel nearly as desperate as Ponder did. And that ended up being what I feared Bo Nix might be.
Oh, I agree with you completely on that. And I do believe once Penix went at 8. That hyped up the Raiders, the Broncos, and I think Sean Payton was blowing smoke about, hey, we just did this for the fun of it. I think he was pissed. Because I think he wanted McCarthy. And when we traded up, I thought that was great. And they confirmed they were getting phone calls. So I think it's the best thing to block him out. I'm all for it. McCarthy, I like McCarthy. He has what I call the it factor. We haven't seen, I don't think, since Teddy. So the leadership. And this is a marriage. We were talking beforehand. Some of the people watching us talk about how Zimmer seemed to hate everybody. And I'm like, no, Zimmer didn't hate everybody. Mike actually cared about his players. But when it comes to a head coach quarterback relationship, he had only one true love, right? And then, of course, Teddy got his knee blown up, and then that was that. And then, of course, Kirk comes in, and he's like, this guy's going to get me fired. Sure enough, the acrimony and all the other stuff, and that went to happen. Well, this marriage here between McCarthy and KOC, I think is one of those type of relationships where they're both seeing eye to eye, and this is a wonderful thing, and we get nothing but better outcomes from that than we do from shotgun weddings or any sort of other type of relationship. And the other thing go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say too, and O'Connell is going to develop McCarthy. As much as Zim loved Teddy, he loved him for his personality, but he had no role in how he developed, as a player. That initially was Norv Turner, who was basically the guy who was responsible for drafting him. So I think the tie-in between JJ and Kevin goes even, it goes deeper, because if JJ is going to be a star, it's going to be on the heels of what Kevin helps him with. Mm-hmm. And if Kevin's going to be a successful coach, JJ McCarthy, not Kirk Cousins, is easily going to be the most important person in his career. Like when he leaves, he either is fired, retired, whatever. When Kevin O'Connell departs here, JJ McCarthy is going to play a big role in his story.
Yep. And the other part was, when it comes to Kwesi and KOC and the whole group combined, I think they're getting comfortable. Anytime I've moved to a new job, it generally takes a little while to get comfortable, right? And especially if it's something you've never done, and a move up from what he did to GM is a brand new job. Never done it. Well, that first year, he had Spielman's crew there. They went through the motions. They did everything. I think he's now comfortable at making those decisions. And the whole working dynamic has improved and grown over the time.
Absolutely.
That's why we're seeing different results and more aggressive results, because I think they're confident in what they're doing now.
Absolutely. No, I think you're exactly right. And I think how the structure goes now is far more known and more comfortable. So yeah, I think you nailed it completely with how things are working. How's Odie?
He's good. I thought people might want to see. Yeah, I don't know what in the world got into him, but I thought the people might want to see Odie playing. So nice little bonus for the people today. People were asking why I didn't bring Odie to the draft party, Judd. And I said, well, I asked my wife and she said no, and she was right. So
yeah, I think the Fillmore probably was thankful too. So the Fillmore might have frowned on our dogs, because I would have loved to have Stella there. But anyway, gentlemen, I got to run, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Judd, thank you very much for your time. It was always a great time chatting with you.
All right, you guys. Forno, Dave, we'll see you down the road, man.
We'll see you later.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Judd Zulgad from SKOL North's Purple Daily. Odie, no. That's a bag. You don't eat that, honey. Odie, come here.
That was a nice surprise.
It was a very nice surprise. I messaged I messaged those guys this morning. I'm like, hey, if anybody wants to join the show, let me know. And
Bill,
I was like, yeah, absolutely.
Bill Walker, he goes, Dave, ask about UDFAs. I paid $4.99. I did star the those so I could go back to the super chats. Yes, you did, Bill. You asked, talk about UDFA targets, please.
Okay, so UDFA targets are going to be interesting. I hope the Vikings find at least 2 candidates to play nose tackle. One of the guys that I really like is Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic. I think he should be drafted. The guy can play, and he's shockingly a great mover for somebody who plays nose tackle. He was listed at 356, played at about 320 this year. He can hold up against double teams. He senses double teams coming. He's just got a solid foundation. I don't think he's ever going to be anything special. We don't need a nose tackle to be special. You just need him to be able to be good enough. So I think that's a good option for the Vikings. And then UDFAs, it's all going to be about who doesn't get taken in round 6, round 7. As we kind of get closer, Bill, I greatly appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Let's have that conversation middle of round 7, because I think we're going to have a better sense of who's going to be there. And because of that, I want to be able to give you some better answers, because right now it's just so hard, because everybody I tell you could be drafted in the next 100 picks.
Very well. There were some other super chats I want to get to. Christopher Wilson asked, we have to be going interior O-line with the next pick, right? Brennan Jackson, maybe? I see.
Brennan Jackson's gone.
But I see brown bellies with the next pick. Maybe a defensive tackle. Washington's still out there at wide receiver.
I don't know what they'll do. Could be defensive tackle. Could be offensive line. It could be wide receiver. They may go another defensive back if the value is good enough. Some good wide receivers still available. Malik Washington still out there. Johnny Wilson is an intriguing guy. I don't love him, but he's got such a unique profile that he might be worth bringing in. Mm-hmm. There's some interesting ones.
Another super chat was from American Truther. He's like, Judd, can we please get some Zolgadian apparel made? I agree with you, American Truther. I think some Judd apparel would be outstanding to add to the Purple Daily lineup. It'd be interesting to design, a sports dad style.
I agree. There would be some interesting apparel.
I can picture some of it now. In his shorts, black socks, flip-flops, mowing the lawn, listening to a ball game, writing as he's mowing. Very well could be. Sports dad. Beer in his cup holder, of course. Surly. Very well could be.
Mm-hmm.
Ron says, how about Christian Boyd? We like Christian Boyd. We will find out.
Yeah. I like Boyd, but I'm not convinced that he's going to be like really good. People were
Brian says it's snowing in Denver.
Oh, that's good. People were raving about him, and I watched the film like, he's okay.
As for quarterbacks, you're down to the bottom. There's Florida kid?
Yeah.
And at this, you're hoping the guys turn out to be a clipboard holder at this level. Edwin, he'd like beef in the middle for defense. That's what she said. Yep. I agree.
Right.
Can you cover for 10 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will be right back.
All right, we are at pick 164 with the Indianapolis Colts. Green Bay Packers just moved up to take Jacob Monk, a center from Duke. I haven't seen anything of Monk. I don't know if he's any good, But it's hard to truly question the process that the Green Bay Packers use for offensive linemen because they're so good at it. They draft these guys and they develop them into starters so consistently that it's, you know what? It's probably just a good pick. And you know what? That's okay. So what other questions you guys have? I'm going to go back because I was helping my wife, ironically enough, with the toilets while I was gone, because she is being a gem and doing some cleaning while I'm sitting here on my computer having a nice conversation with you guys. All right. Steven asked, what about Wingo or Limmer at 77? I'd be happy with both. I think that'd be, I didn't actually fully watch Limmer, but just the little bit that I've gathered and the little bit that I've seen, I think like fourth round, I think I would have been okay with Limmer. But there's Wingo. I had a late round 3 grade, but I think people are a little weary about the size. And I understand that. I understand he's a little small. Um, 77 Racing, do you feel like the Vikings are building this team the right way? Process-wise, yeah, I do. It's really tough to fully judge Quasil Fomensa until we see this year and potentially next year, because he was dealt a relatively bad hand and he had to try and get out of it, and he had to also try to win while doing it. And I think he did a really good job of trying to reform the roster while staying competitive. We got to remember, he is 20-14. Like his team has a winning record, 6 games above 500 with him at the helm. And they didn't have their starting quarterback for half the year. They didn't have their star wide receiver for half the year. Like, I think that's pretty impressive. I do think that now that we're starting to get to a point where it's his draft picks, we're going to find out how good he really is as a general manager. His team, because I think there's 11 or 12 guys from that 2021 roster that are still on this team. So this is his team now, and we're going to see how his construction is going to work as far as trying to build a champion. Knack asks, who do I want with the next pick? Well, let's take a look at my big board and see the best players available right now. I'm just going to kind of look and kind of talk through it, just because I think the only guy in my top 50 still left is Michael Pratt, quarterback, Tulane. Dylan Labe is at 61 for me, running back, New Hampshire. He's still on the board. Almost everybody I watch has been taken. This is kind of nice. Fabian Levet, defensive tackle, Florida State, 74th. I really liked him a lot. Mekhi Wingo was 85th on my board. He's still available. Jordan Travis, 94th. Gabriel Murphy, 96th. Joe Milton, 98th. Evan Anderson, 99th. Christian Boyd, 100th. Wow. Most of my top 100 is off the board. That's pretty cool. I like the idea of Wingo. I might do that. Christian Mahogany, I think, is still on the board. That'd be a big win. I'm not really sure what position I want them to take. We'll kind of see who they take and we'll kind of react that way. Ron's never been impressed with Jerry Rice's son, Brendan. Neither have I. I didn't understand the hype, and the NFL agrees with me. Jason, who are the top 3 running backs drafted in 2025? Oh boy. Loaded question. I'm going to pull up a list. There is a lot. Let's look at NFL Draft Buzz. They have the top, what they believe are the top recruit or the top guys for the draft. Look, this is going to vary a lot. There's some really good players here. Oklahoma State's Ollie Gordon II, North Carolina's Omarion Hampton, Ohio State's Travion Henderson, Ohio State's Quinshon Judkins, Michigan's Donovan Edwards, Boise State's Ashton Genty, Florida's Trevor Etienne, Mississippi State's Jaquavius Marks, Kansas's Devin Neal, Rocket Sanders, I think he transferred, South Carolina maybe, Missouri's Marcus Carroll, Texas Tech's Taj Brooks. There are some good football players. I'm trying to find a couple more like diamonds in the rough. Look, there's some good guys here. EJ Smith, the son of Emmett, he's at Stanford. Some really good football players. I don't necessarily know who's going to emerge from that group, but there's going to be a few guys who are talked about as first round picks, or at least potential first round picks. So be on the lookout for that. Dr. Proto, I'm thinking bullshitting with us is better than messing with the toilet. Yeah, but I try to be a good husband. She's been really good about me doing all this stuff. So it's the best I can do to help. Vikings Uncensored Rhino says Limmer is an upgrade over Bradbury. Theoretically, but we don't know that for sure. We got to see him play on the field. Freedom Thinker 1984. Do you think Kwesi Ofemensah and Kevin O'Connell are managing the team better than Zimmer and Spielman? I think they're trending that way, but they had to get out of the crap that they left. And now we're seeing them come out of it. They got their quarterback. They have made high priorities, premium positions, something Rick Spielman didn't do a great job of. He prioritized like linebacker and a running back and safety rather than like a lot of the other premium positions. So that's interesting in itself. Anthony McDaniel, is there anyone left worth drafting, or should we be looking back to trade for additional 2025 capital? You're only going to get 6th or 7th round picks. I'd just make them. Goon, this team is a little underrated. We could have made it to the playoffs if our team was on crutches last year. Yeah. And they still almost made the playoffs on crutches last year. So, like, this team is good. Like, it's better than people want to give it credit for. The national media does not like the Vikings. They don't. Rhino, I like a good grilled milkfish, but my favorite chicken adobo, pancit lumpia. Milkfish. That sounds like milk steak from It's Always Sunny. Brian, in 2022, Kwesi was using Spielman's rating system. I don't know if that's 100% factual, but I wouldn't be shocked because like he did take over for Spielman halfway through the year. Jason says Brendan Rice in an interview, he wants to be a number 1 wide receiver. Not sure he'd fit in well as a Viking. Look, he wants to be a number 1 receiver. I want to be a millionaire. I think that kind of confidence is good, but he's probably never going to get there. Dennis, who are your top players left in the draft? Well, we kind of went over that a little bit ago. There ain't much. Michael Pratt, Dylan Labe, Fabian Levette. Most of my guys have already been picked. So, yeah, I'm going to take that as a win. There's a chance everybody on my list gets picked, but the one difficulty is going to be quarterback. Will somebody take Joe Milton, Jordan Travis, Michael Pratt? I don't know. Lucha. Spielman was good with skill guys, but couldn't draft a QB or good lineman to save his life. I think roster management was the biggest reason why he got let go. He just prioritized poor things and he tried to trade down too much. Ooh, the Giants got Tyrone Tracy Jr. That'll be a nice pick. Rasheen Ali just went. I'm trying to figure out who took him. Yeah, he couldn't identify the quarterback. That was a big problem. But I think other things are the reason he got fired. And it was just poor roster management on an overall level. Jaden, what position group still has some talent and what's left? Wide receiver has some good talent. Malik Washington's still on the board. The Ravens took Rasheen Ali. Oh, I'm taking that guy in Dynasty. Hell yeah. There's some talent. Trying to see if I think the only guy on my top 20 wide receivers still available is Brendan Rice, but Johnny Wilson's there, Marcus Rosemary, Jack Saint, Jalen Coker. I might take Johnny Wilson here, even though I'm not the biggest Johnny Wilson fan, just because he's such a unique profile that I think it would be worth taking the opportunity because he's so different and unique than everybody else. Kind of got some Plaxico Verse vibes as far as body type. Burst looked way thinner, but he weighed about the same. Leonard Taylor's still there, Rhino. Yeah, he is. Gaetano's Christmas channel, where'd I have Mahogany? I didn't watch him, actually. If I would have been able to get to him, I would say he would probably be around interior offensive line 7 to 10. That'd be my guess. There are some pretty good day 2 offensive guards in this class that I just wasn't able to get to. Goon talks about
Peter Arsenault joined as a member. Woohoo!
I haven't got down that far. I've been reading. Reading some questions. Cause and effect, biggest boomer bust player left since you mentioned 2025. Who should we keep an eye on? Biggest boomer bust player left? Ooh.
Michael Penix.
Trying to think of who might be the biggest boomer bust player left.
Guard.
I'm going to go with Kalen King. Penn State corner. He was viewed as a potential first round pick going into the year, and then he didn't play well, and he had a poor pre-draft process. But there's talent there. So I think that might be your biggest boomer bust. 2025, I'm going to go wide receiver. Tetairoa McMillan from Arizona. Watch him. He reminds me of DeAndre Hopkins. Size, body control, the ability to move in space. I love him. I absolutely love him. I watched a lot of Arizona this year. I kind of became an Arizona fan, to be honest. Mateo mentions that Matt House, the DC, just got fired at LSU, was so bad he made all those 5-star defensive linemen drop. He made Donato look like a new defense. That is a really good comparison, Mateo. That defense should not have been nearly that bad. And we talked about it, like covering the college football season. Nobody really knew what to do with that defense because they just performed so bad. Anthony didn't ETN transfer. Yeah, he's at Georgia. And apparently got a DWI already. After getting to Georgia. Oh, you're talking Filipino cuisine. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I know somebody that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Filipino cuisine.
Israel Martinez. Yeah, I think he's going to Michigan State. That's the lean. Because obviously, Jonathan Smith, his old head coach, is now at Michigan State. 11 picks to go. Knack would love Labe. Man, you guys are just killing in the comments. I'm struggling to actually catch back up. Jason, what are your thoughts on the reports that the Vikings were trying to trade up from Malik Neighbors? Jason, if you can, send me those in a DM. I haven't seen any of that. I would like to read it. Yeah. I know Peter Arsenault just joined as a member. Guys, if you want to support the channel and you want to support it consistently, super chats are wonderful, but you can become a member and we're going to try and do some members only stuff more often this summer because this season we're trying to balance everything that we're trying to do. And we didn't get to do enough member stuff. So we're going to try and do that more this off season and moving forward. And the best way to do that, like special Q&As, being able to jump on a show, that'll be available to members. And it's just a great way if you love the show and you want to support us and help us continue to grow, get more professional equipment. It's the easiest way to do so. And you can just do so on our YouTube page. And if you don't have the means to be able to do that, thank you, Christopher. You can just subscribe, and subscribing helps a lot. Subscribing and watching and listening on podcast, it all helps. Chris asked, who's left the Vikings brought in? Let me pull that up. I have it up here somewhere. Top 30 visits. Okay. Washington running back Dylan Johnson. Northern Iowa defensive tackle Christian Boyd. Tennessee tight end McAllen Castles. South Florida offensive tackle Donovan Jennings. Oregon defensive tackle Taki Taimani. LSU center Charles Turner III. Toronto Argonauts cornerback Quantez Stiggers. UTSA wide receiver Joshua Cephas. Memphis running back Blake Watson. North Carolina offensive lineman Spencer Rowland. UCLA edge Gabriel Murphy. Arkansas edge Trajan Jeffcoat. Ohio State safety Josh Proctor. He might have gone off the board, but I just don't remember. And yeah, that's it. I was told that Mahogany apparently had a Wilson, and I just I might have missed it during when I grabbed all that information. Yeah. Florio reported that Malik Neighbors trade up by the Vikings. That's interesting. Apparently Johnny Wilson's now off the board.
No, stop. This is my first one today. So, no. I don't have a hollow leg. I've been drinking coffee, iced coffee. Something I found as a teenager. Way before it was cool. Come on, NFL draft site. You're being slow. Chris is a UT fan, really likes Castles, but the tight end wasn't used much with Milton as it was with Hooker.
Yeah, that offense really doesn't use a tight end much at all. Their whole deal is super wide splits and utilizing space incredibly well with the wide receiver position. So, and I mean, that maximizes the running game too. So, like, I get it. And I think Castles is more of a profile that you want. He's got super high end upside. He's got great size. Athletic testing was really good. So that's an interesting one.
Giotano says Lions traded up again, ?
Interesting. Bub Means might have gone off the board.
Rhino says Packers take another safety.
They've taken 3 so far. Javon Bullard in round 2, Evan Williams round 4, Keaton Oladipo round 5. I think Bullard might be more of a slot, but just hilarious. Just hilarious. Okay. I'm starting to get uncomfortable with my butt.
Mike says, no more corners, please.
Top players for Mel Kiper Jr., Johnny Wilson, Mekhi Wingo, Tanner McLaughlin, DJ James, Kalen Carson. Getting really interesting. Bub Means, New Orleans. Means is he's got a great name. Bub Means.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, that name rocks.
Bub. That's what my grandmother called me. God rest her soul. She was a great lady. And you did not argue with her. But I think most people can relate to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bub means 4.4340.
Like Mean Joe Green, according to No Stop.
I'm intrigued to see what the Vikings do. Jets just trade up according to Rhino with the Eagles. Man, the Eagles have made like 40 trades, it feels like, today.
Yeah, but they're lower end. Now, they've gotten some good corners in this draft.
Yeah.
I think last couple of years, everybody said the AFC is so strong, the NFC doesn't compare. Well, I think the NFC is starting to catch up.
Yeah.
Question is, will it be, they're going to need those young quarterbacks to step up to do that.
That's the big question. That is the $1 million question. Can they get those quarterbacks to step up?
Mm-hmm.
Genuinely don't have an answer for you.
Brian asked, what's the plan at tight end first quarter of the season?
Johnny Munt, Josh Oliver.
Yep, I'm assuming since Hawkinson probably will not be ready.
We need to be prepared for Hawkinson to not play in 2023.
I suspect he'll get in towards the end.
Probably, but here's my thinking. If Hawkinson, the earliest he could be ready is Halloween, because that's 9 months post-surgery. A lot of guys take longer than 9 months to get back on the field full time. So he's going to at least spend time on the pup. And then you got, like, let's say he's ready to come back December 1st. Well, let's say you're already too far out of the playoffs. Why would you bring him back at all? Mm-hmm. Just let him to sit out the whole year, rehab, get comfortable, and boom.
According to Rhino, the Jets take Jordan Travis, quarterback, out of Florida.
No, he was not out of Florida. Florida State.
Florida State. Hey, well, they all look the same to me. Especially the one with the gator on the side.
Well, hey, the gator is a lot different than a Seminole, let me tell you. I'm intrigued. Jordan Travis. Surprised he went before Michael Pratt, but I think Pratt's got medical issues, and that's a big deal.
I think it's a pretty good situation for him because they just got rid of Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
So Aaron Rodgers needs a backup of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony says, effing Jets, they're ruining his boy. It's possible. Bob Yenter, who do you want for the next picks, guys? Hey, best player available. Mahogany or Limmer or somebody like that would make me happy. Please talk about how we're younger and cheaper. We are very talented. We have money next year, and the players are good humans. That is a good thing. Across the board. I think we're going to see the swan song of Harrison Smith. Hope he goes out on top. And then 5 years straight to the Hall of Fame. We'll see from there, but hey, we've got some good people there. Super chat, yeah. Chris Wilson. You think Jackson could switch to safety? Question mark.
I think he could, but I think you let him fail a corner with that size and that length. But if he does fail a corner, I think you could have him as a safety slot hybrid. I think there's a lot you can do with Jackson. I'm just intrigued to see what that looks like. I genuinely have no idea.
Okay. According to More Fun and PI, Keegan goes to Philly. One more guard gone.
Interesting. I think this might be the latest Philly's ever waited to draft an offensive lineman. Because I don't think they drafted one yet. Case Blick asking if there's any gems on the board that can start. Day one starters, I don't think so. Guys who could maybe start later on or like year 2 or 3. Yeah, I think there's some guys. I think the one is Trevor Mahogany. Or sorry, Christian Mahogany from Boston College.
Boston College. It was such a nice campus back then. Back in the day, could Drake Nugent push Bradbury for a starting job?
No, I don't think so. Not right away. Maybe in a year or two. Here's the thing. Bradbury's not great. He's average or close to it. And at the price they're paying him, I think they're getting good value. So they're giving him $5 million. Top of the center market's like 16, 17.
Yep.
Like he's getting a third of the market value for like top of the market value for the position. And like, yeah.
Yep. Oh, you were talking while I was taking my break. Some Spielman's failings, and people were mentioning O-line. I think Spielman got sort of high on himself on a few positions, O-line being one of them, where, they find that 4th, 5th rounder that turns into the Pro Bowl center type of deal or the Pro Bowl edge. And that, hey, you did it once, you can do it again. So he started taking people there rather than higher because he got lucky and found that gym that you didn't expect to step up, and they did. So Rhino says Bradbury is fine as long as he doesn't face Kenny Clark, Dexter Lawrence, etc. Yeah, like I said earlier in the show, Rhino, top half of the league for defensive tackles. As long as he doesn't face them, he's fine.
Yeah. Okay, let's see where we're at. Pick 173. The Vikings are up in a couple picks.
Yep. Jeremy says Jets pick Johnny Wilson, wide receiver, Florida State. Guess to go with Jordan Travis. Dave, could you imagine if the Jets took Penix in round 1? That would be funny. It might help Aaron Rodgers. He tends to get motivated when other first-round draft picks are picked. American Truther, can't believe we got Kyrie Jackson at 108. Thought he'd be in the second round.
George, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you for that $10 super chat. We're grateful to be here. We're grateful to be doing this and being able to talk with you guys consistently.
We are. Very much so, and thank you.
We'll see what the Vikings end up doing. This is it's an interesting spot. Dave, I think this is a record. We're up at 467 people watching live.
Wow.
Hey, tell your friends, let's get this to 500 before the Vikings pick. Let's get this to 500. I would love to be able to go out and have a nice dinner with my wife tonight and be able to say we got to 500.
I keep telling Katie, I walk by before I go, hey, we were over at 440 to start earlier, and now we're at 360 and staying steady. And we appreciate that from all of you. Hey, you could be doing better things. I'm sure you've got the draft on and you're listening to us pontificate on some of these players, and you got to see Judd Zolgad, and who doesn't like seeing Judd?
I know, right? I love Judd.
Cause and effect, what Vikings games and or NFL games are you looking forward to in the upcoming season? All of them. Simple answer. Thank you, Brian. Cowboys on the clock. They've got some drama down here about over Zach. Thanks, Giotano. Yes, Mike, agree with you completely. Edwin
Guys,
says,
I know we may not say it enough, but incredibly appreciative of all the kind words. When I was at the Purple Daily Draft Party, I was incredibly humbled by how many people, came up and said, "Hey, thank you. I love your content." You're not going to always agree with everything I say, and you know what? If you agreed with everything I say, well, would the content really be that good? The whole idea is I'm going to genuinely tell you guys what I think, and I want you to genuinely respond, and let's have a good conversation about it. The whole point is to learn. And if you're learning, I'm learning. If I'm learning, you're learning. So that's the heart of the show.
And hopefully we can have fun along the way.
Yeah. Dave's always having fun. He's got a glass of bourbon. So you never have to worry about that.
All right. Saints are on the clock. Dallas pick is in, whatever it is. We will find out. So, Cali Vikes fans are so rare. Most of them have already moved out.
Cali's just so damn expensive. If you didn't buy a house when houses were cheap, you're never going to be able to buy a house in California.
Yeah. Take Drew Bunting for one example. What bourbon? Today it's TX bourbon. They're Texas bourbon. It's one of my standards. Love it. Jason said he's working but listening. I appreciate that's a great way to do it. That's how I do a lot of my listening to some of my favorite podcasts as well. Thomas, right now we are at the bottom of the fifth. We are about to go into the sixth. The Vikings should be on the clock in 2 picks. We're warming up. No Stop says you're so right about Cali. Hey, it was a gorgeous state. Absolutely beautiful state. There's a lot of cool things in it, and it's just gotten stupid expensive. And stupid for the most part.
It's wild how expensive things have gotten. It almost feels like California is a different country. And I don't mean that as an insult. California just feels like its own thing.
Rusty Nails, good drink. Yes. Anthony's from Northern California. What's your definition on northern? North of Sacramento? Coast? Inland? Beautiful up there. You can get there. Once you get north of Sacramento. Spend a summer in Sacramento. Once. Beale Air Force Base. That was fun.
Ooh, Isaiah Davis to the Jets. I missed that.
Mm-hmm. Run back. Come on, NFL.com. Update your stuff. Yes, Brian, Colorado is getting that way. It didn't used to be either. Mateo says that's what he's doing too. He doesn't get off work for another 6 hours. Well, hopefully this makes work go better for you, Mateo. Brad says he wrote Mekhi. Tell me why nobody talks about this guy. Davius Richard QB, North Carolina Central. Height 6'2", weight 225, RAS 9.76. Ooh, that's good RAS.
I've heard some interesting people or some interesting things about him. I don't know enough. I don't.
Okay.
All right, guys. In the comments, the Vikings are about to be on the clock. Call your shot. Who are the Vikings going to take? Now I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to say it's Johnny Wilson.
Okay. Southpaw says Bo Limmer. Hey, Riley O'Brien, Detroit fan, but checking in. Thank you for checking in. You guys had a great draft, and you put on a great draft as well. You guys did good.
I put in a Discord that I'm guessing it's Johnny Wilson, and a buddy of mine is like, "I'll blow your head off."
Chris Compton's calling Mingo.
I don't even think that's that's an insult. I just think it's funny.
More fun than the PIs calling for Mahogany. Another Limmer. Christian Boyd by Rhino. Anthony said born and raised San Jose, now lives in the Central Valley.
I'm a big Russian River Valley fan. I love their Pinot. Oh, a Russian River Valley Pinot is one of the few wines that I will like gravitate towards. I just really, really like.
I wouldn't mind going back through the wine. I think about the only Western Valley I was in was Edwards Air Force Base. Southeast of LA. That was interesting, TDY. Saw some cool stuff, though. Come on. Cowboys select Ceylon Carson, cornerback, Wake Forest. Stevens calling for Tyler Davis or Limmer.
I'm surprised Tyler Davis is still on the board. I didn't love him the little bit I got to see of him because I watched Rook, but I did not watch Davis. I prioritize other defensive linemen over Davis.
Scott Paul's calling for a wide receiver or offensive guard. Giatano's Christmas channels calling for Mahogany. Cause and Effects calling for Rice's son. Oh, the comments are coming in fast. I'm not keeping up, folks. There's a lot of them here.
There is a lot.
Wow. Skipping a bunch. Sorry, guys. Skipping a bunch. We'll find out. Appreciate him, though. I'm so far behind. Let's go down to the bottom.
Yeah, it's a rough life.
Trade to pick. Well, that's a possibility.
Yeah. It's a rough life for Odie. He is crashed. He doesn't even want to see the pick. He just wants to sleep. I don't blame him.
It's a dog's life.
Oh, Dave, we broke 500.
Woo-hoo!
506. That is a new record for us here. Thank you, everybody who is in here right now. Look, we are going to spoil the pick. So if you know the pick, throw it in there and say that the Vikings picked him. Don't just throw the name because everybody's throwing the name right now of the guy that they want the Vikings to draft. So
Jets are on the clock. Saints pick is in. We don't know what it is yet, but a lot of Limmer and Mahogany's. We'll find out. Bob's just O-line or D-line. I don't care. He likes the big round bellies. Yogi, how you doing, my friend?
Welcome, Yogi.
Come on. Come on, come on, come on.
Dave, 569. Ha-ha. That's wild. That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is awesome. I'm really excited to kind of see what the Vikings end up doing here. If you have a guess, put it in. Put in who you think, or sorry, who you want the Vikings to draft or who you think they'll draft. And then if you see who the actual draft pick is, throw it in. Throw it in. We are going to spoil the pick. So the second I hear it or see it, you are going to know. Jaden asked if I like Jerry Rice's son. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I didn't think he was all that spectacular watching him. I was really disappointed. You would think that there were some good players, but
he'll
I don't know
get
what I'm
into a
saying.
Kyrie Jackson jersey swap. Interesting.
Hey, what's up, Cody? Welcome. Man, I'm just blanking. I don't know what I'm. Ooh, Vikings are on the clock. The Jets just shook Quantez Stiggers.
Ooh.
All
Yes,
right.
Rich, we're
So-
at 519.
Let's run through guys who were visits, because the Vikings are 2 for 3 on guys they had on top 30 visits, 3 for 3 on players they had private meetings with. So I'm counting JJ McCarthy because they traveled to him for a private workout. Washington running back Dylan Johnson, Northern Iowa defensive tackle Christian Boyd, Tennessee tight end McAllen Castles, South Florida offensive tackle Donovan Jennings, Oregon defensive tackle Taki Taimani, LSU center Charles Turner III, UTSA wide receiver Joshua Cephas, Memphis running back Blake Watson, North Carolina offensive lineman Spencer Rowland, UCLA edge Gabriel Murphy, Arkansas edge Trajan Jeffcoat, Ohio State safety Josh Proctor. Those are the guys that the Vikings have taken. And I was told that they also had a visit with Christian Mahogany, have not been able to fully confirm that. I'm really excited.
Haley thinks we should trade the pick. That's a possibility.
Hey, you know what? If they get a good value and they get like another, maybe if it's like 2.6 or something, I'd highly consider it. Sure.
Cody's saying Dylan Labe.
Oh, dude, if it's Labe, oh boy, I would love an All Forno team member to end up on the Minnesota Vikings, baby. I love Dylan Labe. I'm trying to think of everybody who was on the All Forno team. Let's take a quick peek here. Of everybody on the All Forno team, the only one not drafted so far is Dylan Labe.
And what's interesting about him, not only is he a running back, he can catch the football and knows how to run routes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Dave. Who do you think they're going to take? Or it maybe a better question: what position do you think they're going to take?
O-line, interior O-line.
I would love it for it to be Christian Mahogany. I would absolutely love it to be Christian Mahogany.
Doc, you're still out there in Cali? We'll find out who they pick. Let's trade for Cousins. You're funny, Steven. Steven's watching all the way from down under. If people didn't know.
Steven's from Australia?
Yeah. He's
I
great.
didn't know that. Well, I don't even want to know what time it is in Australia right now. Wait, I think I can kind of figure this out. If you are on the East Coast, I believe that's the same time zone as Japan. So it's 3 p.m. Central Time. What is it? 8 a.m. for you? I think Sydney would be 8 a.m. All right. We have a winner. The Minnesota Vikings are selecting Oklahoma offensive lineman Walter Rouse with the 177th pick.
Rouse plays what position?
Tackle.
Okay. Do we have his particulars?
Not right now. I didn't watch him.
Oh, we both got web. Oklahoma, huh?
I don't know anything about him.
According to NFL Draft Buzz, Walter Rouse, 6'6", 313 pound. Oklahoma, they have him listed as an offensive guard. Senior, he's from Silver Springs, Maryland, is his hometown. He's got 80.6 in their 100 scale rating. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Player comps. Carter Warren of Pittsburgh, Nick Saldivar, Old Dominion, and Jackson Kirkland out of Washington. Player profile. Born March 9th in Silver Springs, Maryland, Walter Rouse quickly established himself as a presence on the offensive line at Sidwell Friends School in Washington, D.C. Throughout high school, he earned multiple accolades, including being named the 2017 All-USA Today DC second team and DCS All-State offensive line. His leadership and skills were further recognized in 2018 with the Sidwell Francis Coaches Award, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he's a nice kid. As a 3-star recruit, he was the 37th ranked offensive tackle nationally. He chose Stanford. He obviously transferred to Oklahoma. Let's see. Scouting report strengths. Effective at using his core and hips to generate torque, enhancing his run blocking capabilities. Shows a firm base and well-timed hands. Strikes in pass protection, maintaining good knee bend and balance. Excellent awareness and quick to react to stunts and pressures, showcasing accelerated vision. Independent arm technique allows for early control over edge rushers, forcing them to widen their approach. Strong ability to re-anchor after initial displacement by a speed to power rushers, thanks to his lower body strength. Capable of sealing defenders and managing distance with his long arms and strong grip. Displays quick feet and good balance as a side seal, cut blocker in the zone run game. Maintains engagement throughout the duration of plays, which terminates effectively once he appropriately latches on. Reported weaknesses. Shows limited athleticism for an offensive tackle. That's probably why they show him as a guard. Particularly noticeable in the vertical pass sets. Tendency to lunge and reach when stressed, leading to balance and body control issues. Struggles, and moving him to guard will help with that. Struggles with foot quickness and lateral movement, which are essential for effective pass protection against quality rushers. Again, moving him to guard will help with that. Often punches too early in pass sets, resulting in compromised posture and inefficiency. Heaviness in foot movement makes it challenging to redirect efficiently, affecting his performance against agile defenders. Again, moving him to guard should help with that. Report summary. Walter Rouse enters the NFL draft with upside as a potential interior offensive lineman, underscored by his significant collegiate starts and power at the point of attack. His transition from tackle to guard could mitigate some athletic shortcomings, particularly his struggles with vertical sets and lateral movement. Rouse's effectiveness, use of hand strikes, and ability to anchor down suggest he can move inside, where his limitations in less space are less detrimental. Despite a sturdy base and strong grip that enable him to neutralize defenders in tight quarters, his draft evaluation must consider the deficiencies in pass protection agility and recover quickness, his productivity for the early hand usage. Subsequent balance issues often leave him susceptible to quick pass rushers, which you usually don't get as much on the inside. Projected as a day 3 pick. And best fit is a power run scheme. So, sounds good to me.
So the people that have watched a lot of Rouse that I talked to have already gotten in my DMs and said that this is a really good pick and he's a good kid. And the one thing that Dane Brugler said as I'm reading The Beast is he doesn't have a distinguishable trait, but he's got NFL size and NFL strength to be able to play consistently at the next level. May not be a starting caliber player long term, but is a good swing kind of player. So we take those in round 6. a developmental offensive lineman who can play multiple different spots. Oh, my wife just said Pizza Hut for lunch. Who wants to buy me Pizza Hut, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, by the way, Pizza Hut, boneless wings, garlic parmesan. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I think it's important that Rouse did play at Stanford. Stanford knows how to pick offensive linemen. And then Oklahoma does a really good job in developing them as well. So I think that like Logan Lee just went, the defensive tackle from Iowa, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that's a really good swing by them. Lee's got an intriguing profile. But look, the Vikings needed offensive line depth and needed inexpensive offensive line depth. They got that. And this is a guy that looks like he can play across the board. They needed a swing tackle. They lost Oli Udoh. David Quessenberry's back. They need depth on the interior as well. And if he can do both, that's going to be a huge factor, Dave, of him making the team. So I like the pick. I think that it's a good bet. Yes, Drew Samia was from Oklahoma, but not even close to similar players. This is a guy who's stout, who's built, who's strong. His biggest issues are movement. Samia's issues were not movement at all. He was an incredible mover. So I think this is a really good spot for the Minnesota Vikings. Taking an offensive lineman that can play multiple spots and help out and provide cheap depth, because you have to have inexpensive depth on the offensive line.
Yes, you do. And I like that it adds competition. Another guy to build up. So we shall see. Rouse is just another younger version of Reisner. Could be. Let's see how he gets to the second level. Yes, right. One of my big round bellies. I'm happy.
Dave, let me read this from Dane Brugler. I'm going to move my mic because it's a little small of him. Overall, Rouse might not have a distinguishing trait to hang his hat on, but he has NFL size and smarts with passable athleticism and strength to compete for an NFL roster spot. He is a potential swing tackle at the next level. Round grade 5th and 6th. I think this is pretty good. So let his relative athletic score. He didn't allow any sacks last year in 481 pass blocking snaps. So
outstanding.
Apparently he's a biomechanical engineering major.
Smart.
Relative athletic score 7.86. Really good explosive jumps, 95th percentile vertical, 96th percentile broad, a 52nd percentile 10-yard split, but his 20-yard split was 88th percentile with a 59th percentile 40. His quickness drills, 43rd percentile short shuttle and 49th percentile 3-cone. Yeah, that tracks with the scouting reports that we've been talking about. So look, this is an essentially your Oli Udoh replacement. And yeah, I think that's objectively fine.
I think more of a multiple interior guy, but we'll find out.
I'm still surprised Mekhi Wingo's on board, honestly.
He's got good size, 6'6" or 6'5.5", however you want to do it. 313 to 320 pounds. That's good. That's good. Quasi's cooking. You got that right, Roscoe. We will see.
Jason, you from Oklahoma, or are you talking about where he's from, like birth wise, like where he graduated high school?
Well, he graduated high school in D.C., Maryland. Like Doug says, average NFL athletic.
Oh my God.
Possibly. But some of those
Chargers just drafted Kamani Vidal. What a great fit for the Chargers. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Nighthawk, 0 sacks and 460 snaps. That's wild. That's fantastic. And playing in Oklahoma, and that's decent. We have a guest coming in, Tyler, a special guest of mine.
Okay.
Need to set up the screen real quick. I moved most everything out of the way. And here we go. And of course, unfortunately, internet on the farm isn't great, but I want to welcome Rhino from
Welcome,
Vikings
sir.
Hey.
Uncensored.
Afternoon, guys.
Welcome to Vikings First and SKOL Special Edition, the draft day party that we're having. What did you think of that last pick?
I honestly didn't know a whole lot about Rouse, to be honest with you. He's not a guy I paid a lot of attention to, but listening to what you guys were saying about him and just a little quick research, I think the goal probably is moving him inside, and I think he probably can at least compete at that point.
Good idea. I think so. I think it's good backup competition. Let him push. It's a good thing. So, what's been happening over at Vikings Uncensored?
My throat. Oh, there we go.
What's been happening over at Vikings Uncensored, Rhino?
Well, of course, we had our big pre-draft show on Wednesday that Tyler was kind enough to join us with. Plus, we had our buddies Drew and Ted from Vikings Report on as well. Had a good time with that. Next week, we'll have, of course, my solo show, Rhino's Rants, on Monday, where we're going to recap a bunch of the goings-on from the draft and kind of dig through that a little bit more. And then Lance and I will have our studio show at the end of the week as well to go over everything. So there's, plenty of stuff to be talking about after this. It's been a great draft so far. I think they absolutely hit it out of the park night one. Got a big, tall cornerback earlier today. Now, if we can come back and get some defensive line help here with the remaining picks we've got, I think we're going to be in really good shape.
Mm-hmm. How's your membership over there?
We're doing good. We're up over 2,000 on the YouTube channel itself. The Facebook following has really gotten bigger, and that's actually where we're getting a lot of our traffic is through the Facebook page. And we appreciate all the guys that have joined. And when we do the live shows, everybody coming on and commenting and stuff. It's the amount of knowledge that gets run through the live chat every week is just amazing, and it's great conversation back and forth with a lot of knowledgeable Vikings fans, and it's really enjoyable. And we've gotten to the point where we're trying to do every show live if possible, just because of that interaction with the fans and the people who watch the show every week and take an hour or two out of their week just to listen to a couple of average Joe fans talk about the Vikings. I mean, we're at a spot where I didn't expect us to ever get to. I mean, we've got fans that are watching from various corners of the globe. I mean, we've got a guy from Argentina that watches quite a bit. We've got a contingency of Filipinos that watch, may or may not be part of a larger family group over there that I'm involved with, but I appreciate it nonetheless. We've got some people from Europe and Canada and other places that have been watching. So, yes, Dave Dave and I have good banter back and forth about NDSU, UND. Yes. So
Yes, we do. And the real school has the hockey team. That's right. Now, what I suggest, though, is everybody who has not seen Rhino, go over to Rhino. Rhino, go over to Vikings Uncensored. It is fun. Everything flies. There's takes. It's realistic. It's good listening to, but it comes from a fan's point of view for the most part. And Rhino's had to move back to the farm from his previous job. And as you can see, his internet isn't the greatest. What we'd like to do is get him enough subscribers that he could pay for a little Starlink and
I'm working on it, Dave.
Come in at 4K. So that's what we're trying to do. But it's not your gorgeous face that everybody wants to listen to. They want to listen to your opinions. Now, are you happy about JJ McCarthy?
I love the McCarthy pick. I mean, Drake May was my first choice, but McCarthy was a 1A to my Drake May 1. Just the more I hear about, listen to McCarthy talk and some of the stuff that's gone on, I just love the kid's attitude. He's a winner. When he was involved with helping the recruiting of bringing players into Michigan, he's flat out telling people, if you want to come to college to chase girls and drink and that kind of stuff, go to a different school. We're here to win national championships.
Well, I think that's what Michigan State's for, isn't it?
Yeah, it could very well be which the other quarterback we just had came from, but he doesn't drink that. He drinks milk and spends Kohl's cash, but
right.
But and some other stuff, like the comment I made earlier in your show, back a couple hours ago, where during the face-to-face interview that McCarthy had with the Vikings brass, when he asked Kwesi straight out, is there a reason why the Minnesota Vikings would not draft me? And he's asking that not because he's a pompous twit or whatever. He is asking because he wants to know if there is a flaw in his game that Kwesi or KOC saw that he can work on to get better. And, somebody this kid is going to be in there, first one in the building at 5:30 in the morning watching film, and he's going to be the last guy out of the building. He's got that dedication, and the kid is lost 3 games since he started playing football in high school.
Uh-huh.
I love the pick. I love the,
66 and 3, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Three. That's it.
Yeah. It's an ungodly record. And, and another thing, when they talked to him at the combine, somebody asked him about, his lack of statistics compared to, the other quarterbacks in this draft class. And his answer stuck with me on that when he said, I'm not really one that's ever been about personal statistics. He said, all that matters to me at the end of the day is, did we win the game?
And that's what we want in a quarterback.
Absolutely.
You know me. I've been preaching that for a long time.
I know you and I have been talking about that for years, Dave, back to the old Good Morning Gallarhorn days and beyond, before that even. So,
what did you think of Dallas Turner?
My impression when I heard us moving up to get Turner was kind of the same thought that you've seen the video, I'm sure by now, from the War Room when Kevin O'Connell found out. It's like, really? I'm like, wow, we got the quarterback that most of us wanted, and guy that most people were going to be very happy to get, and then we get, by a lot of boards, the consensus #1 defensive player. I mean, how do you do that? The only way round 1 could have gotten any better is if we wouldn't have had to trade up to 10 to get McCarthy.
Mm-hmm. And as Ronald Medina says, Kyrie Jackson was a top 100 player for most analysts and on most boards. So we did well there as well. I like the Jackson pick. I mean, he's a big, tall guy, and that's, our cornerback room is struggling. We saw that when teams finally figured out how to beat the Flores defense earlier this year, specifically in that Cincinnati game.
it was, if you throw it deep, our corners are all, in that 6 foot range or shorter. They don't have the size to go up and defend the 50-50 balls. So getting a guy that's 6'4" out there, as long as some of the, in the past stuff is, beyond him, that stuff that happened in Alabama and stuff where he, the maturity stuff, I think was a lot of what, from what I've been hearing, is why he didn't play down there as much as he should have. But if he's gotten beyond that and can be that mature guy, that guy can get out there, I think he's going to be very good for this team as well. And, it's another toy for Flores to play with.
I agree. And maturity deals, that's something we don't see. As fans, we're not seeing all the things that a team is looking for when they're doing the drafts, where they do the research on the kid to see, how are there any red flags growing up? Are there any this? We talked about Spencer Rattler, right? When the high school best, and he came out as a prima donna, and everybody's like turned off because he was a jerk. Well, he may have fixed that. He may have learned from that, and hopefully he did. But there are personality traits and stuff like that. And when people are here disagreeing with the Rouse pick and saying we should have picked Limmer or somebody, that may be the case, but the team's also done those personality checks, and they're trying to target people that they know will be good inside the locker room and inside the environment that they've made, the culture of the Minnesota Vikings. So I always give them the, that, because we don't know those things. They do their work to find out those things. And that's why I'd hold off on any immediate, judgment on any of these kids taken in these later rounds, especially as to how they're going to turn out. It is what it is. Now, you can come back 3 years from now and say if McCormick was better or whoever you wanted was better, then you can say, well, yeah, that was a miss. But if Rouse turns out to be a valuable backup lineman, no matter what position, we're getting our money's worth. That's something that's a big deal. And we should expect to see him get his time on special teams, as well as in camp. I look forward to it.
I do too. I mean, we know we needed at least backups, for the offensive line, whether it's interior or exterior. And getting a guy like Rouse, I mean, he's a big dude. He's good in the run game. And I think I saw a comment just before I hopped on here about, that was where someone like him probably has an advantage over bringing Dalton Reisner back, because he's good in the run game. And now that we have Aaron Jones, the run game is going to have a little bit more emphasis, I believe, this year than we were at last year. So
right. I think it's a good pick. I'm happy with it. It's going to be interesting to see what the Vikings do with their 3 remaining picks, which is down here towards the bottom of the 6. What do we got? Pick 27 of the 6, pick 203 overall, and then we got 2 in the 7th. So, best player available, hopefully in a position of need. Which rooms would you like to see beefed up a little bit more?
I still want to see something on the interior defensive line. Like I've been saying all day, I'm a big Christian Boyd fan. I've seen the kid play a fair amount, being from northern Iowa in the Missouri Valley and playing against NDSU for the last few years. I mean, the kid, yes, it's FCS, not FBS, but, as they say, talent is talent, no matter what level of football you're playing at. And I think the kid, is he a starter right away? Probably not. But I think he could be a valuable rotational guy that could eventually develop into, somebody that can clog up that middle. And, key to a 3-4 defense is having a big, nasty nose tackle. We've got Harrison Phillips in there, who I think is better suited to be a 3-4 end than in at the nose. A lot of these teams are going to that smaller, 300-pound nose tackle, but that's why I like Tavondre Sweat so much earlier on. If we could have found a way to get him, 366 pounds, a big monster that's just going to take up space in there. And I think if you got somebody like that, we've got, some of these guys that we brought in. Of course, you got Harrison Phillips. You've got, Bullard is kind of just a guy in my opinion, but what's his name? The guy we signed from the Raiders last year. He's got potential to play in there. It's just a one thing the Bison do not have is a weak ass offensive line. We'll put it that way. They've always had a good offensive line, but defensive line is the biggest one for me. I'd still like to see a wide receiver brought in for competition too, just to, so we have somebody else competing for that wide receiver 3 spot. I mean, Powell is a good wide receiver, but I think he's more of a wide receiver 4. If Jalen Naylor is healthy, I think he's got the inside track for that wide receiver 3, but he has yet to prove that he can stay healthy long enough to grab that brass ring, but we'll see.
Yeah. Hey, hopefully he does. But I agree with you. He needs to stay healthy. Tyler, you got any questions for Rhino?
Sorry, I've been chaotic the last few minutes, just getting all my stuff in, getting all my stuff written for Walter Rouse, and then we had a near emergency with the shower that I had to run and take care of. But the shower's fine, thankfully. All is good.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, we're good. I wasn't here. How much did you guys talk about the process for Dallas Turner?
Well, that Rhino liked him. That moving up from one of the top 10 rated players would be is a great thing.
I mean, I fully expect him to go after somebody, like Byron Murphy, who ended up going to the Seahawks, or Johnny Newton or somebody like that at pick 23. But, moving up to 17, I've seen some people, on Twitter X and wherever all else in social media, complaining about these mid-round picks that they gave up in order to move up, from 11 to 10 and then from 23 to 17. And you look at, you may have gotten, one starter out of those picks or some backup guys, but you gave them up to go get 2 potential franchise players. Dallas Turner can be the next Danielle Hunter. J.J. McCarthy can be that franchise quarterback that this team has been searching for since Fran Tarkenton retired. So and I said this before the draft, Lance and I talked about this on our show. I don't really care about the draft picks if we go get the guys that we truly believe in that can make a difference for this team.
Did you agree with the process of how they went up to go get him? The process of the large amount of capital to go make that happen?
I was kind of surprised that they did, but I never expected Dallas Turner to be down there at pick 17 either. I figured he would have gone. I think I had him. I kind of predicted, the top 10 going offense. And then whoever the Vikings had traded back with at 11, because I fully expected them to move up to get either May or McCarthy, whether it was New England or whoever, probably would have taken Dallas Turner at 11. And he'd have been long gone. But when he started falling down the board, the thought kind of crept in my mind a little bit about, this is a possibility. I didn't know how strong of it was because we had gotten Van Ginkel and Grenard, in free agency. But when they jumped up and it's like, okay, who are they taking? Turner. Like I told Dave a little bit ago, when you were off taking care of your shower emergency, I kind of got the same look on my face that Kevin O'Connell did when Kwesi told him they were going to go get him. I mean, we got Dallas Turner. Hell yes. And like I said, you get the guys that you truly believe in. I don't care about the draft picks.
Mm-hmm. Loaded Guitars says, Yes, he can. If he's ranked 319th, he can't be far off from being bad. That's a possibility. Loaded possibility. And you talk about switching positions. You got to remember, over half the guards that are in the NFL were tackles in college.
Mm-hmm.
So
something interesting that it was just passed to me. I didn't think that Rouse was a visit. He was. So all 4 of the Vikings picks have been involved in some sort of visit.
Okay.
JJ McCarthy was the only one to not visit the facility, but the Vikings visited him, so I'm counting it.
Yes, that's without a doubt. They spent lots of time together.
Yep.
Well, Rhino, what can people expect this week from you on Vikings Uncensored? Because we're going to let you go after this.
All right. Like I said, we're Monday night. I have my solo show, Rhinos Rants. I will be on at 7:00 Central Time. Going to recap all of the draft picks, the 4 that we've already got, plus whoever we pick from here on out, and the undrafted free agents. Give you my unabashed take on it, and we'll discuss that. Going to be a live show as usual. So come on, join us. Bring your questions, bring your comments on the players. You like them, you hate them, you're indifferent about it. We'll talk it all over. And then end of the week, Lance and I will have our Vikings Uncensored studio show. Planning on going live for that one as well. For some of the rest of the stuff, we'll get Lance's take on the picks and all of that kind of stuff as well. Check us out on the YouTube channel. Hit a like and subscribe if you haven't been. If you like what you see when you watch us. Facebook also. I'm at Vikes Uncensored on Twitter X. I try to be on there and interacting as much as I possibly can. Even though it is a cesspool of God knows what, I still try to have a presence on there talking Vikings football. So been a great draft so far. I love what Kwesi and KOC are doing now that this is officially their team. They're done with the Spielman Zimmer leftovers, and I'm excited. So
cool. Well, buddy, I highly recommend everybody watching that if you want another enjoyable show to watch with a lot of us Vikings fans, go over, check out Rhino on Vikings Uncensored. And I want to thank you for coming on and giving us your opinion today. It's been outstanding. And you have a rest of a fantastic draft. And we'll see you online, buddy.
all right. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Take it easy, man.
Skol Vikes. We'll see you guys.
Yeah.
SKOL Vikes.
All right. I know the video was hard on that. Apologize for that. Rhino literally needs to get a little upgrade over on the farm, but he's working towards that, and he's a good guy. So we are back to our normal programming. As everybody knows, the Kittens got Mekhi Wingo, unfortunately.
Yeah, that.
The Eagles took Dylan McMahon, guard out of NC State. Hey, Raymond. Good to see you here. Loaded. Why are you getting so upset over a 6th-round pick?
Yeah.
This is where teams look for talent that they can develop. It's not, you're not finding superstars down here on a regular basis. That's rare. If they identified Rouse as one of those guys they can work with, think's going to work in the system, I think it's a good pick. No problem, Rhino. Want to get you some coverage, get you out there.
So apparently, Rouse did not visit. Doogie, who I had gotten the information from, had mentioned that he was corrected on his reporting of that. Mm-hmm. You want to hear the official Deshaun Watson trade?
Sure.
It's been finalized.
Go ahead.
The Browns got Deshaun Watson, and they included their 6th-round pick they got in the Jerry Jeudy trade. Texans get starting guard Kenyon Green, running back Dameon Pierce, starting edge rusher Will Anderson Jr., Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Jamal Hill, Caden Bullock, and next year's 2nd-round pick.
Mm-hmm. So they got next year's 2nd-round pick that they got to finish it up.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. Stephon Diggs.
Ah.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Wild. And I just ordered Pizza Hut. So at about 5 o'clock, I'll be eating Pizza Hut on YouTube, and I apologize.
But you're starving.
I'm not sorry. I'm going to be taking it.
Loaded. Most offensive linemen taking that position don't work out.
Mm-hmm.
We're into the 6th round. Most do not.
We're 10 picks away from the Vikings. I'm going to be very interested to see what they do. I wasn't expecting a tackle.
Uh-huh.
I like it. Like, kind of looking back on it, I think it's good. But now I got to get some pre-written stuff.
I think so, Jacob.
Ooh.
When it turns out in the end, because Watson sure didn't live up to his billing, or hasn't yet.
The Patriots are taking Joe Milton.
Ooh, interesting. Hey, if Pizza Hut's willing to sponsor us, Rhino, I'm all for it.
I mean, we are looking for sponsors.
And I've got a Pizza Hut just a couple blocks away. If I want pizza delivered, it's the quickest and the hottest.
Hi, Odie. Welcome back to the show, buddy. Did Mom kick you in here? Were you being annoying? I will say Odie is getting skinny, and I'm very happy about that because we were unintentionally overfeeding him as a puppy because we didn't know that the food we were giving him was so calorie dense. So we changed foods. He's on a better diet, and now he looks like he's a skinny boy. But what's really weird about dogs is if you can like see their ribs and stuff, that's actually that can actually be a good thing. Like they have like a dog BMI scale. Cheddar looks really skinny, and like you can see his spine and stuff. Nope, he's a 4 out of 10, which 4 to 6 is the good range. 1 to 3 is like, hey, a little underweight. And yeah.
Jason was literally at Pizza Hut picking up some wings an hour ago. And listening to us on the phone. That was awesome.
Hey, you know what? I think it's cool that that you were listening to us like I would listen to so many different shows back in the day. Odie, get out of there. Do I have to kick you?
Loaded, you may be 100% correct on your observation. Let
Odie.
us know down the road. And we'll maybe incorporate you on evaluations of players coming in the future. We're always looking for good talent.
Big thing about talent is you have to be consistent.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how good you are if you're not consistent. That's why we're here every Monday and Wednesday. And if we're not, we are very upfront about it. Ooh, Bengals get McLaughlin. I wonder if the Bengals might be transitioning to more 12 personnel with T. Higgins potentially, leaving. Odie, are you just a puppy? What are you doing, sweetie boy?
He is just a puppy.
Odie, where's your toys?
He is.
Oh, it's Chew Toy from Bully Make. It's look like a robot dog. Odie.
Okay.
Here, you gotta look at him right now.
There he is.
Odie, he's got that lip thing. Odie, come here. Where it can you see it?
Oh, I can see like sort of old man where he's got it puffed out in the bottom.
Yep.
JR Standing saying he's making pizza and listening to us. That freaking rocks.
Oh yeah. All right. Hey, you know what? We've got a few minutes till the pick. We have been talking football nonstop. Where's Gary? Have we seen Gary in the chat? Because we're about to talk about food. Gary, where are you? I'm about to talk about food. This is your thing. Well, What's on your pizza, Dave? What is on your pizza?
What do I normally have?
Yes.
Oh, I like it stacked. I like anything, but give me a supreme type. I like everything. Throw the kitchen sink on there. And yes, I will eat anchovies as well.
I just ordered pizzas for my wife and I. My wife is obsessed with stuffed crust. I don't care. So I got regular because I don't want to spend $3. That's just a personal preference. She wanted pepperoni sausage jalapeno, so she got that.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. I got pepperoni extra sausage extra mushroom.
Ooh,
I love mushrooms. And then garlic parmesan boneless wings.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, that's good. No stop.
Took you a bit.
No stop. Look into Bully Make boxes. They make toys for super strong chewers who destroy everything. Which Odie loves to like chew stuff. He can't break these toys, and he just loves them. So I would highly recommend looking into that. Because it looks like you have a bigger dog. I mean, Cheddar, he's like a lab pity mix. So I would look into that because that might actually be toys that you can get. We got some mushroom debate in the channel now. I love this. This is a food show, baby.
Well, Daywalker likes jalapeno pepperoni and green olives versus black, which is an interesting choice. I like it as well. It adds that little bit of salt. And if you're old like me and you had pizza with anchovies, that's where that salt comes from. You get that a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
I got to swim with anchovies in the Gulf of Oman once. We were snorkeling, diving on a wreck. They're fun to see. A little fish spout like this.
There we go.
School up and go everywhere. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And they are great on pizza if you like it that way. Now, next question is what style of pizza?
Hold on.
There's the Odie.
I think we're going to get Odie playing a little bit. Odie, don't you pee.
He's rubbing his chin. He's like he's got an itch.
He's a Frenchie.
Viking Uncentred loves jalapenos. Green olives are disgusting. Not a big fan of mushrooms. It's not a flavor thing. It's a texture thing.
Totally get that. Celery for me is a big texture thing. I'm out on celery. Nope.
Go
Celery,
wide receiver 3 doesn't necessarily have to be elite. No, just what I want from my wide receiver 3 is to advance the chains. Jarius Wright type. Jer likes a Minnesota style pizza. What is a Minnesota style pizza? That's new to
I'm
my
guessing
ears.
wood fire or tavern style. All right, Odie's about to lick his butt, so I'm going to take it off.
But wood fired tavern style, that doesn't start in Minnesota. That's been around a long time.
Okay, so question. What is the weirdest topping you guys have ever had on a pizza? Because they make some wild pizzas now.
Oh, yes, they do.
Ooh, Joe Milton apparently has been clocked 98 on a baseball radar gun.
Wow. Good for him.
That's obviously with a baseball.
And I bet he didn't get it into the strike zone consistently. Weirdest style pizza is one I had in Kuwait City. We had a local pizza shop. You go down there and they'd take their bread, and there's a brick-fired oven, throw it in there, and it'd have goat cheese on it and hot dogs.
Interesting.
It's actually pretty good. It was cheap, too. It was dirt cheap. But we'd go there. It's one of the places we'd eat.
Okay.
And then have a little bit of curry and other flavors. And they put some mushrooms and peppers, and all from the Middle East.
Interesting, Dave. The weirdest topping I've ever had on a pizza is a fig.
Okay. I haven't heard of that one. That falls in the pineapple category to me.
It was like fig, mozzarella.
I've had figs before. It's like an overgrown raisin.
I don't know why it was on the pizza, what else it was, but it actually wasn't bad. Artichokes on pizza, that's not bad.
And we're waiting. Falcons are on the clock.
Ryan Watts just went to Pittsburgh. Watts is like a very, very hyper athlete that just hasn't figured it out.
Okay.
Hi, Annie. Will you just step back?
Salmon on a pizza, Brian. I have heard of that. Yes, I've never tried it. I've heard of that. No Stop says Paxtis deep dish. Okay. Seafood pizza with squid. More fun than the PEI. Believe it or not, that sounds appealing to me. Hey, we've got a super chat. Let me scroll down there.
Thank you, Bill.
Walker. How to join the team. If you wish to join our team, go on a computer, go to Vikings First and SKOL YouTube, and you will see the button. If you are on your phone, you cannot use the YouTube app. You have to go through a browser to YouTube, and you can find it there.
AJ, tell me about this crab rangoon pizza. Sam, I've had peanut butter pizza at Zorba's. It sounds insane, but it rocks. High recommend everybody when they're up in the chain of lakes up north in Minnesota, Pequot Lakes, Detroit Lakes, anywhere there's a Zorba's, there's a peanut butter pizza. It sounds bonkers, and it is, but it's good. I can't explain it. I mean, the only time I had it, I was just hammered, but I really, really thought it was good.
Fried green
and
tomatoes.
It's like it's legendary.
Yes, Jared, it's time to make your predictions for the next pick. Vikings are just about a half dozen away.
I'm gonna stick with Johnny Wilson. Tyler Davis, Clemson. Oh, Rams finally got somebody big.
Presbyslaw says Boscala. I don't know how to pronounce it. I should. I'm Italian. Style pizza bianca mix of mushrooms and sausage and ham. Sounds good. I could do that. Tyler Davis to the Rams. Does UDFA start right after the draft? That's a good question from Dave L. Or is it tomorrow? The answer is it's immediately once round 7 closes. And teams can be calling on players prior to that. They just can't confirm them.
It's technically tampering if you do that, but everybody does it. Just don't get caught.
Don't go out there and
or
say,
if you're
hey,
Kirk
I've been
Cousins,
shopping
don't
for a house
admit it.
for 2 weeks. Alfredo pizza with wild rice. Interesting. I love wild rice, and I've had Alfredo pizzas. They're good. Giotano says California Pizza Kitchen does peanut sauce pizza. Tastes like peanut butter sandwich. Okay, I don't know if I want my pizza to taste like a peanut butter sandwich.
It doesn't taste like a peanut butter sandwich, but it's good. You have to try it. It's too difficult to explain.
Jason says macaroni and cheese on pizza at Cece's. So
I'm going to be real. I don't like mac and cheese pizza.
3,700 subscribers. Thank you, everybody that has subscribed today. We very much appreciate it. Our goal is 4,000. But 3,700, we cannot thank you enough. Very much appreciate it. We started the day before this show, at, let me get the right thread, 3,677. So 23 have or more have signed. We appreciate it. Appreciate you very, very much. KFT says Cousins Falcons talk contract before they were allowed. Yes, that's where the whole idea of them talking is where the tampering comes in. Much less going through all the way to contract talks. Yes. Cheese curds on pizza. I'm for it. I like cheese. It's one thing Wisconsin does well. That and some corn. And cranberries. I think most cranberries come from Michigan, but up there. John says, Skol, brother. Glad to have you here. Jersey Mike subs are awesome. I'll take your word for it. Jacobs Humphrey says, best available, looking bleak. There's always best available. It's just who's available. And we said there was a talent cliff in day 3 where all this just goes. And I think we've hit it. Jared says he's got a bad feeling the Packers take one of our guys right before us. I'm sure that'll happen. That's typical.
Yeah.
KFT, Limmer or Mahogany and double up on the offensive line. Ooh, that would get me excited. I don't know how smart it is, but it'd get me excited. Jacob says we got Boyd or Rice. Wide receiver? I doubt it. Wilson to Philly, according to Patrick. Yes, what was the Miami penalty a couple years ago? I'm trying to remember. There's been multiple cases of it. Most, if the NFL...
It was, they were stripped a first-round pick in 2023 and a third-round pick in 2024 for multiple instances of contacting Tom Brady, who was under contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Sean Payton, who, while he was not the head coach anymore, was still under contract with the New Orleans Saints.
Okay. And didn't they get fined for that as well?
Oh, yeah. Stephen Ross got a couple $1 million. Then Chris Greer got like $250,000. It was significant.
So, $199 Saints.
Johnny Wilson's still available, right?
I'll take your word for it. I don't have a site that tracks who went off the board. I would like one. I would love to put
NFL.com has one.
Do they?
Yeah.
Like who's available? I'd love to take your board or especially Arif's big board, consensus board that as the picks go off, that it switches colors and see who's available. Or Thor's. Take Thor's too. AJ, absolutely. Boyd went to the Saints. Trying to catch up on the remarks. Jeremy, yeah, Matt Burke was picked from Harvard in the 6th round back in 98. Turned out to be a great center. Yeah, that's where I said Spielman got his, hey, I got lucky here. Let's go with this from now on. And it didn't work out. It's one of those that you get lucky at. And you want your center smart. That's absolutely the case. You want all your old linemen smart. Generally, closer to the ball, the more smart you want them. Mike, that makes 2 of us. And I'm sure a lot more. I'd throw Sean Payton into that too. He's no longer a Saint, but he is. Bronco coach. Gary Miller, Mahogany. Yeah, calling from Mahogany. Don't know if they're going to go that route now that they got Rouse. Leonard Taylor's good. 3 picks away. Yes. Woohoo. Colts are on the clock, according to the website. Dave L., if you're 2 picks ahead, by all means, spoil. Spoil away.
Yeah, we are. This is not a spoil-free zone. We are spoiling.
Say Vikings select and put it in there. We want it. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Please do.
Apparently Boyd is gone.
According to Rhino. Steven says Van Pran.
Van Pran's gone. Van Pran got picked by the Bills a lot earlier. Johnny Wilson went to the Eagles, huh? Okay. I'm going to pound the table for Christian Mahogany then. I don't really like any defensive linemen here. So take an upside guard. There's got to be something medical with Mahogany. He's too good to be here. There's something I don't know.
Okay.
Like he was talked about as a first round pick, going into 23, like that kind of potential, like the Wyatt Davis arc, how people were so high on him, but Mahogany was really good this past year. So I don't really know what the heck's going on here. I don't get it.
Doug Rouse, expect him to move inside. Just to let you know. He'll have position flexibility, but expect him to move inside. As we wait. I'm sure there's a bazillion commercials. Oh, NFL Network showing a puppy.
Yay, doggies.
Uh-huh.
All right. Christian Mahogany or Evan Anderson. Those are the 2 guys I'd want here. I don't know who's good enough at wide receiver. I don't like Brendan Rice. I don't want to make that pick. I think it would be a waste of an asset.
We shall find out. As said, Panthers select Jaden Crumedy, defensive tackle, Mississippi State. Colts take Abraham at 201.
Yeah.
Steve says Mahogany, he could have a bad attitude, maybe a cancer in the locker room. And like we said earlier, that all gets figured in by the organizations as they do their research. And that's why we may like a player, because all we look at is what they did in college and look at their stats, the metrics that we see, and we say, hey, this guy's great, but he may be an absolute jerk, and they don't want him in the building. We don't know that.
Yeah.
Chris says, the thing is, wide receiver who knows he will get cut. How many wide receivers do we have in the room now?
Not enough. Give me more.
Yeah.
Give me more.
And the Cheesers are on the clock. Indianapolis took Micah Abraham, cornerback, Marshall. Leonard Taylor or Gabe Hallwork, ? From Doug.
Pick is apparently in.
Cheesers. Effing Cheesers. According to Jer. Of course.
The Vikings pick is, it's a Packers pick that's in. Never mind.
But we agree with that sentiment, Jer. Always. Seifert said he talked to Jackson and he didn't play much because of politics. That sounds interesting. There is a story there. There's got to be.
Oh, that sounds like Alabama.
And it could be politics within the football team, the organization, Alabama. or some other way. I don't know. Leonard Taylor or Bo Limmer here. According to Rhino. Vikings pick Tyler Forness.
Give me Christian Mahogany. Give me Christian Mahogany.
Packers take Glover.
Travis Glover?
Ted Glover gets drafted by the Packers?
Wait, Travis Glover went to the Packers?
Yes, Travis Glover. Offensive tackle, Georgia State. Danny Glover's kid. I didn't know that. Mike. Ron Burgundy loves mahogany. Yes. More puppies. Look at that. Oh, that's cute. NFL Network's obviously worried about losing viewers, so they put up puppies. Hopefully it's an adopt a puppy thing. There's some cute ones there. Yes, Mateo. Always. Mingo goes to the Lions. Watch him become really good. Jer, a kicker. Yeah, right. I hope not. More PI, kicker. All right, guys.
Oh, no. A kicker?
They took a kicker.
Oh.
Will Reichard, kicker,
He's not
Alabama.
even good.
He's not even good. It's going to be fun. Bogging down. Or the internet is. Why is that? Why is everybody on the internet in Austin, Texas? See if this guy's even got a draft profile.
Oh, yeah, he does. He was viewed as one of the best kickers, but the people I trust don't believe he's a good kicker. I don't know nearly enough about kickers to make an actual informed opinion on kickers. So I leave it up to the people who know.
And that is?
Alex Katzen is one of them. That dude's so smart, and he loves special teams. I haven't put in the time to learn kicker.
Draft Buzz does not have one on him. Born in 2000.
Don't do Draft Buzz. NFL.com. What I do is I just Google scouting report, that player's name, and then scouting report, and then I just go to NFL.com.
Okay. Well, they normally put it up there with him. And I click on the down arrow and get nothing. Okay, here we go. Player bio. Height 6'1", 187 pounds. Arm 31 inches. Hand 8.5. That's a small hand for somebody 6'1". (2019) hip flexor injury. 2020 Lou Groza Award. Finalist. Led SEC, 137 points. 2021. 2022, third in FBS, 130 plus points. 2023, third team Associated Press All-American SEC Special Teams Player of the Year. First team All SEC Kicker finalist for the Lou Groza Award. 55 for 55 on extra points. Hey, we like that he kick extra points. 22-25. for 50 with 5 for 5, 50-plus yarders. Long 52. That's not a real long field goal. 52 touchbacks on 87 kickoffs. Played 14 games. Set a FBS record for 547 career points scored. Set school record for 84 field goals made. 10 field goals from 50 yards plus. 295 extra points in his career. Overview: highly experienced in high-level matchups inside the SEC and college football playoffs. Reichard kicks with consistent lift. He's as close to an automatic as you'll find under 40 yards and can make 50-yard plusers at a high success rate, but has an average leg strength by the standard of today's NFL. Reichard needs to prove he can plant a higher percentage of kickbacks as touchbacks. That now has changed, but his accuracy and talent should give him a strong chance of being drafted. Connects on more than 95% of his kicks under 40 yards over the last 4 years, unlike our last kicker. Weakness: missed potential game winner from 50 in a loss to Tennessee in 2022. Doesn't hit kicks with booming drives. Need to improve consistency on kickoff depth in the pro. Mateo says he sounds like Ryan Longwell. Could be. I don't do kickers. You got to be a special kind of person to throw them into your evaluation. Big Graylin Dad says this guy's a punter. I think the idea of a dual person is a good one, but who knows? What are you finding?
Well, he has hit 10 out of 13 50-plus yard field goals.
Mm-hmm. Steven says that's bloody great for a kicker.
But he's never hit one above 52 yards.
Chris says that was supposed to be Taylor's pick.
Oh, this is worse.
Steven loves the pick. Well, good, Steven. Jaron, yes, I have. I went there once. It's a nice place. Watched the game. Took a buddy of mine from climbing the pocket. When we did that, we went down there and watched the game. It's a real nice place. That's what I was saying, Gary. Doesn't need extra depth on kickoffs now. Absolutely. But we'd like it on field goals when we need them. Dino, yes, a kicker. We agree with you. Loaded, yep. Brendan Rice was right there. Mahogany still on the board. Duncan says, get that kicker from the UFL. We already have one, and this makes two.
He's talking about Jake Bates.
Yeah, and he's talking, that would make 3. I'm cool with having 3 kickers in camp. Mateo asks, do we have too many Alabama players now? Chris asks, is Castles a good candidate for a UDFA signing? If he makes it that far. Banna says, it's great for competition. He's the 203rd pick. Loaded says he'd rather grab a veteran. Bob says kicker sounds like he needs a shot of Pikesville rye before a long kick attempt. I can endorse that. And of course, or a Snickers bar. Slide right. Bite your tongue. I know we live with that as Vikings fans. Or wide left. Duncan says, this should shock you if you're a Vikings fan. 23 picks until we go again. Buddy, I need to take a quick break. I will be back shortly. You're putting you in solo mode, and you can tell the good people about everything your esteemed friends in the evaluation world think about the young man.
Yeah, they don't like him. They don't like, go for it. They don't think he's very good. Just really frustrating that we drafted a freaking kicker. And it wasn't Harrison Mevis, Josh Carty, Cam Little as a big leg too. Will Reichard, he's like he's like a technical pitcher. He's not a power pitcher, and like 50-yard kicks can be a massive difference for your team. So if he doesn't miss extra points and he doesn't miss field goals, all right, I guess. But you only have 7 picks with what this roster is and what this defense line is. You spend one on a kicker. I hate it. I hate it. What do you guys think? I've been doing my writing stuff, so I haven't really seen what you guys think. Do you guys like the kicker pick? Do you guys like, what are the thoughts? Mac Jones, like, I like the kicker. He doesn't miss. Yeah, he has an 84% conversion rate on field goals. Yeah, David, we actually drafted a kicker. Steven loves it. All right, well, that's good. 95% under 40 yards. I have to on Chevy. I don't think that's right because I have him with a with an 84% career field goal percentage. And he's 10 of 13 on field goals 50 plus. That's an interesting theory, Kevin. Kevin says the Vikings go kicker because they think they'll get some value in 7th round by taking BPA, D-line, O-line, maybe Labe. Wide receiver seems picked over. Rice is UDFA at best. Also, Mahogany backs, big Minnesota Vikings UDFA. Dylan Labe to the Raiders. No All Forno team member on the Minnesota Vikings this year. But they all got drafted. I think that rocks. Chris, it is a catastrophic waste unless he ends up being really good. That's the problem. Will he be really good? I don't know how to predict kickers. I just stay away from kicker. I have no idea. Yeah, is 2023 95% of kicks under 40 yards, that tracks because he was he was 5 of 5 50 plus. 10 of 10 from 20 to 39, 7 of 10 from 40 to 49. Plus, it's also really hard to judge kickers because of the splits in college football. The splits are so much wider, and you can be kicking at such a sharp angle, which you don't actually have to deal with at the National Football League level. So it's very difficult to scout kickers. You have to scout like traits and you have to scout like technique and stuff. I just don't know. Oh, the Rams just took a kicker too. Oh, that's funny. What's the difference between a standard kicker and a weatherman? I don't know. One of them's Paul Douglas and he gets everything wrong. I have a feeling that there's a good punchline here. Look, now if this guy had a leg like Daniel Carlson, I'd be in, but he doesn't. And he just has Cardi. Cardi would have been the kicker I wanted, because I just don't know enough about kickers to scout them. So I just trust people who I know them, and I listen to their opinions. And Cardi was the one that everybody seemed to really like. Cardi was the one that seemed to be a next level player as far at the position. Yeah, so we'll see. I got these done. Now there's one more piece I have to edit. Oh, hi. You can check my wallet. It's downstairs. I don't think so. I think I just have big bills. In the key bin, I think. Sorry, wife was asking about change. Odie, you're just fine, you sweet boy. Mahogany to the Lions? Oh, Jesus Christ. Seriously? Why? Why the Lions? Why are they getting all the trench players that I want? Why are they doing this to us? Guys, why are they doing this? Why are they hurting me? Why are they hurting you? Okay, give me 1 second. I am in the process of doing some quick edits, and we'll get some more information. Pizza Hut delivery guy's probably a good kicker. Well, I guess that would be my wife because she's going to pick up curbside. We don't like doing the delivery. Delivery is expensive, man. And then you like not only are you paying the delivery fee, which is like $3, $4, $5, but then on top of that, you're paying the delivery driver a tip because the delivery driver deserves a tip. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Okay. One of my expert friends who knows special teams is I'm trying to get some. All right. Yeah, Roger, third-party delivery is insane. Here's the thing with third-party delivery. It's incredibly convenient. But third-party delivery charges restaurants like 15 to 20% on all sales. So restaurants will in turn mark up their food 15 to 20%. So you could get, let's say, a 10-piece McNugget meal at McDonald's costs $10. You may end up spending like $18 or $19 to get that McNugget meal by the time it's all said and done. Because everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to get money. And it makes it tough. Hey, Michael, I haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome. Yeah, kicker over Mahogany. I don't love it. But I will say, the Vikings started the kicker run. The Vikings started the kicker run because the Rams took Joshua Carty from Stanford, and then Arkansas's Cam Little just went to the Jaguars, I believe. I still can't believe Fabian Levette is still on the board. Yeah, the Bama kicker, I mean, he's had some clutch moments. I think that's 100% fair. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just bitter. Oh, hi, Dave.
Hey. I'm still frustrated over that kicker.
Yeah. And then two more kickers came off the board, so we started the run.
I see that, but it's still... I believe kickers should be UDFAs, if anything. But, oh well. And that the Lions got Mahogany. You got to be kidding me. Aaron
I wonder why the
says,
Vikings didn't take him.
There's got to be something. Either that they know or they don't know. Boosh.
Oh, that sounded good.
Well, that's the last of my wild turkey. I'm killing bottles today. It's my wild turkey 101 rye.
Okay, I need to...
It's coming up on time. I need to do a whiskey run. I've got a new one that I'm told I've got to try.
Oh, yeah?
Big Stick. Texas bourbon, where they stick a piece of a stave in the bottle.
Oh, that's kind of sick.
Mm-hmm. To let it mellow some more. It's supposed to be really good. It's a higher priced bourbon.
Man, I can't believe we drafted a kicker. And Dylan Labe and Christian Mahogany went off the board after that. Well, I hate it here. I hate it. I'm just bitter.
Good reason to be. This one's going to take some explaining to do, Lucy. I'm sure
that accent was pretty spot on, by the way.
I'm sure that the Vikings media department will be getting with everybody, and we'll see that explaining. But we'll find out. Cole asked, why is Limmer still out there? Good question.
No idea. He did get kind of... Oh, man, my butt hurts. Holy crap.
Marty says he's never seen such reaction to the 203rd pick in the draft.
Stupid kickers.
Because there's some of us that don't believe in drafting kickers or punters. That it's a waste of a pick.
Now I got to get prepared for 230 and 232. Hopefully they're players that I like.
Yes, Tycoon, bless the bottle. I agree with you 100%. Yes, Jacob, no depth in this draft, no picks left next year. This sucks. Yes, the talent level has dropped off tremendously. George says, let's drink our sorrows away. Hey, we should still be happy. I'm happy just because of day one.
Yeah, like day one rocks.
Everything else is frosting on that cake. And the kicker is just sprinkles at this point.
My wife loves sprinkles. She would get sprinkles every time we'd get Culver's. I'm like, why are we getting sprinkles? She's like, oh, I like sprinkles. I'm like, yeah, but it's 70 cents. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, why don't we just buy a big thing of sprinkles and then we don't spend 70 cents every time you want sprinkles? She's like, oh, yeah. So we have a huge freaking thing of sprinkles at home.
Okay. Dwight says, Quasey's method is to spin the wheel and see what it lands on. Cole, I suspect they're already making phone calls on the UDFAs, lining up who they want to bring in. Whether they're technically making calls or not, that may be a different story, but I suspect they're talking to agents, at least.
I'm just excited for my wife to get back with Pizza Hut. I'm so hungry. I've had like a 10 ounces of ribeye this morning because my wife got, so they do reduce meat a lot at her store. And whenever they do, she'll buy a bunch of it, but then you got to either freeze it immediately or eat it.
Right.
So I cooked ribeyes this morning for breakfast.
Nothing wrong with that.
It was great. I loved it, but I didn't get a chance to finish it because everything kind of happened a little late, and then I had to bring Cheddar to doggy daycare, and then that's why the stream started like 11:10 instead of 11.
They got Coach on the NFL Network. What's up?
Yeah, he's probably just talking about JJ McCarthy. Oh, we love JJ. He was our guy. Yeah, people are on Twitter right now. There's a couple that'd be like, "Why do you hate the picks?" I'm like, I don't hate the process. I just prefer different players, and I'm just going to tell you, I prefer different players. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, Brian, the two cornerbacks lines are going to be tough. Hey, the NFC North is getting better and better and better. And what is with my internet speed? Spectrum. Dwight says, we've crushed a rush on Pizza Hut orders. Probably. Scott asks, why is this turning into a Rick Spielman draft? With Spielman, we'd be trading down for more sevenths.
At this point, if you trade down for another seventh, the whole idea is you just want more opportunities to get players before they hit UDFA. Okay, I
just bumped up the volume to listen. He's talking about competitive environment for the QB room. Steven, are you seventh? Sevens aren't actually stupid. Believe it or not, sevens have a higher hit rate than fifths and sixths.
I guess that also depends, Dave, on what you would consider a hit for those.
Second contract.
Okay. For me, Jordan Whittington to the Rams. I kind of like that.
Anthony says NFC North looks like they're going back to being the black and blue division. It looks that way, my friend. It looks that way. Getting tough. And that's good for all of us. We're simulcasting across YouTube and in 2 Facebook groups, Vikings First and SKOL, and over at the Daily Norseman. And I'm pushing the limits on Spectrum's internet for up speed without upgrading, which will only give me a little bit of extra cushion. Loaded, there's no guarantee on anything.
Yeah, there's no guarantee on anything.
Wish there was. Wish there was, buddy. Wish there was. Duncan, we're not going to fix the trenches in the 6th and 7th round. Sorry. That just doesn't happen. Can we get some depth, a little bit of depth, and hopefully groom somebody the future year? Probably. But generally, if they're good enough to make a second contract, it's probably with somebody else. It's just the way the system works. But the majority of them don't even make that second contract. Chris says, obviously, special teams coordinator is deficient in discerning kickers. I was wondering, one of the kicker came across, I wonder if this was about his pick. Because KOC and Flores get so many picks and bites at the apple. This is that bone that's thrown out to him. All right, pick somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron says KOC wasn't that surprised when Penix was taken by Atlanta. Not his player anyways. Good. At least he's saying the right things.
Mm-hmm.
Brian says, hopefully the kicker can play left guard too. No, I think that's what Rouse is going to be for. If he can win it. Anthony says the only guarantee is that there's no guarantee. Correct.
That's very true.
Fat Matty Man hopes that we find a UDFA like we did last season. With pace. Don't we all? Deplorable says, trade the mids, then sign some mids next year. Got to have a partner for that, buddy. I got a question here.
Okay.
Just lost it. Daniel asks, was it Daniel? No, it wasn't Daniel. Severson, where are those posters from behind you, Dave? Those posters are not posters. They are artwork. And they are artwork that I created myself and had printed up. They aren't the only ones in here. You cannot see because I got to move because I got the camera. That's Dalvin Cook in the frame print. But that's artwork I do myself. You'll see a lot of my artwork across our channel at Vikings First and SKOL. There's a whole selection when you watch tomorrow at 4 o'clock on 2 Bloggers. If you watch the roll-in, you'll see a bunch of them I've selected and done over the years. It's one of my loves. And it's I find it very therapeutic. Helped me deal with some of my issues coming back from Afghanistan. Field goals are important too, guys. Yes, that is correct. Believe it or not, your kicker scores about a third of the points throughout the season. So it's very good. It's very nice to have a good one. And that third of that points, you want them to be bankable and count on it. Not have to worry about, oh shit, we got a field goal attempt. I'm holding my breath. Is it going to go wide left? Ah, it's good. And as Vikings fans, you all know you do that. Because I do that. And I have friends that do that every single time.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're actually mad, Goon. Just seems everybody has their own way and wishes they'd be a GM on their own. So there's been quite a bit of disagreement. There was disagreement in the first round.
Devin Leary just went to the Ravens and Michael Pratt's still on the board. Why?
Got to be a reason.
Yeah, it's got to be medicals, man. It's got to be medicals.
For years, Fred Cox was our leading scorer. Yes. That's how important kickers are. Nobody likes them. If you played football, the kicker was always the guy that played soccer and came on came over and kicked on Saturdays or Fridays. And then he went back to soccer. He wasn't out there doing up downs, and hitting and Oklahoma drills and stuff like that. That wasn't him. So they've always sort of had that standoffish. They're weird. And in the pros, the kickers go through their 10, 20 kicks, and then they're sitting there in camp going, we're going to the golf course. See you later. Yes, Mark, that is Jimmy Kleinsasser behind me. He is my all-time favorite Vikings player. Watched him play football at the University of North Dakota for the Fighting Sioux back in the day when it was still the Sioux. Then he got drafted. Oh, God, I love that. And he became one of the best blocking tight ends that have ever played the game. In my opinion, he should be inducted into the Ring of Honor, but I don't think that will ever happen.
Is he even still considered a tight end? I thought he became a fullback.
No, he was.
He's drafted as a tight end.
Originally as an H-back. He may have been originally as a tight end because I think they gave him the higher number, and then they officially moved him to, quote, H-back, and they gave him the number 40, but they moved him down. He was basically a tackle that caught an occasional football. He dominated. Oh, the way he could pancake block people was just a thing of honors.
I'll never forget in his rookie year, he fumbled the ball, I think, 3 times against the Chicago Bears, and we lost the game by 1.
Yeah. But there's times when he caught it, he was good. Constant. Just a lunch pail type worker that he was awesome. But boy, could he dominate on the offensive line. He was better than probably half the tackles in the league, and he was a tight end.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you, Jefferson.
He was fun.
Appreciate that. Pratt is injured.
I've heard some things about the medicals with Pratt. I don't know how bad they are, but they must be bad if he's still on the board. Like, there was real talk of him going day 2. So him still being on the board is kind of wild. Daquan Hardy, cornerback to the Buffalo Bills, cornerback from Clemson. Sorry, not Clemson, Penn State. I don't know why in the world I said Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just excited for my wife to come back with pizza.
Buccaneers are on the clock for the last pick of the 6th round. Anthony, how many times are you going to roll out 6 linemen in a jumbo set? That's 6 true linemen. That's unusual. As in tackles, guards, centers. Sometimes you do it in the red zone, but it's not a normal practice. Bears, Lions, and Green Bay all had good drafts. Vikings. Jacob, I would have to disagree there. I think overall ours is good. Yes, I question the kicker, but in Green Bay, I question their short-armed fantasy for linemen. Daniel said, I'm sorry, this team is in real trouble. I disagree, Daniel. This is a good football team. And we're going to get better this year and over next year, especially. More fun than PI, originally from North Dakota. What parts, PI? More fun? I was stationed up at Grand Forks for over 14 years. That's where I fell in love with it. Some of the best hunting and fishing in the world. Mike said he would traded back a few picks at 108 and gone for a defensive tackle and a guard before anything else.
Ooh, Ryan Flournoy went to the Dallas Cowboys. He's an interesting player, big height, weight, speed guy.
Okay. Steven says most fans complain way too much. I think it's a prerogative of the fan, though.
Mm-hmm.
I agree they complain, but it's till we win a Super Bowl, there's going to be complaining. And I'm sure there's the few that'll complain then, too. You picked a kicker in the 6th round. We won the Super Bowl. You picked a kicker in the 6th round. 275th Ranger. Do these guys getting drafted look incredibly young to you guys, or am I just older? You're older, buddy. I've been through that too. You should see when your senior NCO come back as a contractor, and the kids that are in there are younger than your kids. Young privates, the young airmen, etc. Mike, you complain when they don't address the trenches. Hey, you and me both, brother. Round bellies win.
I love this. I have somebody in my mention saying that Walter Football rated the kickers the top choice. Come on, Walter Football. Oh.
Vikes fans 92. Is there anyone still on the board that you think the Vikings have to go after if they're available at 230?
I don't know.
Go look at Arif's or Thor's board.
I think there are only 4 players on my board that haven't been drafted. Or is it 5? Loaded. Michael Pratt, Brendan Rice, Gabe Murphy, Evan Anderson. I think everybody else has been, and Fabian Levette. Everybody else has been drafted.
Fabian Levette. That's an interesting name. Victor asks, any chance we draft Hugh Janis out of TCU?
That's fucking good. That's good.
Jared says, Hall
Listen,
and
you may
Taylor,
have gotten Dave
defensive
to
tackle.
read it, Victor, but I ain't touching that one. That's pretty awesome.
Mark explains Vikings fan have a real traumatic history with kickers. If they reached for another position, we probably wouldn't have been upset. With kickers, it's personal. True.
Yep.
Very true. Us and the Bills. Ours is wide left. Theirs is wide right.
Oh, wife is home. Good.
Mm-hmm. Cole asks, when do we get the UDFA list? It starts to build shortly after round 7 is closed. Where would you suggest viewing that UDFA list? Do you have any favorites, Tyler? I have one.
Yeah, I'll have a tracker that I'll start. I've already started to build, and as things get announced, I will update the tracker. And otherwise, with the way this regime has been working, they're just going to announce them all at once. You can follow like the beat writers; they'll announce a few. Be careful with like local people from papers because some guys will only be brought in for a tryout for rookie camp next weekend. Some guys will actually have signed a contract. So just be prepared. They are different. So just be aware of who your sources are getting them. Use beat reporters in the team. Those are going to be your best bets.
Okay. I recommend one other.
What's that?
Our partners over at the Daily Norseman. Christopher Gates does a great job of tracking it. He's got a lot of the same sources. He's weird like you. He's constantly typing something. And they are our partners. They host our some of our videos like today and over the last 3 days. It's a place where I post some of the podcasts. The links to the podcast. The podcasts come through Fans First Sports Network. We appreciate that. But we try to get it out on multiple sites so you guys can see us and enjoy us. Have a great time. Jacob says, wide left still haunts his dreams. Yep. Loaded says, Vikings don't want trenches. Well, I think they do, but just not enough for my liking. You got to think, they're looking at filling 90-man rosters and where they want competition. If they want a second kicker, they're going to get a second kicker. They just happen to pick this one in the draft instead of waiting until UDFAs. We're 8 picks away. We'll find out. Big Roundel, Brando 55, Brady, Bradbury 60, Ingram 58, PFF. You think this interior O-line is average? It's definitely lost. We need interior O-line bad. There was a time last year where the O-line was ranked number 1. Now they went off. No, and those guys are the ones that tend to fail it, but we'll see. And Brandel, if he's stepping up in the starter job, he's got to take that next step. And you can't just look at their overall average. You got to look at pass blocking and run blocking and who's running, everybody that goes behind them, and how those 3, left guard, center, right guard, are all related because they very much depend on who's playing next to them. You can have somebody in that group, preferably at center, that has really, really good, and those 2 guards grades would come up. but there's a shortage of O-line play across the league. We're not the only fan base that complains about it.
It's true
No.
or not.
It seems like the Lions have done something about it, and even the Packers. And the Steelers are going with an interesting route. They're going with maulers for a more 90s style offensive, let's punch you in the face style of football.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to remember, we came from the zone Kubiak style, and we're transitioning. Bills drafted a guard from England. They do play football over there.
Yeah, he's 6'7". I was just reading up on him. 6'7", 307 pounds. Former boxer and rugby player. With great movement skills.
Good. Javante Jean-Baptiste just went to the Washington Commanders. Jim asked, can we trade back to the 8th round?
Rick Spielman would try. All right.
How many of you been watching? When did the 7-round draft start?
1993 or 94. It's one of the two. 92, I think, was the last year with 9 rounds. And that was when Vikings took Brad Johnson in the 9th round.
And the next year it was 8 rounds.
It's
1994.
Did I what?
They started the 7-round draft.
Well, like Primerton, yeah.
Like the same size?
Yeah, it's 8 wings.
They're like other 5 are like this big.
Oh, of course. Thank you. My wife brought me food. I'm sorry. I'm going to eat on live TV.
You do that. Loaded ass. When was the last time we had a respectable defensive tackle? Well, that depends on your definition. I would think Harrison Phillip is respectable. Now, I hope we get a step up from the LSU kid we drafted a couple years ago. But if you're talking an outstanding line, like with Kevin Williams on it, it's been a while. Quisenberry is a better choice at guard than the Brandel gave up 0 sacks. Possibly. And he's still on the squad. What I look forward to on it, and I hope you guys do too, is watch the competition throughout the summer. Not that you're going to see it throughout the summer, over in training camp of these guys. So, Sheldon Richardson, that was another good one. Duncan says, I saw a rugby guy just got drafted. How's that cornerback from Canada, Stiggers? He got drafted.
Okay. Robert, that's funny. Yeah, it was. My big thing is it's not that when I'm criticizing, like, hey, the Vikings did this. I'm coming at it from a place of more, I think they should have gotten a better player because of my evaluations. I try not to get too emotionally attached, and even I kind of go against my own words sometimes because it's like I would like my favorite players on this football team from this class, let me tell you, but to me it's more, do I think the guy will be a good football player? And if I don't think so, I'm gonna criticize it. That's kind of where I come from. Let's see. Anthony, question: with a finite amount of draft picks in each round, how do comp picks work in? It all depends on how many unrestricted free agents you sign and lose each year. And there are 32 comp picks. So the highest 32 qualifying players in that formula that aren't accounted for. So Kirk Cousins will be a qualifying player for the Vikings. So the Vikings will get a third-round pick. The highest 32, those teams will end up getting picks, max of 4. And then they just go at the end of the round. There is no minimum or maximum per round. Some years there's no round 3 picks. Like that just kind of happens. So yes, I chew with my mouth closed. I think my wife would have divorced me if I didn't chew with my mouth closed. That's tongue in cheek, but yeah, I know better. I'm excited for this pizza. Now this
looks like
that's
a
sliced
generic pizza. Loaded says he doesn't believe Rouse will be a good player. Please don't be mad at you. You can have Rouse or Loaded. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably right. Just I'll hope you're wrong. Simple. 2024 Vikings will be the highest scoring offensive team, and the Vikings will allow the fewest points. Chris, from your lips to Odin's ears, please. Jesse asks, are there any sleepers left?
Michael Pratt, quarterback Tulane. I can't believe he's still not on the board. Like, it's wild to me.
Mm-hmm. Ryan asks, if Rice or Hall are still on the board, we pass. And we pass.
Rice is off the board. He just went to the Chargers.
They must have popcorn for knees. And that's something we don't know either, is medicals. And what a team hears or discovers or whatever. Giatano says Overtap has the formula and the picks listed for the comp picks. They have the closest proximity to it because it is like a KFC secret recipe. It's a held secret, but they're the closest to it. Nugent, yes. Come on, round 7. The clock's supposed to speed up, and you're taking all this time.
Gaetano Christmas channel. I appreciate the thought. Odie is not a sleeper. We all know he's a first-round pick.
Yes, he is. David Munich. Good evening from Germany. Good to have you on, my friend. How do you like the draft so far? I love day 1.
Text from my wife. Oh, man, your pizza looks good. And yes, Odie is a first-round pick.
Rhino says, I don't think Brandel is starting caliber, but that's me. You may be right, Rhino. I just like that there's now competition. And there may be more after the draft when they get in that second round of, or the third round of free agency. And who knows, there may be trades. And of course, there's the cut downs at the end of the training camp.
So I want to kind of go back to the Brandel thing. I think Brandel's starting caliber, but he's on the low end of being starting caliber and easily replaceable. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Okay.
We get it. Is there a chance we get picks from the Falcons next year? There is a chance, but don't bank on it. If we get it, be pleasantly surprised, is what I like to tell people. It's generally not how the NFL works, though, however. Giatano, the post-draft free agent event frenzy, yes. The UDFAs. That's when their phones start burning up. Their agents have already started. Yep, that's what I call them, UDFAs. Undrafted free agents. Yes. KFT. After the draft, there always seems to be some veteran that's released that has potential. Yes. Israel says in Brandel's defense, they have moved him all over the place. I think they even took center snaps at one point. I know they did that with Ingram. 2 picks away, according to Dwight. Dwight, you're a lot further ahead than I am. I think my webpage may have frozen because I'm still sitting on the Raiders. And like I said, Spectrum Internet's being stupid today. No, it's being consistently stupid. Saying Raiders pick is in and Bengals are on the clock. And we are a tip the pick zone, so we don't care. It's early. Just say Vikings select.
Could Rouse play guard? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm betting that's where they put him. Rhino says Trey Taylor, Air Force to the Raiders. Yep. Rhino says Brandel's very good backup swing guy, but he doesn't think he's a starter. Well, he's at that, 4 or 5 year point in the league, so hopefully he's got it at this point. Steps up, but we'll see. Duncan, it's been a draft today, so why not a punter? LOL. You're funny, Duncan.
Just give me Evan Anderson. Give me a nose tackle.
Bengals select Dejon Anthony, safety, Mississippi. Chargers pick is in. Cardinals are on the clock. Cardinals select Brendan Rice, wide receiver, USC.
Chargers.
Steven says 304 watching, only 218 likes. Come on, chat. Yes, please. We appreciate it. Helps the algorithm and gets us out to more people.
Especially since we set a record of 650-ish. I can't remember the exact number, but I saw it in the 650s.
Simultaneously watching. That was awesome. We appreciate it greatly. Oh,
It's so cool.
I'm old and everything hurts. So don't mind me if something snaps. Bradley's running back. Mike says he bets it's Javion Cohen, Miles Murphy. Both were here on visits. Cards, Jaden Davis. Cardinals pick is in. Jaden Davis, defensive back to the Cardinals. It's always interesting. You get where they designate this guy's a safety, this guy's a corner, and then they get this guy's a defensive back.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Thank you, Steven. I love this shirt too. Mickey Johnson says, need a center. South Dakota center would be okay. Is he still out there?
Brown Staff, South Dakota DB, Miles Harden. That guy's good.
Rhino says, DB Jaden Davis is actually a cornerback. Come on, let's go. Mike asks, how about the Florida center? And this is UDFA. Possible.
Oh, Iguakun, yeah, he rocks.
Yep. Baltimore pick is in. It's Nick Samick, center, Michigan State. Vikings are on the clock. And here we go. It's never too late, Brad. Whether you're likely to find one that actually succeeds there, that's unusual, but it's never too late. Come on, Spectrum. Devonshire to the Raiders. MJ Devonshire, cornerback, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he was kind of viewed as a UDFA, but I know
Minnesota's pick is in.
Yeah, I know that Doug Farrar had him as like a second round grade. Loved him.
Okay. Interesting. Come on, Quasi. Let's figure this one out. I need to upgrade my internet. This is crazy. Of course they go to a commercial when our pick is in. Rhino?
Don't worry, you'll get spoiled by the beat.
You know,
No,
that's how we do. How the NFL treats the Vikings. And we wait. Jaden says, Viking select a cigarette. Yes. Though I doubt that. But that figures. Hating the media. Swing, bada, 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 swing. Yes, George, everybody hates him, even the networks. Vikes pick Nick Samko. According to Dennis.
No, Nick Samack just went to the Ravens at 228. I'm guessing. Yep. I'd be really surprised if there's not a defensive tackle. Unless they don't think this defensive tackle is going to even make the team, which with how weak the depth is, I would be a little bit surprised.
Okay.
If they wouldn't even try to fortify it, you know what I mean? Wake Forest center Michael Juergens.
That's a center's name. I can deal with that. How is he?
No idea.
Let's see if we have a. It's not how I spell it, though. Michael Juergens, Wake Forest. From NFL Draft Buzz. 6'4", 311 pounds. Center. He was a senior. Let's see. He was 40 time of 5.2, age 24.3 years old. Date of birth He is a New Year's baby. 01/01/2000. Let's see. He was a 3-star recruit.
He was the 19th center according to Dane Brugler.
Okay. Here's scouting report strengths. Juergens will have a chance to develop as a right tackle or possibly inside at guard, where Juergens could be an interesting prospect for a zone blocking scheme. If nothing else, that versatility is enough to make him at least a quality reserve. Coordinated when moving to the second level as a run blocker, capable of landing blocks on the move, has natural power to move defenders at the point of attack. He also has the agility and speed to get out in front and land blocks at the second level. He also shows a good understanding of angles when climbing to the second level. In the run game, he comes off the snap quickly and is excellent with his hand placement and understanding angles. And he displays impressive footwork in moving to the second level, usually getting in the position to deliver blocks. There's a whole lot of redundancy in those bullet points. Juergens gets off the snap quickly, and he's consistently able to generate movement at the point of attack, typically finishing those run blocks strong. Anchors against larger defenders in the middle, resets hands to maintain distance, athletic enough to help on a nose tackle, then pick up a twist of a late blitzer.
We got a DT.
Mirrors quick interior rushers.
Levi Drake Rodriguez, Texas A&M Commerce defensive tackle. Don't know anything about
him. Now, the weaknesses for Juergens, sometimes Juergens simply gets too impatient to sit back in his set, reaching and lunging, and generally playing with poor balance. His size and athleticism are both limited. Orlowski is not a great blocker in space, often struggling with quickness and at the second level. He'll give effort, but he doesn't generate much power. Yay, sounds great. Let's see if this Rodriguez dude is there. Not there. Does the NFL have one?
Yes. There is a hyperlink.
And access at least 3 of our picks were good. Rhino says Randall went to Texas A&I. Yes, he did. Okay, UDFA time. Yes, you got that. Undrafted free agents. All right. Levi Drake Rodriguez. College. Texas A&M Commerce. Hometown, Georgetown, Texas. Prospect grade 5.59. Overview. Rodriguez plays with big heart and a steady motor, but he lacks the NFL size and skill inside. He gives good effort on each snap, but spends too much time staying attached to blockers instead of finding the quick routes around them. He has a decent length for his size, but he doesn't have enough damage with his hands and lacks the short area foot quickness teams will look for in a smaller player. Rodriguez has been a productive player, but the step up in competition feels like this could be too big for him. Strengths, plays with the same motor all game long. Carries a long wingspan for his height and uses jump and slap technique to rush around the B gap. Bend allows him for quick directional change in the backfield. Weaknesses, spends excess time in fistfights with blockers as a rusher, doesn't have enough short area twitch to beat the pros to the edge, and gets overwhelmed by the big bodies at the point of attack. He comes in at 6'4", 290 pounds, per the website. And that is it. Jer, a good question. What is Crazy doing? I have no idea.
It's hard at this point because the Vikings may have like almost nobody on the board right now. A lot of teams only have like between 100 and 160 players on the board, which, I mean, of like everybody that goes in rounds 1 and 2, they only like half of them may have actually made their board of guys they want to draft. So, yeah, it's tough. I don't really know.
Mark Lawson, fist fights. At least he has the dog in him. Yep, I'll agree there. We'll see how it goes. Anthony said he would divorce you too if you chewed with your mouth open.
It was a little late there, Anthony, but hey,
it works.
That was good.
Well, that's your draft, folks. The 2024 NFL draft for the Minnesota Vikings has concluded. There's still a few more picks left on the board, but Kwesi and crew are now calling all the UDFAs they can find, the undrafted free agents, to line them up to see who can come in for a visit. I do want to thank everybody for watching us today. We had some great numbers. Appreciate our guests, both Judd Zolgad and Ryan Johnson of Vikings Uncensored. You guys rocked. Absolutely love it. I suggest if you don't know who Judd Zolgad is, please go over and check out Purple Daily. He is known as the Sports Dad. He's been around for decades. He's an old guy like me. He's great to watch, good advice, wonderful person. And Rhino started out years ago with me, believe it or not, and he likes to express his opinions from a fan's point of view. A little bit more critical than a lot, but truthful, and check him out on Vikings Uncensored. They're always good. Yes, Bloody Soup, there's always first-round busts too. You never know. Hopefully, if you're a good GM, you don't select those guys. But we'll find out. Any last words there, Tyler?
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you for coming along this long ride. And we're going to kind of take things off here. And sorry, I've been kind of quiet. 2 picks. I have 4 articles to do, and I'm already done with 2 of them. So it's thank you. Just very happy that you guys decided to spend so much time with us and hang out. We were above 300 people watching this at a time for the past, I don't know,
4 hours,
3-4 hours. It was pretty great. Some really awesome people in the chat. Thank you guys so much. If you loved what you saw, please like, comment, subscribe. But even throw us a few bucks with a membership or super chat. We just greatly appreciate everybody and all the kind words and all the great interaction. Because when you do shows like this for 3 straight days, you run out of stuff to talk about. And talking about food, first time I've ever eaten on camera, it makes it fun. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for helping us out. And we're going to have a lot more over the next few weeks. We're going to talk about all these picks. We're going to talk about the UDFAs, and the content's not going to stop, and it's not going to get worse. It's only going to keep getting better, and we all are going to learn together about all these players. And we've got some good guests, including Pro Football Focus's Sam Munson, Wednesday night, 6:05 Central. You will not want to miss it. Thank you guys so much. Please, once again, like, comment, subscribe, become a member, do all the fun things, help us out, even like the video. Like, if you don't have the money to throw us a few bucks, that's okay. You like and comment after the live stream is done. Those things help the algorithm, and they help us out, and they help us make money. So we greatly appreciate you guys. And hey, I saw that Chris, you said I will order your pizza from now on. I will take you up on it. I will take you up on it. I've only had 2 pieces and a couple boneless wings, which Pizza Hut boneless wings, garlic parmesan, tremendous. I'm gonna write up these this last pick, Levi Drake Rodriguez. I'm Tyler. He's Dave. Thank you for joining us for another NFL draft. SKOL Vikings.
And remember, 4:00 tomorrow, we have 2 old bloggers with Darren Campbell and myself. We'll be reviewing the draft. It should be interesting. We'll see you there. SKOL Vikings! Thanks for watching Vikings First and SKOL. Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell. And share this episode with your friends and even your enemies. We'd love it. We are part of the Fans First Sports Network, and we appreciate each and every one of you. SKOL.